Yo. Hopefully, internet behaves today. Hey, Queenie. How are you? Hey, Pity. Skitter, Ninja. Virashi. First, not quite. I don't know why Pity's message doesn't send. Okay, yeah, you just didn't. It was top chat. Pity's got put under live chat. I don't know why, so. Hello, Lane Flacken. Hole, hello. What's up, Lampshade? Let's get a picture for today. Picture for today. I'm so bummed about the code wipe, but I just go ahead. I've gotten to the point where like I assume that's gonna be the case, and so I'm like not disappointed because I have no expectations. So, yeah, that's the way that I look at these things. You're too busy to stay? Well, I hope you have a good busy day, mate. Restart the edge of your knitting project 3 times now. Is it because of the instructions? Hello, Zodiac. See you to watch Peak Overwatch again. Halloween. The party was fine. I still have my costume that I'm planning on wearing this Thursday. So no spoilers if you're a Patreon, because you already know the costume that I'm going to be wearing. I did record some stuff if you need it. Well, what do you mean you recorded some stuff? What do you think about HP changes like they sung? I don't know. I don't think HP changes suck in a vacuum. I think a lot of the HP changes that they've done have been good. I had that whole HP conversation. I think a lot of them have been bad, but yeah, it depends. I think the reason that people can respond to them negatively is because some of the ones that they've done don't really fit the characters. Like, I've been very critical of like the Cassidy one. I don't think it's the healthiest version of Cassidy's design. Is something that's a bit more less snipey, you know, with Silver Bullet to kind of compensate in that regard. But yeah, we've already had that conversation before. Yeah, the codes got wiped today. I honestly, okay, all right, I'm gonna say it. I just need some emotional crash out for a second, guys. Like, I know there's a good reason why they wipe codes, but it hurts my soul that every single time there's like a hype match over the weekend, every single time the codes get wiped. I swear, it's like clockwork. Like I know it hurts, so I remember it more often. So it's probably not every time, but it really does feel like I cannot remember the last time I looked at a match on stream from replay codes, with the exception of when we were looking at it from the Face It codes, the literal day they played the match. It's always, and there's not even a patch that I'm aware of. Like, I think the codes just got wiped. I know there's a good reason, and I'm grateful that we have an amazing replay viewer. It's amazing. And I think that's part of the reason why it hurts so freaking bad. It's so hard to watch matches from the freaking broadcasts. It's depressing. It's like, guys, can we please, at any point in future, can we change this? It's like 5 bug fixes or something. And it just, oh my days. And I don't even understand, like, I'm sure there's it's like developer stuff that I don't understand. But like, dude, we have some wipes where there's like several significant changes and it doesn't wipe codes. And then it's usually these tiny little bug fix things. Maybe that's why, but it hurts my soul. And obviously it was just me, then it wouldn't be that big of a deal. You know, I'll suffer for, but it's every OBS Sojourn, it's Cager, it's OC, it's Commander X, it's Unter, it's anybody that ever wants to do any sort of professional content has to worry about their entire content plan just exploding out of nowhere. It's so frustrating to me. It's so frustrating. In addition to that, it's also hard for coaches as well, because I've had to sync time. I literally had to change my coaching schedule because of Tuesday wipes. So it's just rough, man. It's like really, really rough. I really wish they would change this because it's really, really frustrating. It's like really, really frustrating. I understand that like maybe that just has to happen, but the timing of things is just like legitimately agonizing. Like it's the worst time. It's 2 days. It's not even a full 48 hours. It's like 40 hours after the last match. You have no time to prepare, basically, and it sucks. So. Yeah, I knew ahead of time. I was gonna like let people know, but OBS Sojourn already had done it, so I didn't need to. Hey, Chris. Yeah, it's just tough. So it's just like one of those things that I'll cry about, and hopefully down the road it'll be fixed. Because to be fair, a lot of these like quality of life things have gotten better in the last couple of years. So we are spoiled for these things, which is I love that, but it just sucks, man. It just sucks. Why do we have some niche heroes like Ashen Moore and Kiro? We don't see them in NA at EO at all. We're going to open our review today with discussing like the meta a little bit. And less of me like dissecting why heroes are being played and more about like why there's so much divergence between the two regions. So, okay, so let me kind of prep you like where we're going to go. So if you haven't watched one of my pro analysis before, we're going to go very in depth about the global approach. We're going to go very in-depth, usually on the first couple of maps, especially the first time that we see a composition. And then things progressively get lighter and lighter as we start to repeat some of the same principles and we see some of the similar compositions. We'll look at bans. We'll talk about bans. We'll talk about meta. We'll talk about angles. We'll talk about space. We'll talk about layering, ult timing, mechanics, and so on. But generally what that means is that we actually start to generally develop speed a little bit as we go along because we don't have to repeat the same concepts over and over again. In addition, if I miss questions, it's probably because I already answered the question earlier in the review. So I just in the sake of expediency, I won't be able to answer every question. Now, I do know the reason that we're looking at this match, which by the way, I don't know the results, so please no spoilers. I don't even know the map score. I do know that there was a Rheinmere. That's the only thing that I know. So spoilers for that. There is a Rheinmere at some point, and that's why I'm looking at this, because people said it was an amazing match, made the best match in OWCS history, at least in recent memory, and there's a freaking Rheinmere. And so we're going to talk about any random weird outliers. We're going to talk about that. So let's just go ahead and get started here. Hey, Amari, get down. But the answer to like, okay, so as I do this here, let me change this, then we can start getting to questions about meta difference. KROWCS finals review. This was the finals, right? Like it was. Grand finals. Hello, Andres. 45 stream streak. Wow. Grand finals. Okay, whoops. I didn't mean to put that space there. Okay, so let's talk about like meta differences, like regional differences. So this is really just, it's just ancestral Overwatch, really, like not to be crass, but it's just basically when a region plays up against another region, any improvisation, new concepts, new ideas, creativity that result from one player, one team, one coach, one map, one scrim get passed around from player to player, from team to team within those scrim regions. Okay? It's just all over within that region. This is not unique to Korea, North America, or Europe. In addition to that, the things that generally drive that experimentation are individual hero pools, which are often biased from previous metas or previous heroes starting in that, which results from way back in the day. Like the question of like, why does Korea generally play more Sombra, Fuzzy Pie, think of this or Fuzz Pie? It's literally because Winston and Ana were historically played more in Korea. Why are Winston and Ana played more in Korea? That question is really hard to answer, but my best guess literally is Ryu Jihong and Miro. Two of the first initial streamers and pro players just happen to be really, really good. And metas are generally started. It's like the oyster. It's like the grain of sand that made day. We're seeing the consequences of that. We've seen that with Rhine streamers and more brawl-focused characters that just happen to fall into NA. Same thing with EU to a lesser extent. You have the entire EU Pharah meta, which has been Pharah Echo. That started with Yazan and all the wannabes that followed after him that permanently changed the meta and even changed pro meta. So it's like, it's really hard to know like what the butterfly effect was, but that's what's resulted is that Korea has better ball players, better Winston players, better Ana players, better Sombra players, better Tracer players. Whereas a lot of the European and NA regions have had Rein, Orisa, Ram, BAP. You've had, decent Cassidy players. You've had, Torb one tricks, Mei players, Reaper, fill in the blank, right? And so that kind of stuff becomes, little metas get kind of isolated in there. And because there's not a lot of cross-pollination nowadays outside of these big tournaments, is that a lot of the times we don't really know what the meta is at the professional level, because pro players are very vulnerable to the exact same biases that bronze players are. The gap between a bronze player and a pro player in terms of their play execution and quality of decision-making and mechanics is monumental. The difference between a bronze player and a professional player with meta bias, meta opinions, hero strengths, and is a lot smaller. It's still much better. I trust a pro player with what's meta that I do a bronze player, but not as much as you might think, because they're absolutely wrong to being vulnerable to the same biases. And I know this because I've been in that scene in multiple regions for years. People will lose to really badly to a good team playing a certain comp in a scrimmage, and there is a very common problem where that composition feels like it should be meta just because the team beat you with it. And a lot of times it's more about the quality of the play, right? And so what we've seen from what little I understand, we generally see more dive stuff. I've heard that there's a lot more Ramatra in Korea, which is definitely not a ranked thing. It's much more of a de-evolution of, I think Korea is convinced that Zarya is just unbeatable. And so Ram kind of comes from that. Nice, Toxic, welcome. Almost 2 years. So a lot, and the other thing, the last thing I'll say, and this is not region specific, but this is like universal, is that pro metas divorce from ranked metas in the fact that the same heroes that are strong in ranked are strong in pros, usually, with some exceptions. But the difference is that because pro players have like squeezed every amount of juice from those good heroes, like Zarya, for example, the ban system and the counterplay system kind of gets to the point where people are trying to beat Zarya. So everything revolves around Zarya. So for many of you guys, you're like, wait, Zarya is pro meta? Yes, Zarya in ranked and Grandmaster is unbelievably strong because of the alt fire perk, which is not as leveraged in lower ranks. So a lot of what you're just going to see is people trying to ban around Zarya or play heroes that are good versus Zarya so you don't have to worry about Zarya. So the irony is a lot of the times you'll see this, the most powerful hero or heroes in the meta are not even played, because the entire meta has revolved around beating them. We've seen this as far back as Goats meta, where Moira Goats was by far the strongest composition in the entire game, but Zenyatta Goats beat Moira Goats. So the only time that you'd ever play Moira Goat composition was when you were playing a not Goats composition, right? So you look at a map like this, and like, Ball's really good in this map, and these heroes are really good in this map, but a lot of this is like, okay, well, if they whip out an Zarya here, we need some sort of range. We need some sort of poke here. So yeah, basically TLDR is that you're going to see a bunch of characters that you're like, is this character even strong? It maps situationally within the composition, yes, but also it might be strong because it's good versus what's actually strong. The exception to that rule are characters like Wuyong. They didn't really have any clear weaknesses. Like Zarya is extremely strong, but Zarya has clear weaknesses, whereas Wuyong was just kind of like pretty good all the way around. So you basically had to either ban Wuyong or play him anyway. And the irony is, as I say that, is if you guys remember early on in EMEA and European region, there were still freaking teams that avoided playing Wuyong because they were too bad at it. Their rosters were bad at the 59% win rate character. So even despite the character being objectively the strongest character in the game, they still didn't want to play it. And that goes to show how much of individual player preference, bias, fear of failure, fear of adjustment, has a plan. Like, these guys are human. They're going to make mistakes. We're going to roast them for their mistakes, even though these are the best players in the world. And even some of the compositions that they play may legitimately not be optimal. They just haven't had the time to figure it out. So, just for context, and this will be the last thing I'll say, is that these are, I think, objectively the best players in Overwatch, professional Overwatch history. Not necessarily the best at every role, but these are certainly, I think, pretty much every player in this lobby, I would say I'd put in the top 5 or 6 at the role all time. You've got Lip, who's arguably one of the best players of all time. I think Shorong is maybe one of the best main supports. Same thing with Chiu. It's going to be one of these two for me. Fielder, Shu. I would put Shu a little bit more, but definitely these two, certainly in the top 3 or 4 point shoot support, long range supports of all time. Proper's insane. Proper and Junbin, I think, are the two new kids on the block that, depending on how their careers go the next couple of years, they may be contenders for the GOATs. Hanbin, one of the best off-tank players, one of the best tank players of all time. Merit as well, incredibly good hit scans, certainly in your top 7 or 8, no matter by anyone's metric. Heesong, again, one of those new kids on the block that is definitely, these guys are insane. Like, they're insane, they're flexible, and they've been around for a relatively long time for most of the players. And so I'm going to be critical here because that's why we're here, but let me be very clear that these guys are the best. We're playing weird comps. We're playing weird characters. They're going to make mistakes. You can make a lot of mistakes and still win games. Okay, let's keep going here. So all that disclaimer aside, I know that's agonizing for some of you guys, but I want to make sure that we clarify this. This is not a analysis for the brain rot. You gotta engage here. Okay, so let's talk about what we're seeing right here. Now, again, this is with the asterisk that I don't always fully know Korean scrim meta. I don't even know Korean match meta. So if you want to come for a guaranteed explanation of why X character is being played, I am not the guy. I'm gonna give you my best educated guess, but I'm only marginally more educated than you guys are. It's more about how it was played, because I don't care what composition is. I'll tell you how it should be played. Okay? Ball's good in this map. Wide open, lots of space. Junbin's also an amazing ball. Sombra. Lip's amazing at Sombra. This is a pretty good Sombra map, especially when you're playing with ball. So ball, Sombra, Tracer, Kiriko, Lucio. Very flexible, mobile, fast characters that can control a lot of space and do very well versus a lot of different compositions on this point. Falcons knows this. The vast majority of what Falcons is doing right now is they're playing, I think, around the expectation this is going to be played. Diva's good in this map as well. Very good versus this composition. Tracer's the best anti-dive character, ironically, in the game. Kiriko Brigitte, not a very common composition, but it's specifically very good versus exactly what Crazy Raccoon is rolling out on, which is why it's being played. Now, if you notice, Cass ban is probably because of that. They ban Cass because they don't want Merit on Cass. Cass is not very good versus anti-dive, but he's the best hit scan option right now, especially since the Sojourn 25 HP nerf. So he's your best option, and I would rather Merit on Cass than on Hanzo here, even though he's pretty good in this point. Hog ban is the weird one, and I think this was the second ban because I think Crazy Raccoon is the first seed, so they should be banning first. Which to me tells me that they've seen, or there have been rumors of Junbin on Roadhog on either Well or Lighthouse, so that's where your ranked meta bleeds into the pro meta occasionally. It's a gimmick, it's silly, Junbin's really freaking flexible, and it's probably unironically something that Junbin whips out here and there. The other thing with ban meta is you have to be first to 4. This is a long series. When you ban one character, it's banned for the entire series. Not only is a ban on Cassidy mean that the enemy team can't ban another DPS, but that means that they cannot ban Cassidy again. You cannot ban Hog again. So you could ban Ball here, sure, but maybe Ball's only playable on one point, in which case you're going to go to a new Queen Street, something that's really good for Ball, and you're fricked. You're cooked, right? So they're going to do a Hog ban, which might help them versus some cheese on one of the later rounds, but more saving it for the optimal circumstance. Falcons is probably confident that they have a solution for basically anything. So you don't want to waste it. Okay, let's keep going here. Am I reviewing all the matches? Yes. Not all the map. I'll be reviewing all the maps. Yeah. Why is the audio not going? Okay, so the way that these compositions are played is we're always going to talk about space. The most important fundamental of Overwatch is space and then timing. And what that means is that we're playing heroes in Falcons with the Hanzo specifically that want to poke from range. They want to mark off angles and poke from range. Marking means shooting and preventing them from staging. Crazy Raccoon wants to hit on the same timing and they want to close the gap. Ball closes the gap. Sombra generally, relatively closes the gap, certainly versus a character like Sombra. Versus Hanzo, sorry. Brigitte, Kiriko are about deny, 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 and shoot. Deny and shoot. Deny and shoot. Do not get your slam. Do not get your hack. Do not get your virus. Deny, shoot, deny, shoot, deny, shoot, deny, shoot. Let's see how they do. Balls deep. He doesn't go immediately for backline because he knows the Sombra Tracer hasn't staged yet. There's no off angles yet. So he's just going to take what he can get. Normally you'd slam backline, but the entire backline's waiting for you and you have no pressure from your Sombra Tracer yet. So they're just going to be patient. That's stage 1. Next, we're going to see a translocator from Lip, most likely to deepen. He gets Sonic. They're poking him as he's staging. Tracer forces him out, and now the slam comes in. So this is really, really well done from Proper. Again, we're going to go really slow at the start. Proper denies the off angle with pocket from his Brigitte. Brigitte is amazing at helping DPS win angles early. Brigitte packed Tracer stops Sombra from going deeper on the flank with the Sonic Arrow, which then means that this ball dive is almost guaranteed to not kill anybody because there's no flank from the left side and there's no flank from the right side. Diva controlling right, Pocket Tracer controlling left, Hanzo taking top early, not waiting for the bat, taking space aggressively, trying to stop the dive from happening with Sonic and shots. And so this dive from Crazy Raccoon should have no teeth behind it, and it doesn't. And so then after ball slam, you notice that they walk forward, slowly squeeze it. It's the fighting for that right lane again and again and again. Still nothing. And so even without the replay codes here, you can kind of see that Falcons just did a better job controlling these more open side lanes and just denied Raccoon from getting any space at all. You need Shorong to help more in that right lane. They're actually going to go off of Tracer onto Genji. Genji's really good in this map with the verticality that you have. And Genji's also really good versus Brigitte Hanzo. Sombra can be Tracer can be easier to deny. Genji can take deeper flanks with help. I want to see some aggressive Lucio and Sombra play. There's the off angle. Hack on a Diva. They're not intending to kill Diva. They're forcing Diva out, and then they can take that next position to go for backline. Unfortunately, there's just too much pressure on the front line in the meantime. Chio overextends. Heesung gets the angle on her, but Heesung only got the angle on her because of the hack on Diva early. And that initially means that then we can take Crazy Raccoon on the right flank and go from there. So the crucial mistake there is that Falcons is Hanman gets hacked, which means he loses a ton of HP, which means he loses the angle on left, which means that I guarantee you, if we go back here, losing this lane here because he got hacked meant that Genji could take this angle here and just shoot anybody that comes close in the back. Genji's really dangerous up close. He's more dangerous than Tracer up close, and while he's a little bit less consistent, there's a lot more burst lethality if you get close to him. Yeah, really, really nice hack from Lip, and then good follow-up from Heesung. Meanwhile, Junman's just trying to distract backline. I'd be surprised if you see any swaps here. Falcons have to be really careful retaking space, so what the frick is Junman doing? That's really poor. Poor dive. There's no pressure here. He's trying to go like for a free slam because he thinks that there's downtime, but his team can't follow up on anybody right now. There's not even, like, you don't have to follow up on the same targets. Junman basically solo controlled backline for the last fight or two, but there's nobody to even shoot, so they all focused him for free, and so he loses that high ground. It's really bad. Because now they can walk forward. You guys see it? Early pressure on Lip. Lip is staged a little strangely. Falcons is grouping up. Dragon's just kind of used to split people. You're not going to really connect with it. You're just going to use it to force some splits. That's going to isolate Tracer. Beat is used. Can they connect with backline? Kitsune is used. And this beat is poor. The idea is not bad, but the problem is that they're very far away. You see this? So it's going to be hard to get to them before the Kitsune Rush is able to stabilize here. So unless somebody dies in the next 3 seconds, Falcons should be able to stabilize there. 3, 2, 1. Okay, it's better for Falcons. Crazy Raccoon uses the Kitsune on top. They also use the EMP, which is expensive. It's expensive. And then they're able to get some trades on the backline as well. I don't love that. That's so when we talk about layering, what layering essentially means is that you'd never want to use 2 ultimates for the cost of 1. So EMP should have been enough there to win that fight. And now we've used 2. So then now you're going into this fight without a single ultimate besides Blade, whereas Falcons has multiple layers. So you need to use an ultimate to force an ultimate, then use another ultimate to force another ultimate, and so on. Merit's going to go on Symmetra here. So the Symmetra is so that because these retakes are so bad, and also Genji's matchup versus, Hanzo is like really bad too, right? We're going to use Teleport to kind of help ourselves rotate. And what's happened is I've loved the evolution of Symmetra understanding because this is how any Symmetra one trick has understood the character. Which is a poke-oriented character that can control off angles with teleport, turret, and just disengage dives, right? And especially with her 275 HP, with her heal on teleporter, the pros have slowly started to understand the value that this character can provide in terms of controlling off angles and helping rotations. So Symmetra is a new kid on the block with how she's being played in pro meta, but it's not new for anybody that's played Symmetra in Grandmaster. It's the exact same crap that they did there. It just took pros a while to figure it out. Now perks helped a lot, but yeah. So we're setting up turrets. We're setting up teleporters. We're going to catch the dive as best as we can. Great deny there with the whip shot there from Chio. He can catch this with Rally. He just needs to dash away. He does not dash away, and for some reason, Fielder's getting pinched in there. That's really poor. So I don't know why Fielder's here. I felt like Fielder teleported in. There might have been a misplay with the Symmetra teleport as well, but there's way too many people in a small room there. Crazy Raccoon got the full surround. Chio was able to get the rally off and then disengage, but for some reason, Fielder's there, and that's a replay moment. I wish we had the replay viewer to explain that one. They do have a charge Symmetra, but it can be hard to connect as Symmetra. Proper's chasing down targets. Tracer's really good anti-dive, we talked about it. She can do a lot of early poke, and she's really hard to isolate and kill. Pressure on the ball, pressure on the angle. By the way, how's the game audio for you guys? Is it audible? But yeah, even with the early death on Fielder, the 3 ultimates are going to be enough to stabilize, and as long as Chio lives here, we should be okay. Now the beat comes in, and the difference in the quality of the beat here is crucial. So do you notice that where... Yeah, I want to have the game audio being quiet, but sadly there's no clean feed here for him, so again, my bad. So first things first. Good initial dive, and there's actual follow-up here, because if you guys noticed, while Junbin's doing this, they're pumping damage onto Hanbin, who I think went ball just to get back faster. So then they get a good resource trade, and then crucially, that allows for a beat to happen. Remember my criticisms of the beat earlier? It was too far away. Now we're on top of them and beating. So there's nowhere for Chio to go. Nowhere for Chio to go. I don't think this fight's really winnable for Falcons, unless Crazy Raccoon really fumble it, because they just used all of their ultimates in the previous fight and didn't really cleanly win. You know, it was a clunky retake. Hanbin had to swap. And it's like, if you're going to have 3 ultimates versus 1, you need to decisively win. Even if it is a Diva Bomb and a Pulse Bomb, you need to decisively win that one cleanly. And they just didn't. The Blade got so much value, and then they got trades on top of that. And so then Falcons don't have a situation where they have all their off-angle set up. They're not stage set up. They haven't saved their Diva Bomb or their Pulse Bomb. It just was a very, very ugly, sloppy win, 3v1. And then that means that Crazy Raccoon has a very comfortable retake with a beat advantage. And at this level, having something like we have a good ultimate and you guys don't have anything, like the margins of victory are so small, you cannot afford you can't win those fights. Like, it's almost impossible. So it's like you need to win the things that you're supposed to, because if you make a crucial error, the enemy team generally is going to be much better at punishing this. And ranked ultimates are important, but because the communication and the execution is so much worse, it is a lot more possible to lose or to win really random, or just random picks, just random deaths. But that doesn't happen as often at this level. Okay, terms of compositions here, we're going to see the same thing. Merit's going to stay with the Symmetra, which I like. Again, just given the map, given the situation, given what you're playing versus. But Crazy Raccoon's going to make a pivot. He's saying it's going to go Torb. Here's why. Again, just why not? He's pretty decent right now. He's got decent short range damage. He can live, he can poke, he can pressure. He's got an okay matchup versus Symmetra. Doesn't have to get his hands dirty. He's pretty good map for there's lots of little corners and angles for which to poke from. I think Genji could have been fine here as well with the verticality that he has, but Heesun could have also gone something like a Pharah or Echo, but maybe the matchup versus D.Va's too bad. And it's also just a freaking wild card, so who gives a frick? Yeah, so I like this kind of stuff. I think that there's a underrated value at the professional level of pulling little wild cards of heroes that are not seen as often, but make sense given the situation. And that just is like, it's just a little tweak that makes Falcons think a little bit too hard. So we'll probably see Torb holding a different off angle than his Sombra. And because he's so self-sufficient, he can pretty much just hold that angle with Brig packs and just never die. So you'll see it here. I'm going to try and pause here. Ball's on the deep, right? But we've got like Lucio top, Torb here. I would be surprised if we didn't see a little bit of pressure from the right side as well. They're really trying to... What? What on earth am I watching? That's just a mechanical error right there. That's rare. So they're using the teleport to try to avoid getting surrounded. They're fighting back. Oh, there's actually the Pharah swap. Am I dumb? Oh, so he's... What? I think they scouted first. I'm sitting here brainstorming about Torb, and then they're like, oh, well, wait. They're on Brig and Symmetra. Let's go Let's go Pharah. So hey, there we go. There's the Pharah that I was talking about being potentially good on this map, but I think the Symmetra really sealed it right there. Yeah, okay, so sorry guys, I was distracted by the space control. But yeah, okay. He's sitting in spawn waiting for his ball to scout to decide what DPS they want to play. And as soon as they saw Sim, Brig, he's like, all right, because Pharah is also really good versus Brig. So I actually like the Pharah. I think it's probably the best DPS that you could play here, especially because Heesang is just like really freaking good. He's really flexible. That's one of his strengths, I think, as a DPS player. Most of projectile DPS players are generally much more flexible. And if that Kiriko hadn't died, I think we're in a good spot here. So they're trying to play surround, playing those verticalities. Look at the Symmetra. Like, this is where Sim is useful. You see this? She's not just stuck in a room. She teleports out of the room to clear off the Sombra, which means that there's less pressure on her backline. Because it's like, get out of here, get the frick out of here. And then obviously Lip really screws up with this translocator. But like, even if they just force Lip out, it means there's just so much less damage on the backline. Because Merit's kind of absorbing that. That's an unfortunate death. That shouldn't have happened. Good punish there from Shu, though. Why Pharah over Echo here? She's much faster, much more mobile, probably better versus D.Va in that regard. And also, it's the matchup versus Brigitte is a lot more favorable. It's much easier to just apply pressure. Echo is much sneakier, much more of a duelist. It can burst characters down a little bit faster. Pharah is just much more consistent pressure on immobile characters. And Symmetra and Brigitte are pretty immobile, so there's just much more consistent pressure. So Falcons have done a really good job using their Symmetra teleport and using proper on Tracer to always mark these flanks. They're getting surrounded, but Symmetra and Tracer just like this is the Tracer Symmetra match or Sombra matchup. It's so freaking hard for Sombra. Constantly marked. There's just nowhere. Like Hanman, Proper, Merit are doing so much work right now, marking every flank. Every flank. Where okay. There's no space done at all. And like this is how Symmetra plays in ranked, man. Like look at this. Look at this. She's completely by herself with the Brigitte. But she's got a teleporter or turret set up. She's got a teleport set up in case things go south. She backs off when the teleport is gone. And then she's just basically poking them out or baiting a dive on herself. They try to hit the two-man hit squad on Tracer. Doesn't work. Tracer disengages. All those resources wasted. At the same time, they're poking out Junmin. They're poking out Heesang. Heesang actually gives up. Heesang goes Genji. He's like, frick this, man. I can't connect with anything. This Symmetra is too slippery. Early D-Mech. Kitsune is a little late. D.Va Bomb used the remech. Symmetra ult is just used for stabilization and point pressure, and we're at a percentage now, 92%, where they kind of need to do something now, but you have a freaking infinite HP, basically, wall here. So Crazy Raccoon's going to have to do something silly here. I think that the other thing as well, that wall might have been used to try to bait EMP. Let's actually see when was that wall used, or where was that wall used. Because obviously EMP shuts down the wall. But yeah, if you look here, I think they're spy checking Sombra right now. I remember they have information as to her positioning right now, because this is like EMP bait. What's up, Clups? Congrats on the 2 years. And this is like, come on, are we baiting you to use your EMP here? But yeah, I mean, clearly either Lip wasn't in a good position to do so, or didn't think his team was in a good position to push. I do think Sombra is really good here, but this is obviously like Falcons are just putting on a masterclass of like the anti-dive stuff. They're marking every angle. Hanman gets D-Macked, which is really unfortunate. So from here, especially here, I would have much rather preferred. There's a little bit too much attention going here, because once you've seen Ball Lucio, I want more resources being checked on the flank. Like we've seen Ball Lucio use resources here, so really Chio needs to go help his tank because that's where he is. I don't like the attention here because we can already see resources going here. So for once, Falcons kind of miss the flank control, and we could have even rallied this sooner and just straight up killed people, right? So there's the beat. There's the peel. Beat needs value now. The value doesn't happen. Mine is used. Suzu's used. And then we're going to see an EMP potentially here. Yeah. See, this is amazing for Falcons. Like, as bad as it is that we're going to lose the fight and lose the flip, you're like, okay, yeah, we were not going to win this fight because they beat EMP and Mines. And we used our, like, if they'd used that rally sooner, they might have even been able to keep Hanbin and Mac, which would have been even easier to win this fight. So, again, not a fight that you're expecting to win as Falcons. You just needed to force 2 out of the 3, and they got 3 out of the 3. So, Crazy Raccoon really struggling to set up dives. Really struggling. Haman's going to go Winston. Just more of a retake thing, maybe. Maybe the Genji matchup. But yeah, it's just more of a retake thing. It's really easy to take space as Winston because Bubble's so freaking good. So Poking out the ball. Again, Junman is these early free engages are really not free, and he's losing a lot of HP, which means they're getting these crosses for too soon. Proper on the deep flank, just harassing, distracting. Symmetra using teleport and her turrets to take space early. Again, this allows you to retake space really nicely. Nice whip there. Merit doesn't have the teleporter. Really good follow-up from Crazy Raccoon there, but that just feels too cheap. Why was this so cheap? Well, Bubble's used, which is kind of unfortunate, but I guess he has to. And maybe just a bit of an overextension from Falcons. I don't know. You generally don't want to lose that quickly, but not the end of the world. Teleport out from spawn. We do have Simwall and Kitsune. I wouldn't mind a Kitsune Russian point. Let's see how they take space. We need some pressure on either lane here, either top right or top left. We're not... Oh, there's a huge whip. We're not really getting it. Okay, do we have Tracer top? Where's our... So yeah, Tracer's controlling this lane here. So that's good. So that means all the threats are going to have to come from 2 directions instead of 3. The whip is good, but I'm still not loving... The clump here. It's a little too saucy. Not enough creativity here. So Kitsune is used. Kitsune is mirrored. We have proper on the right side now. We've teleported to flip the map to dodge the mines, which we do. Simwall's used in response. And right now we need to stabilize and retake space. Retake space. Retake the angle. Yep. Sim's in deep. Tracer's in deep. This is good. This is good. This is a very clean retake. It's always scary because Dive can just devolve these fights so quickly because of how mobile they are. But this should be a cap for Falcons, even with the beat. If they can just get one trade here on any of the touchers, there's the beat. It hits 4. That's a pretty good beat. Hanman should just be able to live this one. Hanman does not, but proper hits the pulse. That's a lot of cooldowns used. Our Symmetra should be ramped. Somebody should die in the next 2 or 3 seconds. There it is. And as long as we don't fumble the bag, Falcons should still get this. So Hanman looking a little clunky. A lot of damage being taken unnecessarily. He just needs to live and be a little bit more disciplined with the staging. And I've seen Hanman inside of his own backline too much instead of angling with the Symmetra and Tracer, which has basically allowed a lot of staging to happen for free. You can use bubbles on angles and just to shoot a ball or just shoot a Sombra or to deny a Genji. You don't need to connect in a backline every time. And I think Hanman's Winston looked like a bit of a weak point here. Okay. Ball. Sombra, Pharah, again, playing the map composition. Falcons have confidence that they can make this work, though. You can force point with this comp, but it is very open to getting surrounded, so they've got to be careful. Again, very reliant off of merit and proper, marking the Sombra, marking this Pharah, any sort of dive that they can. So like this right here, like I think Crazy Raccoon's gonna be pretty happy with that. Suzu's already forced just because they didn't quite get the transition smoothly. Ball hits, Pharah hits. Brigida's gonna try to rotate to point, gets a little bit exposed. Junman, what is Junman doing? Junman's getting poked out from the flank. Over health, and then ends up getting caught inside. Junman not disengaging very well. He disengages in small room, gets chased, and just gets wrecked. This is what I'm talking about. Like, Merit is basically 2v1ing here, controlling that flank with those turrets, and just hiding, using his HP, using her HP while the extra 25 HP Symmetra has. And then now, once you've capped point, you just leave. You can leave your Tracer or Diva on point if you want, just to mark this stuff, but there's no reason for you to go point anymore. Just go fight these guys, you know? Even this, you don't need to kill the Pharah, just get her in a position where she's not doing good damage anymore. Get her out. He actually connects with her, that's crazy. But meanwhile, his team is fighting on point. Merit's Liz, great Suzu there from Fielder. And then they were able to pursue afterwards. Cooldowns are forced, so now, like, Crazy Raccoon can't... Like, this is really demonstrating the value of Symmetra Tracer's anti-dive characters. Using the turrets, using the teleporter, splitting from each other, and crucially, getting the pocket from Kiriko Brigitte, who can both heal from range, right? Like, look at the split here. Let's pause here. It's not necessarily perfect, but you've got Kiriko on the side here. You've got Diva here who needs to move. She's in a bad spot. She's just kind of staying in the middle of the open. Brigitte denies here. We'll play it out for a few more seconds so you guys can see. Symmetra here. I think Tracer's up top here. Kiriko Diva here. There's just like multiple prongs of approach, which like they can't really come from this angle. They can't really come from this angle. They can't pressure point. The only criticism I have is I would love Hanman to be more like here or even leaning towards cage side a little bit more. So I'm sure there's a good reason why he's here, but yeah. EMP's there. And, oh, that's actually a crazy follow-up. They actually knew it was coming, too, and they almost dodge it. So Chio's kind of using himself as bait, but the problem here is that Fielder gets hit. Fielder tries to dodge so that he can Suzu Chio, and then they'll win it, because he'll Suzu Chio, And then they will Kitsune Rush, and then Chio will rally, and it'll be fine. But it just barely tips Fielder. Good punish there. Falcons should be able to stall this to about 50% before the flip. Hanman will gladly throw his corpse on point. They probably won't commit any more ultimates there, especially considering they didn't get another trade. Well set up by Crazy Raccoon, and we're going to get even more than 50%. Surprised they're going back to touch here. They're going to commit. Oh. So this is where Chio goes, yo, I see an opportunity here. We just killed their beat, and I'm going to commit my Riley here. And I really like this because... Oh, Proper's in cage? Okay. Because if you rally and lose this fight, you're still going to force, I would say, at least 2 more ultimates here. I would expect both Kitsune and Mines to be used here. So you're still going to get what you want, which is a positive ult trade, and there's a chance that you clutch this. So they're going to actually commit 1-2. They get 2 trades. There's the Mines. There's the Kitsune, and we're freaking winning this fight. And again, the value of Symmetra is being shown there because that teleport coming back, like being able to recontest there, again, it's the mobility that's being provided here. What's up, Shu? Incredible. And so, yeah, you're going to lose this next fight, like basically guaranteed. But if you're going to win this fight, yeah, sure. Hanman controlling top. Shooting here. Trying to clear the angles. I really don't like Falcon's position right now. They've lost a lot of space. They need to get off a point ASAP. Yeah, they're fricked. It wasn't soon enough. So I don't know why they lose the angles here. Was it the ball slam that killed it? Yeah, so Diva's on point, but Fielder gets slammed and instantly teleports. I don't know why. Yeah, so there's a split, but the problem is the ball slam just basically clears that entire lane, and we have way too many people on point here. Again, I really question Hanbin's positioning. I just don't like how far back Hanbin has been playing, because it just feels like there's so much free staging being given. Like even here, why is Hanbin dropping the point? Because the second he drops the point, he loses the top lane, which then gives a free low on the backline here. We have Kiriko, Brigitte, Symmetra, I believe, on point. Why are we on point here? Now, they try to retake space. They have the Tracer on the flank way over here, and then they use Symmetra to teleport out to go take this angle. But so far, Hanman has been doing the basic plat mistake. I'm being kind of facetious here. Of like, he feels like he keeps trying to position to catch dives, which if I had one criticism for how Falcons are controlling space, it's a Hanman's preventative setup. There's zero chance that a Pharah should just walk this far directly on your backline for absolutely free. You've got Kiri, Brigitte, Symmetra on point with a turret. You don't need to peel for anything. Control the top and deal with it there. This is poor. This is really poor. And to lose this fast to a barrage, not a beat, not a Kitsune, not even a pulse bomb, but barrage is criminal. Absolutely criminal. And so Heesung will gladly die for that one. That's a DMech on Diva, essentially, and a kill. And it buys so much space because they just are able to connect with the beat now. So unless Falcons gets a crazy trade here, they're fricked. And it's such a shame because Falcons started to retake space there with the Symmetra, with the Tracer, and you can kind of feel it. They kind of had some stabilization there, but Hanman just doesn't control space there at all. You just can't peel with Diva so early in the fights because you're giving up so much space to the thing that you should ironically be peeling from. Naturally backing off from the amount of pressure from multiple angles. Well, if you look prior to the Pharah staging, he has full HP. And he's even initially on the good position. You see it right here? He's full HP up on top, controlling space here. Like controlling this kind of stuff here. He's literally in the right spot right there. You could have been here maybe, but probably would have gotten poked out early. This is fine. Why did he go back? I think he goes back because of lip, but I'm sorry. It's not your responsibility. Remember, guys, we talk about convenient responsibility. Every coaching session I have, and this is a huge throw from that. You deny the Pharah the top lane, and if nobody goes in the top lane, then you drop and shoot Tracer. But she was literally moving towards the lane when he walked away. 2 days ago. Yeah, so kind of a toss there from Hanman, which made a probably not winnable fight, definitely not winnable. You see how I wouldn't do this? Maybe. You can always be put, like, people will make mistakes under pressure. It doesn't matter how good you are. It happens. Early slam, but this time I feel like there's a bit more Pharah pressure, so I won't be as critical from that one from Junbin. And there's a little bit of Tracer pressure as well. So that was a much better, quote-unquote, early slam, because it's not just by himself. There's a teleport to point. There's the pulse bomb on the teleporter. The Suzu connects. The punish connects. Heesung gets fricked. Where is Heesung? I don't know where Hisung is. I assume he's... Where is... Yeah, this is kind of what I'm talking about, right? Like, yes, we could have used Matrix here, but if we Matrix here, then you're going to see pressure here from Pharos, Kiriko, Tracer. So what happens is we trust our Suzu, we trust our Brigitte, we live the pulse bomb dive from Ball, Lucio, and Tracer, and then because Hanbin's like right here, you guys can't see it, but up top here, he just goes kill the Pharah. Pharah's not his responsibility all the time, but he was right there, so why not? So this is the complete opposite. Hanbin actually trusts his team to deal with the rotation, and he deals with the other off-angle threat, and guess what? It freaking works. It freaking works. He's still headhunting the backline right now, and now he's on point, but now it's too late for Crazy Raccoon. So that was exactly what I'm talking about right there. Like, you could argue that Matrix on that rotation is important, but you probably don't need both Matrix and Suzu. And so he trusts his team to make the rotation for free, and the teleporter's good, the turrets are good, the peel from Fielder and Shio is good, and he fricks up the DPS on the flank. And so he's saying literally does nothing. He can do nothing. So there it is. That's literally what he needed to do the previous fight. And this time he does it and it works. Nice job. You guys see what I'm saying? Like as D.Va, like you cannot look at this comp and be like, I have to peel Lucio and Ball and Tracer and Far. You can't. There's too many problems that you have to deal with. You have to focus on what your angle gives you, right? And he could have taken teleporter, but that would have meant that would have all ended up on the clump and gotten surrounded again. So what did he do? They sent some people to point, some people controlled the flank, aka D.Va Tracer, and that worked. You have to trust your teammates, you know? And as cornball as that sounds, like it was perfectly executed there. And honestly, a lot of credit goes here to Merit as well, because I'm going to be honest, hitscan players are not smart enough to play Symmetra on paper. But freaking Merit, you know, I mean, we didn't really get a lot of his POV, so I don't know how he's doing mechanically, but my guy knew exactly his responsibility. He knew his responsibility with what to do with teleporter, with controlling space, opening up angles, contesting flankers. That takes a smart player, and Merit freaking killed it there. So Falcons puts on a masterclass there of anti-dive with Symmetra, Tracer, whatever. Really good stuff from the support line from Falcons as well. Good stuff. What actually lost the fight was beat advantage. Well, let's look back at the old economy. I guess you're right. We didn't really look enough at the old economy here. So, oh, I guess this is we're not back far enough. Let's look at it here. Jeez, this VOD is so long. You skip and you're just like 4 hours too soon. I mean, I don't know. Like they didn't have. It's a pretty dry fight here. You know what I'm saying? It's a pretty dry fight. Like Mines is probably the most valuable ultimate on the paper, but I mean, Lips there with the pulse. They're there with the slam. It's a really good punish from Crazy Raccoon as well. Like I actually really like Crazy Raccoon setup. The only thing I would say is here is maybe Shu should have put a little bit more emphasis on supporting his DPS instead of focusing on the punish. Because again, like responsibilities. Lucio, Ball, Tracer on the hit is enough. Kiriko supports Pharah. She lives, and then we can maybe get the DMAC or something. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like this is going to be pretty much just a straight up neutral fight, which I find those to be a lot more entertaining to watch because ults I find to be a little bit snoozed, layering, gets boring. But yeah. We're talking about the Barrage fight Falcons lost? Oh, yeah. My point being is that you're going to lose that fight likely to beat anyway, but you had to earn it. Like, yeah, so there's no codes, Irisune. I got freaking wiped today. But yeah, Merit, good stuff there from Falcons. Like actually not poorly played by Raccoon, in my opinion, from what I can see. Just well played. Well played. Okay, let's talk about the bans here first. So Falcons win, so they're going to get second ban. I think Crazy Raccoon gets first ban. They're going to ban Symmetra. My phone is ringing. Let me just mute that really fast. I've had a lot of spam calls. 1 second. Okay, sorry. Ban here from Crazy Raccoon. First ban is Symmetra. That is probably just to leverage their Hisong advantage, right? Where you have Hisong that can do so many different characters. Why not prevent them from doing anti-dive stuff? This is probably like their anti-dive preventative measure, where you just saw exactly how Symmetra can play versus anti-dive. It's not sitting in the back AFK. It's proactively controlling off angles and just being unkillable a lot of the time. So they're going to ban Symmetra. Symmetra's good in this point. Symmetra's good in this map. Maybe this is something that Falcons runs in this map. I don't know. I mean, it looked really good in the previous map, so it makes sense. And now these characters are going to feel a lot better because we can smash and connect. Falcons are going to respond. Now, it's interesting here because I wonder if a Tracer ban would have served them better, but maybe they want to save that for later. Because I think, again, we talked about Tracer being the definitive anti-dive character, right? Just the ability to control angles. And I think I would be more scared of Tracer than Symmetra. And if Lip is going to screw around and venture, then yeah. But maybe Lip plans on swapping Tracer later. That's got to be the case. Falcons going to ban ball. So they're going to spend their trump card here. This is the ball ban. This is a phenomenal ball map. Wide open. Ball with this comp would just be terrifying. Just horrific. So Falcons are like, all right, well, I really don't want to play versus ball here. Let's do this here. So yeah, that's basically it. Crazy Raccoon want to run the stuff, utilize their hero flexibility with Lip and Heesang, two of the most flexible DPS players in the world. Lip on Venture, I imagine is not going to be where we're going to be going. So yeah, okay, so it's going to be Sombra. But yeah, same thing. We can use Sombra because why not? Sombra, Genji, Winston, connect on backline. Basically the exact same thing that we saw in Ilios Ruins. TLDR, close the distance. Falcon's going to say, okay, you're going to try to close the distance. We're going to mark you with Cassidy. We're going to mark you with Tracer. Cassidy is much worse as of this recent update because he lost 25 HP. But he's still probably your best option with Symmetra banned. I actually don't even know what else you'd play. Torb is okay, but he's kind of bad in this map. It's a little bit too much, a little bit too broad. And Silver Bullet can help. Kiri Lucio, as opposed to Kiri Brigitte, is just the game mode. There's a lot more movement necessary. So something like Lucio becomes a lot more desirable because there's a lot more movement on Flashpoint than even King of the Hill. But the goal is going to be basically the exact same. So we're basically watching the Ilios Ruins matchup all over again, principally, where you have the ranged people trying to deny the setup. Crazy Raccoon wants to close the gap. If they can't close the gap, they will isolate and focus Hanbin down to force him backwards and then use that to go stage for backline. So yeah, Silver Bolt's insane, but the only downside of Silver Bolt is you might want Fan the Hammer versus Winston. So we'll see. Let's see how Crazy Raccoon does it. They're going to do a 5-man rotation, and then they're probably going to split their angles from there. Flipping on the long side of the map. I think Falcons avoids this side of the map because they don't want to walk directly into Crazy Raccoon, so they know that they're going to rotate to this side. You've seen a lot if you've watched some pro play, you've actually seen a lot of players like kind of fight for this side of the map, but like Falcons want space, so they don't really want to walk into that space. So yeah. So they're going to poke and prod, look for opportunities, slowly walk forward. Crazy Raccoon's going to wait for point to unlock to kind of force Falcons to walk forward. So Falcons is like, shoot, we do have to kind of start poking that Winston earlier. And that's huge damage, which means that we're forcing resources before the dive happens, which makes the dive weaker. Jumpman really doesn't want to use his bubble because that's their turn to dive. So there's the turn. But the problem, and this is where Cassidy shines, is that the damage from D.Va and Cassidy early has denied Heesang HP. They've cleared Lip. They've chunked Chorong down to 1 HP. Shu is not in a position to punish. So Jumpman does a good bubble trade here. It's fine. But there's so much damage from both Proper, way over here if you guys can see it, and Merit early because the map is wide open, that it's really, really hard to close the gap. I would say this particular point on Suravasa is probably the best point for this comp because the rest of the maps get a lot more compressed, so it's a lot harder to stop Winston, Sombra, Genji. But this is really good from Falcons. They're really liking how this is playing. And this is what I talked about, like the anti-dive Tracer. She is just head-hunting that backline, making it really, really hard. There's just nowhere for them to hide. It's just a complete surround from the Falcons. What I would have liked to have seen is I would have liked to have seen what Lip was doing. I think maybe Lip is playing way too passive here. I would have liked to have seen more traps onto Tracer, for example, like hack traps, virus traps, anything that can threaten Proper here. You're not likely to get him, but you need to threaten him at least so your team doesn't lose so much space. Like this is, I can draw a line around the entirety of Crazy Raccoon's backline, and that's not good. That's not helpful for Junbin at all, and that's why Junbin gets punished here. What way could they have won the fight without making Monk Top? I just kind of told you right there. You need your Sombra to play aggressively on these lanes. And you probably need Heesang to be taking more space as well. I also really wouldn't mind if Shu walked forward further as well. I know it's scary versus Cassidy, but just to be more postured aggressively to follow up, because I think you do have to take some calculated risks on this particular point, because I don't think you can beat this comp playing patiently. There's just not enough cover on this point to deny Falcons from just blowing your head off. Like, this point is wide open. You got to do a little bit more creative than that. So maybe even Lip swaps here to Tracer, because I just don't... Okay, he's going to go Sojourn. That's actually even better. Because, again, the point, just so much more broad. Tracer would have been a little bit more consistent in denying the enemy Tracer, but Sojourn's going to provide that range pressure, and she has a decent matchup versus Cassidy. Rotating towards right, again, trying to avoid Immediately walking in, look at the angles here. Cassie versus Sojourn is an okay matchup. It's just challenging when she has rail, as you can see here. The fall off is too harsh, and Lip just, oh man, it's tough, man. It's really like the tables have turned here, really. Like if you're Falcons, you kind of want to try to stuff the Sojourn in a little bit, and not give her space, and because your cast can't poke from that range, you got to let your cast walk forward here, and they're unable to do that. Now, as Falcons, you can kind of bait them in a little further. Like right now, Cassidy versus Sojourn, which one's more effective? I think they're equally effective at this range because he's like right here and right here. But that early death sucks. And I think that might have been a miscommunication about where we were taking the engagement. Or maybe just a misspeak from Chio. And Lip is insane. Lip is just so freaking good at Sojourn. Proper also really good at Sojourn as well. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, good high noon. Actually makes this winnable here. Hang on. A little sloppy from Raccoon. They've used their bubble. They've quote-unquote used their turn, their cycle of cooldowns. And just a little sloppy from Raccoon. And that's a lot of HP burn from supports that got a little overextended, and Proper cleans up both of them. So credit goes to Merit there, really, for the high noon. That devolved fight high noon, they're going to use Kitsune on top of it. Can Proper live? Maybe? I actually think Falcons have this slight advantage here. Getting the ults first from winning first fight really helps. And that's just going to be a first point cap there. Bit of an overextension there from Raccoon, right? Cooldowns had been used. They got their pick. They got a little too greedy. This is what I talk about with, like, remember when I used to debate people about, like, whether 5v5 is, a 4v5 is worse than a 5v6? This is kind of why. Because space is so much more free, it is way easier to overextend in 5v5. Just because space is so much more open, and you can just die to a single DPS on an angle, right? And so Falcons gets away with murder there, which is crazy. Like that's insane overextension there. Just a little bit of a punish. Hanman gets his remake, which is huge. And Falcons clearly don't have Kitsune advantage here, so they need to be patient. But Falcons can honestly just hold high ground here and just be patient, you know? It's really hard for Sojourn to contest that top, so it's really kind of the flip of the obvious thing where Falcons may be a little bit more dangerous up close. Hanman's going to establish the angle on point. They're going to try to put a lot of early pressure on Winston. So you notice the pincer push here. There's pressure from the Cassidy here. There's pressure from the Diva here. There's nowhere for Junbin to go. So for Lip, you're like, well, then can we have an off angle from here and an off angle from right side? I know you guys can't see that. But the problem is that Sojourn would have to walk within this range here, which is scary. So really what needs to happen is either we need to have a swing pincer push on left, but that's kind of scary. What's most likely going to happen is we will have a wait for Kitsune rush on main, and probably do something like Winston comes from main, dives top, Sojourn holds main with Kiriko, and we'll probably have Lucio Genji go inside, because the character that can fight in these rooms is Genji. So Genji will probably be the guy that's helping that top right off angle. Left flank is a little bit more naked, and there's not really a way to connect on the backline. It would be good for Sojourn maybe, but yeah. Was Sojourn going here? Okay, so no. That's because Genji already cleared it out. That's why. I was like, why? Oh, because Genji actually did exactly what we said. So he's going to shove them into the locker, which opens up the high ground for his Sojourn. And then their Kitsune rush here, but this is very disengageable from Falcons. I do not like that Kitsune rush from Shu at all. They had already fully disengaged, and then you just gave them more of a reason to disengage. They've lost all the space. They're not going to walk back. Worst case scenario, they're going to walk here while simultaneously pushing here, and then that's when you can Kitsune rush. Not a good Kitsune rush there from Shu. Way too early. And so Falcons can now take that opportunity to rotate top left, and they will. And a worst case scenario could be a beat for beat. Ooh, Suzu's forced early. And they're going to push in there with beat, blade, and if Chio gets this off, you're going to see Falcons lose this fight, but you're going to see probably maybe even one more ult force from Crazy Raccoon. So do we get this beat off? We do. Beat, blade, hinder, things are still messy. Pulse bomb used. Primal also used. Once you get Winston to this range here, it's not likely that Falcons are going to win, though. And Sojourn ult. And he gets the squash! Can they get a trade? Falcons need to die now. They need to die or get out now. Full out. I think they should just get out. I don't like this from Falcons. So that went optimal for Falcons. Really not a forced push from Crazy Raccoon there. I don't like what they did there at all. Again, they're forcing the int here. I don't know why. Like, you have point control. You can be more patient and stage a more honest dive from the right there. But this is amazing for Falcons. That's beat, primal, sojournal, blade, used for pulse beat. Terrible trade from a Crazy Raccoon from really poor staging. And they actually got traded as well. The question here is, Can Falcons not fumble the bag here? Falcons just needs to disengage and wait for the Kitsune rush. They need to use it now. Well, no, I guess not. I guess the Crazy Raccoon lost too much. So amazing situation there for Falcons there. Amazing. They didn't set up the blade. Yeah, they cheated. They cheated because they had the old economy, but Falcons is too freaking good, man. Falcons, if you don't set up your engage, they're going to use their Suzu well. They're going to boop. They're going to disengage. They're going to matrix. They're going to do the whole freaking 9 yards. And you're going to have to continue throwing more things to actually get the result that you want. And now Falcons can just kind of park on point until you commit. Like right now, I think the second that Winston commits jump, we probably see a Kitsune rush, and then Junbin's going to explode. That's my prediction. Junbin takes the angle. I like that a lot. It's a good stage, so he doesn't actually hard commit. And now we Kitsune rush. Yeah. And then they should be able to pursue and get a trade here. Oh, wow. What a disengage from Crazy Raccoon. Okay, so I think my initial thought is maybe there wasn't enough help on the angle here. Like, it feels bad to be surrounded this hard. Like, there are so many people. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, and I think Lucio's here. Not really good staging here from Falcons. Really, really bad space control. We're getting surrounded with old economy. I don't like that very much. And because of that, they don't really have any way to pursue. Yeah, Lucio's here too. What the frick is going on here? So this is like 2 bad fights here. Like Falcons is trolling with this setup right now. 0 angles. Crazy Raccoon baits it really well, and then vice versa on the other side of things. Yikes, dude. Not very well set up on the space control at all. They do catch Heesang, who I think was stage 2 deep on backline. So that's great. We love that. What a weird decision there from Falcons in terms of space control. Really, really not great. And then they're going to try to off-angle push 2v1 high noon. I love that. We'll probably see pressure from main at the same time. And yeah, that's exactly what happens. It's hard to do that. Like, that's going to be my criticism, is that, like, I'm not expecting them to consistently do that, right? And you can see it. The moments, like, there are moments like this is the kind of macro that we love to see. The split push, synchronized with pressure on main, there's support, and then this, it's just amazing, right? The speed diva on the left angle. It's just not consistently done. So I don't know today's Wordle. I don't do Wordle. Yeah, with the exception of the fight before last, Falcons is like macro and their rotation pushes have been really good. Chio dies early. I wish we could see what was going on here, because this is a pretty boring Tracer mirror, just Tracers fighting on the angle. And that sucks, dude, because they didn't even freaking use their Kitsune rush. Good try there by Merit to clutch the flank. They do get the trade on a Churong, and they still have space control, so they should be able to get one more trade here, maybe. Junbin maybe dies? Junbin maybe? Ah. Yeah, they almost had it. Merit angle there was super nice, but just the early trade there, Nichio freaking sucks. Okay. Because that sucks, man. Like, you need that Kitsune rush to be used, because then we can go into a beat for beat situation and maybe cause some chaos here. But you're just not going to win this fight. I don't see any way that you could win this fight without getting an initial pick. Has to be something unearned. Diva will touch, or Tracer will touch. Diva will touch. Yep. Tracer angle comes in from the left side. Suzu's forced early. Kitsune's used. Diva's used. Diva's going to try to live as much as she can. Now, the good news here is that a lot of attention is happening here. I don't really like how we've dropped completely from high ground. There's one way to lose this fight right now, and that's from, can you guys tell me what should be going on alarm bells in the back of your brain if you're Falcons, or if you're Raccoon? What are we scared of right now? Why did Lit pick the slow perk? I don't know. Could have been a fat finger. It's also not bad versus this matchup. Like, a slow and cast Lucio is pretty useful. I don't think it's a bad perk, but come on, you guys got to tell me what's scary. Where's the threat right now? How did we almost lose the previous fight? Do you remember that? Where the frick is Merit? Where's Merit? He's up top. I guarantee you he should be up top here. He's somewhere behind us. I'm scared. Maybe the Primal will control him. I don't know, but like it's scary. Where the frick is that guy? And there he is. Here he comes. Here he comes. Beats used. They're going to commit to this, and he has high ground. Whee! Can they do it? I don't think they can do it. They'll force Primal, but they can't. There's no way they can do it. No way. I mean, I told you this. There's no business at Falcons to win this fight. Zero. They get Shu as well? Oh, they get Heesung as well, dude. All they had to do was play patiently and force the point. Use their layering. You know, the exact same setup. Oh, my gosh, Lip. Oh, my gosh. Give me the 5. Give me the 5. Give me the 5. Let the man have his 5th. Come on, let the man have his 5th. Yeah, there it is. Now, I don't. Hype aside, there's zero world where Crazy Raccoon should lose that fight. Zero. So that was a, love you, 5 ult special into a high noon beat bomb. And 2 of those ults are cheeks. Like, I mean, Merit's done insane with the high noons. But these are not good ults, right? And now you're going like Falcons screwed it up pretty badly the previous couple of fights. And so they get into an unwinnable situation and almost win it. And now we have 0 ults versus a Kitsune Rush basically should be an auto win for Falcons here. And it's the same thing. Like we have to know our lose cons, man. We have to know those lanes that those DPS are going to come on and be patient. We'd be patient. Throw Junbin into the mix, but Lip dropping off from high ground here. I know we just got a 5k, man. Like, we just gave so much space to freaking Merit, man. You got to be careful. You got to be careful. They were trying to burn Diva Mech and get the baby. Yeah, but you don't have to walk on top of the baby Diva Mech to get the baby as Sojourn. I've got Plat Magnet from the best player in Overwatch history. You understand what I'm saying? Control top. So, insanely crazy clutch there from Lip, but also in really, really solid fight planning there from Falcons. I'm more impressed in Falcons in their like their fights when they don't have ults, honestly, or their fights where they don't have mini ults. They're like really freaking good at clutching these fights with good space control from Merit and so on. Like that's actually so far been the funny storyline here. Cassidy's slow in the rotation. He has to be careful. Disruptor shot eaten, I believe. And then we're gonna force recall. Heesung's in trouble. Falcons kind of getting the surround here. Kitsune on point once it unlocks, most likely. Silver Bull is used, which is definitely worth pointing out here. Probably just see Kitsune used just on point here. And then all we do here is we Kitsune rush here towards our Diva. And then we put support with Chio on Cassidy onto flank here. Now, crucially here, this is where we need more support onto this lane here or this lane here. I don't think this lane is that good, so we'll probably just see fighting and bickering on the left side here. But I would love to see like Sojourn doing something silly here, trying to catch Merit off guard. Because you're not really going to get a good angle to punish Diva that much. And instead, Junbin's going to explode because nobody stopped this lane from Crazy Raccoon at all. You notice this? There's nobody on this lane at all. Nobody. It's literally just Falcons contesting it. They're trying to get a deep angle into Diva. Like they're trying to peek this lane. But trying to peek a lane onto Diva is so freaking unrewarding versus a Winston. You get what I'm saying? It's the difference in the tank matchup here. Like you need to be protecting your Winston and marking this lane. With like let Tracer do whatever the frick she wants. I don't care. She can contest point. But Sojourn Lucio or Sojourn somebody needs to be peeking this here because it's basically over and over and over again. Merit peeks an angle and just explodes people over and over and over and over and over again. Over and over and over again. They don't even freaking use the Kitsune Rush. Like that's just the insane confidence that they have in their map control. And I want to give a lot of credit to Merit for just knowing always where to freaking go. Like Falcons right now are just, it's just insane. Neutral Falcon's always so good. Yeah, I mean, seriously, it's actually insane. When it makes sense, because that's the advantage of your composition, right? Like when you're comparing Primal versus Diva Bomb, Sojourn ult versus High Noon, you know what I'm saying? Like you're just operating with a much worse ult game. Okay. Play slow for Kitsune. The problem is that Falcons still have their Kitsune, and they're also closer to beat. Tracer mirror on the right side, so they're controlling right lane. There's the Winston bubble. Falcon's going to kind of play slow, disengage that turn, and then just repush because Winston's way more bursty. They're trying to catch Proper overextending on that angle, but Proper is able to live. Kitsune is used. They've lost a lot of space, but Kitsune is used. It's interesting to see Proper, I think, kind of overextends here. Yeah, he gets chipped down. So Crazy Raccoon have a nice little surround here. They do have Hisung on the back line. So we're going to see Kitsune Rush for Kitsune Rush. Will they use Beat here? Yeah, they're going to use Beat. They're going to use Beat. Beat's layered on top. Pulse Bomb is stuck onto Winston. Winston disengages. And then, again, this is just the old economy difference here. The old economy difference is that when Crazy Raccoon connects with you, kisses you on the lips, you're freaking dead. Because Cassie doesn't have the slide stuff. He just cannot disengage as much. Now, Falcons will stall here for a little bit, which is good. But, okay, so let me ask you guys a question. Why did this work? Why did this work? Hey, Schmitty. Why did this work? There was, as soon as I saw something happen, I knew it was over for Falcons. It's not guaranteed, of course. Nobody's that smart, right? It's not possible to predict that. But it felt uncomfortable here. Do you guys see the problem here? You see it? We just talked about it, right? Look at where this tracer is staged. Look at where proper is. Look at our positioning here. There's nobody on this right lane. There's nobody on that left lane. It's over. It's over. We have a surround from Crazy Raccoon, right? And Falcons, again, all in the clump. I think what happens here is I think that Falcons gets a little too freaked out with Kitsune beat pushes. I think they get too scared. Because this is the exact same thing. Remember when the Kitsune done point and Crazy Raccoon just full disengaged it? It was the exact same scenario where they didn't control. They all of a sudden stopped controlling lanes and Merit's just sitting on point. I don't care if you lose your Cass. You have Beat, you have Susie, you have full Matrix, you're fine. Put Cass here. Poke him out from there. Bait the dive there or here. Don't let them get their cake and eat it too. You know what I'm saying? So the Kitsune Rush is fine, but the reason the Kitsune Rush is not looking good is not because the Kitsune Rush, it's because what happened before the Kitsune Rush. And I blame a little bit of the preventative action that I've been praising Falcons for, right? And so I think the pattern I'm noticing here is that Falcons looks really good when there's not like a beat push threat. But as soon as there's like a beat push or a Kitsune push threat, they kind of fall apart. They don't really know how to use their Cassidy to control space, and they need to be more willing to sell him, even if he dies. He dies, he dies. Because he's going to die here anyway. You can't keep him alive when he's here. It's over. Like, look at this. He's still freaking dying. He's cooked. You see what I'm saying? So it's just, we needed to be like, why is Lip inside of her backline? You know what I'm saying? Like, how do we give them that much space? Look at their HP when they press Kitsune Rush. Hisung is the only person currently being shot. You cannot let Winston get on top of your backline for that cheap. So Falcons looks really strong in these neutrals with their space control, but as soon as these layer fights go on, instead of trying to just cause chaos and hope for the best, they just kind of give up. Not intentionally, not emotion, guarantee the problem. Like it's like they create their own problem. Heck, you could even hide your Cassidy. Like the situations where they've almost clutched is when Cassidy was hiding on an angle or hiding on a flank, you know? Because Crazy Raccoon really wants to push. They really want to connect with you with their Winston, you know? And so you can punish that, you know? Yeah, and so it's just Falcons like very swingy with how they're controlling space. Very swingy. And credit goes to Hisung and even Lip sliding after proper there to get rid of the tracer there. That was really nice. Ay. I don't want to hear the talk that Silver Bullet is overrated. I don't want to hear that. I had heard that. I had freaking... Loof, you here? Shut the frick up, Loof. Was it you? Or was it Rhea? One of you jackasses. Oh, Silver Bullet. I don't know. Shut the frick up. 75 free freaking damage. Shut up. They're playing into a Winston. And Merit is still choosing Silver Bullet. It's a good perk. It's exactly the thing that Cassidy already does, where it's just so much better pressure with 75 DOT with no fall off. Just no fall off. All right. He does it again, too. And this is where Cass is strong. It's the neutral. It's just stuff randomly happens with Cassidy. That's where Cass is much better than Sojourn. Sojourn's way more consistent. Cass is just the definition of chaos. Oh, no. Oh, no. This is such a huge error, bro. No, your tracer's dead. It's 99%. You don't have bubble. Your backline's MIA. They flipped the point. You do not try to stall this, I don't think. Well, okay, maybe, but that is worst case scenario. Hanman will have to get his Diva Bomb burned. Will he? No, he just dies. He just lets himself die, which is actually pretty smart. If they can run away here... If they can live... Oh, Gentleman's taking a lot of damage. Can they live here? Can they live? It's It's risky. It's greedy for Hanman not to pulse there, or not to pulse, to bomb there. But it does mean that he has bomb into this fight here, and point still hasn't unlocked. Falcons trying. It looks like they're trying to brute force this angle here, but again, it's just not going to work. You have too many angles coming from Crazy Raccoon. Peace sign is too dangerous. So if they don't like re-push, they need to put resources here. Okay, that's basically the answer. You guys can't see it, but if they don't put resources here, one Kitsune rush here and you're dead. So, or even a Sojourn ult. So let's see what happens. Yeah. Yeah, it's cooked. No angles. Just the world's biggest cleave. You see what I'm saying? Like literally, like before the fight starts, we already know what's gonna happen. They're screwed. There's not enough resources being put on that angle. I don't know where proper was, but there's just no space being controlled whatsoever. It's just way too easy of a cleave from Winston. Way too easy of a cleave from Tracer. It's just too easy. GG, no angles. One Kitsune rush. One Kitsune rush, which is like, it's a good ult. Like, I'm not saying it's nothing, but yeah, just, yeah. I mean, you can almost predict who's going to win the fights before the fight even starts. This is how dive is played, and this is why it makes it so challenging. You're never wrong. Yeah, that's how I respect it, Loof. I'm wrong too sometimes. Like that one time back in 2017. I don't know, man. I think as long as you set up your angle with proper here, you can just pretty much just pop Kitsune Rush and cap point. Let's see what happens. I think Crazy Raccoon knows that, so they need to be careful to not walk into where you can get beat rushed on. So Falcons needs to Kitsune Rush and point, off angle the Winston with their Tracer and Kiriko or Diva or whatever. And then just play really cautiously, because I think Crazy Raccoon, if they're going to do anything here, it's just going to be jump in with beat. And Chio doesn't have his yet. So we'll probably see a patient Kitsune Rush. That's what I would like. A patient Kitsune Rush. Sure. Early Sojourn. I like the setups for both of these. Kitsune Rush is good as well. The beats used in response. I don't know. Like, let me look at this setup again. Maybe I should have been pickier here. I think maybe just the Kitsune Rush should have been used earlier. Like, because by the time the Kitsune Rush is used, Hanman's just getting chunked, man. Also, where the frick is proper? I just don't know where he's at right now. Is he fighting Tracer in the flank? Yeah, it's a mirror. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But yeah, I just think the Kitsune Rush for your Diva to force early pressure on Winston would have been better. It's a good ult from both teams, but I think the Crazy Raccoon just hit their timing better. And the problem is that ult has been used here, but they still have the space advantage, does Crazy Raccoon. Like, they still have the better vision and better space, and so... you know, they're just like, I mean, if you look at this, like, right, all this has been used, and Falcons are still surrounded by Tracer, by Sojourn, by Lucio, and so on. And so that's going to lead to things like pulse bombs landing. That's going to lead to things like Lip doing more damage than Merit, and so on. And in those Devolve fights, again, we've already talked about Sojourn just feels a little bit more flexible. So if Falcons don't do something here, it's just deathmatch. It's just legitimately deathmatch right now. So I'm just gonna like let it play because there's nothing macro to say here. Falcons miraculously get the resource trades. Like I don't even know. Uh oh, that's a fumble. I guess it doesn't really matter because it's gonna primal either way. But yeah. Okay, deathmatch. Crazy Raccoon win it. They had an early advantage. They almost fumbled it, but they clutched it up. I just would have liked an early Kitsune Rush. An earlier Kitsune Rush to just allow your Diva to take the trade earlier and so on. Yeah, they're just trying to touch. Hanman's standing on point there. I mean, Hanman has to pressure point, but he needs a Kitsune Rush to be able to do it effectively. It's too open of a point. Sojourn just does so much freaking damage at that range. Unfortunate. The real crime was that first retake was so freaking easy for Crazy Raccoon. That Kitsune with 0 angles from Falcons. Why does the stream doesn't support 1080? I think it does. What is Crazy Raccoon doing? They kill the Diva. They kill the Cassidy. They still have their bubble, so that should be okay. Jumpman takes a lot of damage. What happens here? Why are we still pushing here? Oh, no. Just a really bad rotation. A little bit of hubris there from Crazy Raccoon. That is really bad. That gives Falcons so much time to build the support ults. Oh no. They're going to get point flip, I think, but only just. But so much time there. What on earth was that? It wasn't even the greed after the kills. It was just like after they got the kills, it just wasn't like, it wasn't tight. They weren't like, hey, we got to back off and go. It was just like kind of felt very relaxed. I guess it was, oh, good shot there. And yeah, they will get the angle here, and this is going to buy crucial time for Falcons to kind of equalize the old economy. They need to mark the tracer. They do have pressure on that tracer. Does proper. Sojourn damage being used. Fielder desperately needs to use Kitsune Rush right now. I don't know what they're doing. Okay, there it is. Kitsune for Kitsune. Beat layered on top, but it's a little early. I legitimately do not understand why Falcons keeps backing off, giving Crazy Raccoon the initiative. Let me talk about like initiative, all right? There's two ways of looking at ult layering. There's the person that used the ultimate first who gets the greater duration. There's a brief duration at the end where you have an advantage. Or ulting second, sorry. You ult second, you have the brief duration at the end that gives you that extra little bit of advantage. And then there's the ulting first, which means that you are naked at the end, but you have the initial burst of value to force cooldowns, but more importantly, you don't have to back up. You're either able to aggressively hold space or aggressively push space. So do you like holding corners? Do you like the sightline? Do you like not giving up point control? Then you should ult first. You should ult first. Right now, Falcons needs to ult first because they have point. They don't want to give up point. This jump from Junbin should be a Q. Bam. Kitsune Rush. Now. Suzu has already been used, first off, which I hate that from Fielder. I don't see any reason to use Suzu there. I don't want to hear, oh, but Suzu was accelerated cooldowns and Kitsune Rush. If you don't need it, don't use it, right? And the other problem is that they've almost capped and we've backed up so far, we don't have the sightlines to do anything with their Kitsune Rush. It's similar to the earlier Kitsune Rush on Hanbin, which came in late, so Hanbin lost a lot of HP. But this one is even worse because there's a very clear cue to not give up points. So I know I'm beating on Fielder here. I'm sure there's a good reason why he made this mistake, but let me be very clear. This is a mistake. It's almost as if Falcons is trying to bait the Kitsune Rush, but you don't want to disengage this. You have beat. You have Kitsune Rush. The only thing I could foreseeably think here is that maybe Chio thinks that they have beat here, so we have to wait for our beat to take the fight. But if that was the case, we still would have seen Kitsune Rush a good 2 or 3 seconds sooner. So I really don't like this from Falcons. We're consistently giving free corners, free sightlines for Lip, for Junbin, because we're so slow with our Kitsune Rushes. This is honestly the same thing that we saw with the 1 point all the way back when they lost the flank, right? It's the same thing. We're giving so much space to try to delay our ultimates, but it just means that Crazy Raccoons is going to be in a so much better position. So yeah, I think the beat's a little soon here for sure, but it's just, like Crazy Raccoon legitimately could win this despite not even having their beat yet because of how freaking much space has been given to Raccoon here. So there's a chance here, but yeah, see, we can even disengage this. If Chorong can live, okay, Chorong doesn't live. But do you see how far Proper had to go for that kill? Because if they don't kill Chorong, they lose this automatically. So Proper dies because of his team's bad macro. Oh my gosh. This is a crazy clutch from Merit. Are you serious? Insane silver bullet. It means that Raccoon or Falcons have to do obscenely stupid things to win the fight. Oh my days. But that Crazy Raccoon can do the right thing. And so now we're in a situation where now we're operating, not only do we lose the fight, but now we're operating into beat and primal disadvantage. This is so bad. Come on. This is the third time that we've seen this from Falcons. Use the Kitsune Rush when they've committed to your space. At least, certainly this time Junbin can't kite it. It's just so sloppy. And honestly, from Chio, this is just way too early of a beat. And by the way, here's a question, guys. Why do you think Chio might use beat here so quickly? Think about it. Why is Chio using beat so soon here? It's definitely too early, objectively. But why do you think there's some extra nerves here? Why do you think there's extra nerves? We know the word, right? AJ, right? Oh no, there's Winston, there's Pulse Bomb, there's Sojourn with Rail, Ajax, and so on. Use it before Chorong has it? Not really, because they're not really in a position to push with it yet. You see it? It's probably like a scare of, yeah, you don't want to end up like Natsuki. Okay, let me guys ask you a question. What's the most important resource to prevent an Ajax? What's the most important resource to prevent an Ajax? You're going to see where I'm going with this point, because we've already... What's the cover? Well, yeah, but resource besides cover. You're right. Right. Suzu. Right? Suzu. You Suzu your Lucio whenever there's a risk of an Ajax. Can I ask you guys a question? Where is my Suzu right now? Or Matrix, right? You ready for my Suzu? Where's my Suzu right now? We don't have it because Fielder has watched too many YouTube plat-ranked VODs of the tips that the pro players say to use your Suzu before you Kitsune Rush because it's min-maxing. And now we don't have our freaking Suzu for our beat. If we didn't use our Suzu on literal air just because we can, we would be able to beat 3, 2, 1 beat now. And now Chorong definitely dies, Proper definitely does not die, and we easily win the fight. Suzu! Fielder is throwing the video game. This Kitsune is terrible. This Suzu usage cornball nonsense that we keep seeing is stupid. If it's fine if the Suzu gets good value, like we saw one, I think one of the ones we saw earlier, like on this point here, if you guys see, this one was okay. I still hated their setup, but yeah, the Suzu was definitely good for the Diva. But it's not, we don't do this without intention here. So this is a huge toss, man. Falcons look really lost in these messy ult trades. Crazy Raccoon just looks so much better at aggressively taking space, man. It's really sad. It's like, it's so many unforced errors, and Merit and like Proper and some of the individual things here are like really freaking good to compensate. Like, it's actually insane, the shots and the trades that we see from Chio and Merit here, but it's just like, it's so unnecessary. Their neutrals look so freaking good with the Cassidy, and their ult fights are so horrendously bad, it's not even funny. I legitimately think if I had I hate narrative watch, right? Like, I don't creating narratives, but legitimately this map has been the story of Crazy Raccoon just knowing how to take ult trades, whether baiting or layering, and Falcons looking completely incompetent. And then Falcons, when they don't have any ults, like, the funny thing is, I actually have more confidence in Falcons in this particular fight, even though they objectively are way behind the 8-ball here. Like, you have nothing, and yet somehow I bet Matt Falcons, maybe there's a chance. Like, maybe they'll actually do something creative or clever or something. So let's see what they do. Crazy Raccoon, if they just honestly mark angles and are patient with their beat, unlosable fight. Very difficult to take space in this point, by the way. This point is the angles are really bad. Like, really, they're really tight or really, really flanky. It's really, really awkward. Very patient. You know, it says Tracer marking the angle. Diva baits bubble, then immediately disengages, and then Merit just does Merit things. What did I tell you guys? Whee! And this is so bad for Crazy Raccoon because you've already had, I believe the Suzu's on cooldown right now, and you've already forced your bubble because Merit got a little baby angle. It's crazy. And so it's really hard for them to beat push this. And so Falcon just needs to back. Great angle there from Proper. And this is so good too, because Proper on the angle means that, like, Chorong wants to be looking forward for beat. He can't now. It's impossible. If he beats here, he Ajaxes. So that just kills the beat push. That kills the primal push. Falcons is still laying on the gas. So they're going to beat primal, hinder, high noon that... I mean, this is really freaking close. Total chaos for Crazy Raccoon. One random shot from Merit there. Lucky high noon. Bomb hits somebody. And I told you guys, Falcons legitimately look cleaner in fights when they have no business winning than the actual Proper ult fights. That was a really good try there from Falcons. Not only did they get initial trade, they also almost killed... Look at Junmin's HP, guys. Look at Junmin's HP. He literally... Or Chorong. They both almost die before they can pop ult. So it was a high-risk maneuver there from Falcons, but I don't think it was a mistake. I think it was just a high-risk maneuver with a man advantage. You could have said, oh, well, they could have played it slow and won. I think their odds were just as good pushing there as they would have been falling back. So I think this is like a totally fine try from Falcons. Just don't freaking put yourself in that scenario, man. Don't lose the unlosable fights. So, Falcons looking really clean on these neutrals. Crazy Raccoon's making them look like plats on these ult traits. Ults are coming out way too slow from Falcons, and when they come out quote unquote on time, they get immediately disengaged because Falcons have, or just run over because Falcons have no space control. And because Suzu is used. Right, they get the beat off because freaking hit the Suzu, right? We hit the Suzu that allows us to get the beat off. So crazy how that interaction works. So, Crazy Raccoon, definitely layering was great. The good news is that, like I said, Falcons legitimately had an understanding of how to play the composition very well when it wasn't layering. But just really poor support ult usage and space control in Falcons in those layering fights, man. Just really bad. And that's what I talked about tempo there, like going first versus going second. I don't think you have to always go first, but if you're going to go second, you need to make sure that you're not losing crucial space. And that's why when you want to know whether we should go first or whether we should go second, the simple answer to that question is it more expensive to waste their ultimate, or is it more expensive for us to lose the space? Like, is there an OP off angle or OP high ground, or is point control really important right now? If the answer is yes, you cannot ult second. You cannot ult second because it is too expensive to back off. It is too expensive to back off. So it's not really a composition thing, really. It's not even a play style or player preference thing. It is an objective 1 + 1 = 2. This point equal too good. We back off. We can't shoot anybody anymore. It's just completely dependent on the map. Like, for example, if we get in a situation here where Crazy Raccoon uses ults and Falcons has to completely abandon point and just back up towards second, that's pretty darn bad in King's Row, because coming out of that choke back again feels terrible because all the flanks are super far away, right? So this would be a situation where you don't really want to ult second. You want to match them, right? You do not want to get stuck into a choke. But then there's other situations like, I would say like the very first point, like even the second point here, like if you see this one right here, this one, it's really easy to kind of repush main or repush high ground. And so it's not as bad to disengage a space, right? So, okay, let's take a quick break. I'm going to stretch my legs for a second. We'll jump in the map through in a second here. Okay. But yeah, freaking super entertaining series so far, man. Like super entertaining. This has been a blast. New tanks are in. This just screams Rammir. The answer, why Rammir? Well, more of a flat map. First point's pretty good for dive tanks. Third point's, Flat map. Why Ram? Because Zarya, OP. That's it. Ram beats Zarya. Ram doesn't lose to Rein. Orissa's really bad right now. Otherwise, you'd probably see an Orisa mirror right now. And Malga's not that good. That's it. That's literally it. Yeah, and they even banned Zarya here. So if there was even a world where you think that maybe Zarya could beat Ramattra, it's not happening here. So Falcons loses, insta-ban Zarya. I think it's because Max is more flexible versus someone. I think someone's definitely more of the, he's not going to be playing Zarya, you get what I'm saying? So maybe there's a world here where they're like, maybe Max can make it work on Zarya. Let's just make sure that doesn't happen. I don't know. But someone's Ram's really good. We at least the last time we saw it, I want to say last finals, the grand finals in stage 2, someone's Ramattra was great. He holds this hands really good. How can you tell when somebody's really good at Ramattra? They do this really good. Are the mistakes they're making easily fixable? Not really, no. Top level Ramattra play, by the way. Worst design tank in the game. But we have some interesting DPS picks here. Sojourn Tracer, pretty good in this point. Good versus Ram because you basically permanently have rail. Tracer is more of a meta thing. Worse. Okay, Hog is a fair shout. Okay. But yes, definitely worse than Malga. Reaper ban is weird. I don't understand the Reaper ban. Maybe Reaper's still okay versus Ram. Maybe we see Reaper here. Maybe they want to. I don't know. Maybe Reaper's good at this point. I haven't seen Reaper in this map in a little bit, but no idea. No idea. Ram bad design, strongly disagree. You are welcome to your opinion. Your opinion is wrong. Ram has immense potential, but is horrifically executed. That is my opinion. I've talked about it before. No, Ram is horrific. Ram's ult design's terrible. Ram's cooldown length is terrible. Ram's entire Nemesis form is a complete fumble. I will go to bat. I will win every time. I will strike you down. Objectively, I mean, subjectively. The certainly the least interesting tank mirror in the game, worse than Malga mirror even. But yeah, as a hero design, visuals, voice, personality, amazing. So that's why I'm really bitter, because I think he has immense potential. Okay, let's Ram or his perks. They are boring. I think Ram's perks are the best aspect. I think his damage perk and his primary fire and Vengeful Vortex are like the coolest aspects of his kit. But yeah, okay. Let's take a look here. I'm curious to see what Crazy Raccoon play here. It might just be a mirror. There is a lot of flexibility for DPS from Heesong on first point especially. You could see Genji here. You could legitimately see Hanzo stayed here. Tracer's like a good character in the meta right now, but she's not super good in this map. This map is pretty narrow. There's pretty predictable flanks, and also the verticality is like a big point here too. I'm curious to see. We might just see a Tracer mirror, but there is, if we were to see a swap here, it would be something here. Now I like the BAP. She was amazing at BAP. I think BAP is fine. He could do a lot of damage. He's really good in this map. I think in the matchup versus like pulse bombs and sojourns and so on, I think Kiriko provides a lot more utility. But in terms of just raw damage output and playing the map, specifically the map, because it's very linear, a lot of verticality, I think BAP is okay here. Also Shu, BAP, amazing. Really good BAP. Mei! I like the Mei. I told you guys, if we're going to see, Heesing's got that flexibility. He's got that dog in him. So let's see what we got here. Definitely playing the comp, playing the map, whereas proper merit, playing the meta. As in playing the characters that are, have been played historically for long. So it's going to be about getting your Mei on an off angle to poke, walling off the Ramatra. Now, crucially, this is like the definition of like how you play Mei is like in this matchup where you're not really playing Mei to wall off the Ram and kill him, because you can't kill Ram. You just can't. What you do is you wall behind Ram, you force him to block, so he's no longer threatening your tank, and then you can dump all of your resources onto taking the off angle, shooting Tracer, killing backline. So let's see what happens here. A lot of space being lost right now. Not a lot of pressure from the Tracer right now. A lot of early resources taken. And you kind of see what I'm saying with the off-angle control here. So we're going to actually see Heesing immediately migrate onto the right flank. Sojourn's got the sightline. So we've got a pincer here. And this is where Mei is really useful. If she hits even one icicle here, it can be lethal. Mark the Tracer. They actually slide out. The wall's used. Again, there's the block. There's the resource. But the wall has already been used, and they're really trying to poke out this Mei, but there's just so much space control. Now, Max loses a lot of HP, and this is what I said about Ram. Max is punching down this corridor right here, and this is one of the few times I think we'll talk about Ram micro, because it's really hard to see a lot of the times. But this is where you need to learn better Ram micro. Whenever you ask yourself, should you be punching at this level? Unless you're punching on a squishy, the answer is no, you should not be punching. You should not be punching. How do they lose so much space? Better Mei angle, Mei wall. Proper was not getting supported. We could also argue that there should have been more pressure from this room here, but it's hard to see. But Max loses an unbelievable amount of HP for literally nothing to just punch someone who's blocking a few times, which is a really stupid decision. Max completely tosses this one here, because I look at this setup here and I'm like, dude, this is impossible for Falcons to retake. And yet Max has to back this one off. So maybe we're still okay. But Heesung's kind of in trouble here because his Ram's an idiot. That's harsh. That's not really true. They get a good wall. There's the retake that we talked about with Hotel for Falcons trying to retake space. And they'll probably time this with the Sojourn flank at the same time and a Vortex. That forces a slide. Mei is still controlling that angle. Bap is controlling top. Bap gets the shot. Bap is more fragile than Sojourn or than Kiriko, so he can die in those rotations if he messes up. Proper's headhunting. Mei headhunting. It's just going to come down to mechanics here. Max should have a CD, so he should be okay. But the Pulse Bomb, are you serious? Oh, wow, Max. Good job, bud. I should have... like I said, Max, the greatest Ramatra of all time. A generational performance there. Yeah. Essentially, what I would say there is Falcons does a good job trying to retake space, and mechanically proper, just ridiculous performance there. But Crazy Raccoon had such a what's the term? Throttling grip, chokehold, I don't know, to where like it was really hard for Falcons to retake space there because Heeseng has God angle, Lip has God angle, like Max has the corner. It's like really, really hard for them to retake there. So it's actually a really good try from Falcons, but they needed more pressure earlier before that happened. Yeah, they got so much space earlier. The Mei did a lot there. Mei basically shut off that right angle permanently, and that was without any obvious like major headshots there. So like I think Heeseng, like Mei is legitimately lethal. Like you're talking, she can literally 2-tap people. Was it 85 damage and icicles? So it's insanely strong if you can hit the shots. The old economy is definitely weaker, and it's easier to get yourself isolated. But yeah. Really hard to get an off angle here. They're just kind of waiting and marking the tracer. There's the early wall. Mixing's awkward. It's just ridiculous. You can't even see what he's shooting at. Just a free fight win. I think Crazy Raccoon was maybe a little too compressed there, but it is really hard. Max is going to be on the angle here, probably just living and using block. I think he could have actually held that lane there, but I understand why he backed off. So what we'll probably see here is we'll probably see swing wide for BAP window. Enemy team uses Kitsune Rush. We beat on top. They beat on top. We toss Blizzard inside of it, and just a complete bloodbath. And hopefully something dies. There's the Kitsune Rush early. BAP ult is used to hold space. Beat is used to hold space. Beat is used. And then, yes, the Blizzard's just thrown here. And this is where Blizzard's actually kind of useful because in reality, Falcons wants to connect onto the BAP. They really want to punish his fragility. But the Mei ult is just like, you know, it's really not comfortable to walk forward here. So even if Mei ult doesn't free or does free somebody, okay, that's where the Mei gets value. It's just like you're not allowed to stand in this spot. And in this particular choke here, throwing your Mei ult and literally freezing nobody is still obnoxious because you could literally have that entire fight play out. 1, 2, 3, you know, whatever, blah, and then nothing happens. And then now the Mei is able to walk forward to get a better sightline, and Crazy Raccoon is happy to do that to get out of the choke. So as long as they don't die here, why did we cancel Ice Black, dude? Or block? No, it's so greedy. Just, oh no, what a toss. He just tries to big brain it, and he just needs to sit in Ice Block and not die, and they're fine. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, what a fumble. Oh no, and then the off angles from proper are too much. They've just got the surround. What a toss. He tried to predict the rail shot and got way too cute with it, and what should have been an easy kill on the Sojourn there. And unquestionably, Falcons is going to get some trades there. And they're going to swap an Adventure here. That sucks. That really sucks. Disaster. Ramatra ult used as well. Complete death of momentum there for Crazy Raccoon. Completely unearned. And now Falcons can just kind of pop Sojourn ult mirror. Someone can just hold cart infinitely. Ram ult is mostly used to clean up the Vol fights or for Ram to get a refresh and Nemesis to keep himself alive. And so really Falcons could just kind of play forever here. And Tracer still has the angle here. Venture is going to be good for connecting on backline punish and getting off angles to poke out tank. But you really can't mark Tracer as Venture as much. Tracer's too slippery. Pulse Bomb's good. Suzu's used, but he still has the angle. And so then they're going to use the layering on top. They're going to use the Sojourn ult. They're going to use the Ramatra ult. I'm actually surprised it's going as well as it could. We got to look really carefully at the setup here. I love the Venture angle from Heeseng. It's perfect. It's using Venture's strengths. Tracer has the flank. Sojourn ult's used. Suzu's used. They disengage, they slide. And Lip just materializes from the flank. So actually such a nice play from Lip. The DPS positioning from Crazy Raccoon here has been amazing from both Heeseng and Lip. Like, it's allowed them to avoid so much of the crap thrown at the Ramatra and still just clutch the crap out of off angles here. So that is a ridiculous play there from both Lip and Heeseng at the start. Really well played by Crazy Raccoon as a whole. You just see how the unpredictable the angle is it just allows unwinnable fights to be won. Insanely done, insanely well done. Slow perk clutch, yeah. And there's the consistent value from the slow perk. I can understand the argument for it, 100%. Again, I want to shout out Heeseng's angle there was really impactful as well. Venture angle. Venture needs more resources on that left side. Shu's going to go to Kiriko. There's too much movement demanded. It's tricky. If you guys ever wondered why sometimes you don't... Oh, he does have rail perk? Oh, okay. Well, if you ever wonder why Kiriko doesn't always +1 an angle in here, let me ask you guys a question. Why does Kiriko not +1 venture here? And by +1 as in support or venture here. I don't think it's a bad thing to support the venture there. I think it's good. And it's something you should be looking to do as much as you can. Venture doesn't need it. No. Venture would benefit from it a lot. Where's Lucio on cart right now? Just here. Okay. What kind of angle would you guys say this is? Describe it. Lucio's better there? True. Yeah. True. I think that's a good answer. Kiriko does survive that. 100% she survives that. Absolutely. Shoot. Suzu, teleport out. Yeah. And this is where things get more complicated at this level. Because this angle is compressed, she is going to get her Suzu forced and or her teleport forced. Guaranteed. So when she gets her teleporter forced, then this gives a window for Fielder to use his ult on main and chase down the Kiriko once her cooldowns are forced. Now, she could still probably live, but that's kind of like the nuance here, is in a lot of these messy ult fights, it is dangerous for Kiriko to get her ult or cooldowns forced by other cooldowns. Now, does that mean that Kiriko does not take off angles? No, absolutely not. I think this is probably too much space being given by Crazy Raccoon. You see what I'm saying? But there is a bit of nuance there where you have to understand what angle do I want my Kiriko on? Should I have my Lucio there? Should I not have my Lucio there? The impression that I get from Crazy Raccoon's posturing right now is that they're actually looking to disengage an ult, just full kite out, because they don't have the buttons that they want. And they know that this is coming. Now, let me ask you guys a question. What if we had beat here Kitsune Rush? If that was the case, then absolutely there needs to be support on the angle, because angles don't matter if we're just looking to bait and run away. At least they don't matter as much. But when we're looking to fight, you have to have an angle, and this angle control is terrible. So this screams to me disengage from Crazy Raccoon, a push-pull, so to speak. Otherwise, this is a complete throw. And if they don't disengage this quickly, the fact that this angle from the Kiriko Sojourn and the Tracer is being won for free will mean that somebody's going to die from Crazy Raccoon here. So they need to disengage pretty quickly here. So you see the angle's taken for free. Venture's cleared out. Ridiculous angle for Sojourn and Tracer right now. They're trying to bait to disengage. You see that? They're trying to bait to disengage. They're trying to bait to disengage. And Falcons are not quite falling for it. There's the Venture. There's the Sojourn sightline. And now we have the Kitsune Rush. Kitsune Rush is used for Fielder. I don't hate it. It is early, but it is also nice to be able to punish potentially Venture here, which is crucial. Like, this is going to be a Vortex ulted Venture. And also, it may allow them to get out of the choke. So let's see. Oh, they missed the Vortex. Heeseng gets Suzu. Heeseng gets punished. A bit of a mistiming there from Crazy Raccoon. I wouldn't have minded Kitsune to support the Venture there. But, hey, Fielder actually presses Q and gets space. We love that. Nice to see. Because you look at that and you're like, was that worth it? Well, let's look at it. 153. They get a trade. They get out of the choke. 20 seconds. 25 seconds. My Sojourn has the high ground. This entire rotation is complete misery. Then the Kitsune is rushed. And we still have the off-angle control to use a beat with a headhunt on the backline. You see it? So we're still benefiting from that Kitsune rush from 40 seconds ago. It's tough. Now, if I'm looking at Crazy Raccoon here, I would have liked more patience here. I would have liked more headhunting on merit, more pressure on a Tracer. There's way too much urgency from Crazy Raccoon to throw Kitsune rush on cart and to not check their flanks. This is sloppy, especially because Chorong does not have his beat yet. So they can't just ignore the off angles yet and just use beat here. So there's a moment of vulnerability here. 3, 2, 1, and death. And it's too late. So phenomenal setup there from Falcons. And Crazy Raccoon just runs the point and dies. So early, this goes all the way back to 50 whatever seconds ago when Fielder uses a Kitsune Rush to get out of the choke, get one elimination, and take space, which then allows for a free beat engage, which trumps the Kitsune Rush because Crazy Raccoon didn't clear their angles, which would have been hard. And now all that snowballs here to where, yeah, they have beat advantage, but now our space control is even better. Usually the Overwatch casters giving accurate ideas commentary. I don't really pay attention to Overwatch casters whatsoever, so I don't have any insight onto how well they do. It's not a bad thing. I just don't listen. I generally don't like my casting as much. So not a criticism. It's just I don't have any information to provide an accurate opinion. Tracer off angle. Crazy Raccoon looking for an opportunity to use their beat advantage. Really hard though, because that lurking tracer, that, and again, you look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that. This is, I think this is a hunt Chorong mission. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, look at the staging, man. 1, 2, 3. This is so freaking good from Falcons. I'm really disappointed with Crazy Raccoon. This is one disadvantage of the Venture, where Venture is a little bit hard to support on angles, because there's just not as much consistency with the pressure. But I mean, this is Falcons, really. I love this. The Sojourn ult here is amazing. If they get even one kill here, even if they get the beat off, it could really mean a messy fight, which is, yeah. Oh, jeez, he's just dead instantly. I would say that I don't think the casting quality is the same as some of the other games that I enjoy. I watch a lot of Age of Empires 2, and I think Age of Empires 2 casting is just amazing quality because they're all very high level players and they know the pro players and they understand the professional meta. And I think at times that's not always exactly what you're seeing at the professional meta, but I also don't listen to casters enough to really have a firm opinion. Yeah, this is such a freaking good setup from Falcons. It's really the same mistake from Crazy Raccoon where they rush the process to just throw in things on point, but they've not really cleared the angles. So they get traded, first off, but also it can be very easy to lose a quote-unquote one fight because you've kind of lost the script here. Now, the good news here is for whatever reason, they get the kill on Lip, but they don't quite get the finish here. Like, I'm not like sure what's going on here, but Chorong lives at 1 HP. And then even though they have the surround, they just lose a lot of space. Like maybe Merit just got too much peel there. I don't know. Like there's another duel happening off screen here with Shu, like 1 HP, Chorong 1 HP. So I'm not gonna write it off as like mechanics, but like it like Falcons set that one up for success. They got their initial trade and they had opportunities to get like at least 2 more kills there, and they just kind of fumbled it. So I could have been a lot better. Under CXR was great. Yeah, I think Hunter and Commander X do a great job. I think what they lack in like casting experience has just gotten significantly better over time, and they unquestionably have the game knowledge to do a good job. So, but it is a very difficult game to cast as well. Absolutely, there's an information gap as well. They clear the Venture out, and I just don't know where the frick Chorong was. I think he just gets sniped on cart, man. I actually just think he dies. But yeah, casting Overwatch is incredibly difficult, so I think any criticisms are always fair, but I also think that it is a very difficult game to cast because there's a serious informational gap. It's very difficult to see what's going on, even watching it at slow speed. Funny disruptor shot there from Lip. Okay. This is where I think Shu... Let's look at the fight here. I think they need to use their... I think it's okay to use Kitsune Rush here. I'm curious what Falcons does. I feel like Falcons should try to disengage this because they're operating at an ultimate disadvantage, and they don't really have a good off-angle setup to clutch this either. So basically you're asking, like, when do we disengage versus when do we, like, try to, like, chaos or clutch it? Like, look back at the last fight, the fight before last. Falcons don't disengage because they have crazy map control. Right now they don't have, like, any map control. There's, like, no good angles here. In fact, it's easier to defend on this corner here because you have a better hit scan angle from here. So I think the play here for Falcons is just try to kite back up away from the Kitsune Rush. And for Crazy Raccoon, I think you need to know that, and I think you need to park your butt cheeks in that right room here, on that right lane. And then if they try to push into you with Kitsune Rush, you just mirror. So I think you need to get Lip up to the right, ASAP, clear out proper, put pressure there, and go from there. Because the problem here is it feels like Crazy Raccoon is like waiting for Fielder to use Kitsune Rush or waiting for them to back up. But their angles are so bad because nobody's taking this lane here except Heesang, that nothing's really forcing Falcons to back up at all. They have no reason to back up. Like, we have the superior Sojourn position in theory, and so they actually have to use Kitsune Rush to push. And Falcons, to be fair, do use this Kitsune Rush to mirror, but I guess at this point they've just bought enough time to where they actually have the beat layering to use as well, which is a little strange because it feels a little far for a beat rush, I'm not gonna lie. It's a lot harder to force beat advantage into Ram because you just can't kill Ram ever. So something needs to die like now. Yeah, I don't like that pipeline for Falcons. You could use a Kitsune Rush, you can mirror, you could just stalemate it and look for a beat advantage later. It's too early. It's too early. It's not the first time we've seen this from Chio. Was this the second or third time? It's too far. You just can't punish Ram. This is why Ram sucks as a hero design, especially at the professional level, is that even tanks like Orisa, Malga, Winston, Diva with ults and whatever, if you layer, you can force an advantage onto the tank line. You just literally cannot kill Ram. You just can't kill him. Almost literally with these comps. So he just stands there and blocks into an entire beat push. And they just have to walk past him because he's just not punishable. And there isn't a tank in the game that can do that. There's not a single tank in the game that can do that. And then, yeah, Falcons tries really hard to get a punish, and it just doesn't work. I say that and Max somehow dies. How does Max die? There's just zero chance for Max to die. Max shields. He's shield dancing. He's Nemesis forming. Is he punching? Is he punching? No, why is he swinging? What is he doing? Do you see that? Why is he swinging so far wide? Is he trying to back up? But, like, he's just jumping around. Not well done. It's not the end of the world, though, because, like, 1-for-1 is fine here because you're gonna have a beat layer here soon. So it's not the end of the world here. So this is still very winnable. We should beat this potentially. They choose not to because it would have been a little awkward here. I actually don't mind not using the beat now. Yeah, as long as you can keep your Sojourn up. Yeah, this is okay. This is okay for Crazy Raccoon. Heatsink can just anchor point for a little bit, and then we're going to have a massive ult advantage. So yeah, Falcons tries to do the right thing, but they're just not very good at the timing and the execution of it. And as long as Max doesn't beef things here, we should be fine. Merit has to play for ult, and they have to basically play for an Ajax. Yeah, it's just, you just can't punish Ram with Sojourn ult. You just can't punish Ram with basically anything. Wait, what happens here? So they're just going to beat point. They're going to commit to backline with the beat and Venture ult, which is something. But they keep him alive. And then because they have to worry about point, Falcons can still take off angles. And so they catch Heesang, because this is the problem with Venture. Venture's just so much more punishable. But yeah, okay, I guess it doesn't matter in the end. Okay, yeah. Not bad. Can I play the guitar a little bit? Yeah, they keep trying to push their beat advantage, but the spacing from Falcons is too good to where they're not really getting punished for that. And so I think they just need to be a little bit more patient with their setup. We've seen beat advantages go like really poorly and really well, just depending on the proximity of the team with the beat advantage. If you can get close, you just win. But it's even more important with Ram because, as I said, you literally cannot consistently punish Ramatra with beat advantage. You just can't. He just doesn't die. Genji, interesting. Venture, also interesting. Plays well for the map. Swinging wide, early pressure. Venture on the angle, goes for the assassination. Cycle is done. Cooldowns are forced. Venture has to disengage. Venture is much more tempo-oriented, aka a lot more burst than Tracer, but also a lot more downtime. So they're struggling to retake this space here. Ram's trying to anchor on point. Venture's trying to apply pressure from right room, but again, they're just not connecting. A lot of pressure. They're going to try to do the flip that we saw from Falcons. Genji's going to mark that because Genji's horrifically terrifying in that small room. He's so freaking good at that space, which is going to isolate Max, which is going to chip Max HP, which is going to give Merit this superior angle, which is going to give Proper the superior angle. I just think this is a partly comp diff. I think Genji's just way, way better on first point here in terms of consistency. Just much more consistent pressure, and Falcons did such a good job slowly squeezing them out of good positions. Well played by Proper. I mean, freaking look at his ult charge, man. Holy crap. And the Avenger's just looking like it's struggling a lot. Like, the cycles of pressure haven't been there enough to force resources. Fighting in small room without cooldowns versus a Genji is terrifying. It's just brutal. I think Mirror Genji looks good here, or Tracer to open up deeper flanks. I don't know. I don't know. Feels hard. All right, how are they going to break this choke here? They have a huge ult advantage here. So I wouldn't mind playing slow for Kitsune Rush first, but they're going to connect with Beat first, which is going to be open with Kitsune Rush. This keeps happening, man. This keeps freaking happening. I don't like these Beat decisions from either team. It's just too freaking far. Like, Beat is not the best ult in the game at this distance. It is by far the best ult in the game when you can close the gap. I don't think there's a single ult in the game that's as strong as Beat. Maybe Grav, but yeah, even then, right? Like, but it's just like, look at the posturing here when we press our Beat. Look how far away they are, you know? Like, it's just too far. And if you don't get value to Beat right away, Kitsune Rush is just better, man. Like, just, they need to play it patiently here. They needed to pop maybe Sojourn ult here first, which is better at this range, and then finish it with Beat. What's up, Gregor?
Sniper Beat is metal.
Yeah, it's just it's both teams doing this, I think, you know. But Chio more frequently, I think, for sure. You know, you could overclock this, beat up on Max a little bit, and you're overclocking clearly just to create space, not to secure a kill, and then go from Beat from there. But I think maybe there's like a legitimate fear of like, we have a Beat advantage, we need to use it now. And we keep seeing this from both teams, where they keep seeing, especially Falcons, and it keeps forcing bad beats. Just consistently. You know? Because it's just totally wasted. Totally wasted. Not only is it wasted, as in 1-for-1, you didn't win the fight. It's like Continue versus Beat, who cares? It's that you had to actually back up. You actually got lost value. It's just not good. Wait for your Kitsune Rush. It's much more flexible. Use your Sojourn ult. The key thing here to take away is that you need to be using your ults in the right spots. It's not necessarily at the right times, it's in the right spots. The too far away, you need to close the gap. So you might need to use another ultimate or set up your staging. If you're popping your BAP window point blank range, you're gonna die. You pop your Sojourn ult point blank range, you're gonna die. You're popping your Ram ult up close, you're gonna cook, right? So like, it just, every ult has a range signature in the same way that different ults have range signatures. Some ultimates are more flexible than others. Kitsune Rush can be good up close, Kitsune Rush can be good for medium range, but Beat is not flexible. Beat is the opposite of a flexible ultimate. It is the definition of invulnerability for 3 seconds. So what are you gonna do with that? You know? They knew it was wasted. Yeah, they already backed up. They knew the second that they screwed it, they had to back up. There's the Kitsune Rush. And you notice that that is matched by Sojourn ult, which both are good at effective ranges here. I do prefer Kitsune Rush, generally, the longer this fight will go. From here, I expect probably Sojourn ult mirrored if Merit's feeling ballsy. Alternatively, we could Suzu Blade or go for something like that. Crazy Raccoon's in a bad spot here. They really, really need Beat or Ram ult because this is awkward. So the good news here for Falcons is they have hit a brief timing where they do have a slight ult advantage. So if Lip doesn't hit a shot here, this could be bad for Raccoon. 1, 2, 3. He connects. Yeah. What does Max even punch? Oh, Merit just walks forward. The frick is Merit doing? Is he expecting Suzu? He's looking for his sightline for ult, and he just gets freaking punched. He doesn't even get Suzu. What is Shu doing? What is where's? Or no, not Shu. What am I saying? Merit, or not Merit? What am I saying? Fielder. Okay, I'm gonna laugh if we can slow this down and we see Fielder popping Suzu into ult again. I'm gonna laugh. Let's slow it down. Can we see it? I'm gonna listen. I can't tell. I can't tell. I think that might have been a Suzu there. That might have been a Suzu there. So this would have been a good time for Suzu because I think Max's Vortex connects. Like right there. I think that might have been a Suzu right there because Merit was low and Sojourn ult was popped. I won't criticize Fielder if he Suzu's that. That seems pretty reasonable to me. He used it on ult cast. He did.
Slightly, Lipper's caught up to OC now, but Falcon still had more to play with. Merit low though.
I can't hear it, man. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I don't know. If he used it right on ult cast, he's a moron because this is the perfect time for using your Suzu right here. Actually, straight up. Not a moron. That again, that's harsh. I know. You know, you guys. Okay, let me just be clear. Okay, I'm roasting because it's fun for me. But this is not, I'm saying things because it's fun to use inflammatory language. And they're not morons, okay? You can hear a cling. Okay, frick. So if he uses ult on cast, or Suzu on ult cast, that is a huge habit that has to change. Has to change. He can't do this.
Falcons still had more to play with. Merit low, though.
And I think you might be right that he used it on cast, which is a shame. Unter would never get that disclaimer. Yeah, I know. But I don't think that... I think Unter is consistently silly and also takes one on the chin, so people understand it from Unter. I haven't earned that reputation, so people don't know to take me with a grain of salt consistently. And so I have to make sure that I give those disclaimers. You know what I'm saying?
Be concerned.
But yeah, just really silly miscommunication there from Merit and his team. Suzu needed to be used there, but also... I don't, even with Suzu, that just seems foolish from Merit. It's a good angle from Proper, but it's just a poor individual plays there. Nicely done, Lip. Wow, they...
Exactly the same, and Shio, dare you test Lip? I don't know if Shoran really needs to use this sound.
Why? They're dead. You just saw them die. You saw, like, here's the rule. The only thing that could go wrong here is surprises. Chorong was the guy that killed the surprise after we saw one guy dead. You're 2 down. I know Max is low. He's okay. Dude, we could let Max die. Oh, that is
Concerned a little bit.
concerning.
Rather, Chorong popping the sound barrier to match Field as Kitsune rush.
How did Fielder make it to tier 1? Because Fielder's insanely good at a lot of things. And also supports are boosted.
Ultimate. That much was required. A Crazy Raccoon now. The extra OC on top of everything else. To give them the capability to lead down time and hold.
Okay,
Proper and Merit have been
Falcons are just going to try to connect with backline here with Blade. And then they could just kind of, or maybe even Sojourn ult here. They might just go Sojourn ult on main from the flank. And then just Blade to finish it. Yeah, so they're looking for a Blade connect here. So they're going to use Blade to connect. And do you notice what happens so that they can get a Blade off? It's a proximity ult. So they close the distance doing a creative angle. Because you can't pop Blade, stand in front of a Ramatra. Hint, hint, Chio. Hint, hint, beat. Venture ult's used in response. Venture ult's way more inconsistent than Blade. You heard me right. Cry me a river, Genji mains. Chio gets traded, which is kind of sucky. But they should be able to get trades here, maybe. Oh no, never mind. It's Ramatra, so forget that. I forgot that Ramatra is, Ramatra. Dude, he also has freaking speed on his distance. That character is a total joke. Okay. Ram ult and point, Sojourn ult. It's kind of a bummer for Falcons here. It depends on where this fight happens, but... Oh, Lip just dies. Okay. I was going to say it's kind of a bummer because, like, you're going to have a Sojourn ult advantage here, but you may not have a silent to shoot anything other than Ram on this choke, which is just pointless, but never mind. Disregard. They're going to this is a split angle push. They're like, okay, everybody's looking at me. Please do something, right? This is the communication from Heesong, right? There's like 3 people on me, guys. Kev's the principal. And so then they 2v1 split from the left angle. So. Do you think back to your beat when you see that Dragon Blade pop? Yeah, for sure. Sure. We hope he doesn't let it stay in his head too long, because mistakes happen at this level, Venture doesn't deserve to be as consistent as Blade. I agree. Interestingly enough, to be fair, got no more Blade. Don't have as much Venture flank, Venture angle, Falcons clearing their space here. Do you know, I will say this for Falcons credit, do you see how much better Falcons is out of like doing their homework on these retakes, which have made these retakes generally feel a little bit better than Crazy Raccoon running to point, throwing ults on point and dying to the flanks. They understand that there's Sojourns and there's Ventures lurking around here. And you notice, by the way, the swap to Venture once the verticality gets pretty severe. I think Venture can lurk a little better than Genji, I guess. So Ram ult, Sojourn ult, support ults are available. If Shu can live for Kitsune Rush, it could be really good. That's a big vortex, lots of resources forced. Venture versus Venture, Burrow for Burrow, Mark for Mark, Sojourn ult popped. Heesang's in trouble. Shu has to pop Kitsune now, otherwise they're cooked.
We should be able to grab the Mega from underground. Mirror starts the overclock for charges building up, but Max is...
How is Heesang not dead here? Now, the obvious thing is Ramacho is a clown design because they pop Sojourn. But the other thing here is they really should know that they can't punish Ram here. And there should be, like, Venture is by themselves and Proper's there, and we have Lucio. Like, how is Heesang alive here? So the reason why I was like they need to pop Kitsune is because they can't leave Heesang by himself. He's dead. It's over, right? But we're dumping damage into a blocking Ram instead of dealing with the isolated DPS? Hello? Oh, Queenie. Nice. What are we doing? This is our attention's on the wrong resources, guys. Don't stop dopamine maxing, man. Stop dopamine maxing. You're not even getting space out of this. So this is actually really good from Shu, I guess, hindsight, because they just didn't push the angle. And then now they're going to be able to retake space. They also have the left angle, so maybe they get that pincer onto Proper or whatever from behind. We might see resources onto Kiriko there. Yep, here it comes. And this is absolutely worth, because the difference here is that we actually got legitimate space out of our ult, because we didn't walk from choke A to choke B. We walked from choke A to flank A, right? We move, we're surrounding. So I don't know about how I feel about the Sojourn ult here from Lip, because he's going to have to slide into the middle of the enemy team. But at least the staging was there. Oh, beat to catch. Oh no, Lip. Okay, yeah, that was hubris. This right here, we just relax. We have the space, guys. We don't have to force it. We're good. We're all right. Who are they going to beat on here? Ram? They can't beat up top here very easily. Just live. You're fine. Save the Sojourn ult to catch the beat. So if he doesn't get the kill there, it's over. And then that's an insane beat there from Chio. The layering happens. Yeah. It's like, what is Raccoon doing, man? What are they doing? What is they doing?
This is it. The push required. Remember, they still have to finish this map. Raccoon did so in OT, 0 time left.
Right. Well, will Falcons cap? Probably. Venture angle just to make sure. Gamble the one-tap Lucio, 100%, but there wasn't a big commit there from Falcons. That is a good point. 100% that's the play there. 100% that's the play, or that was the intention there.
It would be an enviable fate.
Is beat engaging worth it? 100% if you have the position for it. 100%. Beat engage is the most OP engage in the game if you can get the staging for it. That's like the way that the ult is balanced, you know? Venture, what are they doing? I think they're just using the Ram ult here. I don't even know. They're just inting on Adventure. What?
Oh wow, that's a big isolation there onto Max.
Wait, what? Where is Heesang? Oh, Heesang goes top, and Heesang just gets fricked. So they just try to cheat with their Ram ult, I guess? And then Falcons layers back with their Kitsune Rush. And so it's 1-for-1. But the good news is at least you didn't just beat up on a Ram. You did get out of HO, could open up your sightline for your DPS, which means Venture's on top. And then that allows for staging for Venture, which then allows a beat push, which then Falcons should be able to disengage if they play it well. No, someone started punching. Hey, did he punch? And maybe he didn't. And he took a little bit of damage there, but that's tough. That's tough. That wasn't terrible. That wasn't terrible from Falcons. It was a good try. They did get space out of their Kitsune Rush. They did have enough space in theory to disengage the beat. Maybe they just overextended into the beat.
Tempo beat to allow Crazy Raccoons to push on forward. Shu's now found himself on a Kitsune Rush as well. This is very holdable. Crazy Raccoon.
Let me ask you guys a question here. How should Crazy Raccoon use their Kitsune Rush here? Early? React? Disengage? What do you think? I'll give you guys some information here before I tell you. I look at this here. He's saying staging is kind of screwing with me. I don't really know what to expect, but I do agree that pushing early doesn't make sense here because you don't really care about this choke. This choke is not that good for you anyway. You just saw it there at the end, playing the back half of second. It's not that bad. So maybe playing this first corner here or worse, the second corner behind, you don't have OP DPS angles, right? So if anything here, just play patiently, respond when anything goes negative with Kitsune Rush. Now I say that that's tricky because he's saying whatever is staged as if we're taking an early fight here. But it's curious because I don't really think the space here is that valuable. It's okay for Venture, but it's terrible for Sojourn. And it's also not that great for the other characters as well. So Heesang is cleared. There's the Ram Shield. There's the ult here. And here we might see a Kitsune Rush because there's been a bit of a commit from Falcons. And there it is. Should be enough to secure a kill or to secure space, either to isolate Sojourn or clear Venture. Like, proper should be punishable here. Okay. The idea was there. There was a full commit from Falcons. We respond with our ult. Somebody's isolated. We can kill proper. And then we can walk forward and hold the next corner. It's a good Kitsune Rush. It's fine. There was absolutely a commitment there. They used the cooldown to take an angle. We punished that, 100%. You could even argue that maybe the Kitsune Rush was timed in response to the Venture. However, I would have liked first off the Disruptor shot to be used up there instead, but that's hindsight. 9 times out of 10, proper dies here and nobody else dies. It's a really good response from Falcons to re-push onto proper getting isolated. They do a really good job trying to hunt that. And he dies, but it is an expensive death. And proper is like, yeah, we're going to win this freaking fight. Oh, that's a huge trade into Chio. Ooh. Actually, monster play there. And a good stall from Heesang as well. So that could have been way worse, but that was also ridiculous. Wait, Heesang can hold that? That's a huge. That's ridiculous, dude. Chorong misses 2 melees. Oh, no. So, yeah. What do you do here? I mean, you have beat advantage, right? Do you need to posture really aggressively, probably through left room with your beat, either Lucio Venture and maybe even your Sojourn, and just get on them. Leave your Ram on cart to think about his mistakes, let him just pop ult to live and just connect. So let's see what they do. How do they stage? They have beat advantage here, so how do they posture for that? I feel like Falcons is going to want to use this beat advantage. So how are they going to posture for it? The Sojourn ult's used. I just think it's too far. It's just too far. I'm shocked that worked. Who died here? Oh, Shu, are you Shu? Oh, dude, I was like, this shouldn't work, and I was right. What is this? What is he doing? He dies so free. Ah, come on, man. Shu, what is Blood doing? He like leaves cover. Just live for 2 seconds, Suzu, pop it out, and you're fine. But yeah, it's such a deep reach with the beat. And again, we see this with the Falcons. Their beat engages are really not great. Like, Crazy Raccoon postures around it really well. They do make it difficult. This isn't like a really easy fix for Falcons by any means, but there's like consistent problems with like these reaching beats, essentially. So Crazy Raccoon should be able to stabilize this, even with the Kitsune Rush. If Max gets Suzu... No, it's not enough. I just don't know. Well, maybe. It's going to be hectic. Someone is actually unironically killable here. Never mind. I hate this character so much. Legitimate visceral hatred. Yeah, so just sloppy from Falcons there, but they ended up getting Ram, Pulse Bomb, Kitsune Rush, versus basically just a Sojourn ult and a beat. They just didn't get their ults in time, and so we might see OT here if we're lucky. Yeah, we're not going to. But yeah, they just had everything to throw at the wall there, so. Yeah. Okay. I'm kind of curious about perks here. Are there any surprises here? I mean, we talked about the Sojourn slow perk. No surprises. Peak of OWCS compared to the peak of Overwatch League nowadays? No, I don't think so. I think OWCS is... Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and give one disclaimer. One thing that is unquestionably harder for OWCS players is patch frequency. Objectively. Patches are way more frequent and the game is way more balanced than it used to be. Whereas back in the day, we would have metas legitimately for an Overwatch 1, 2 years. And then even in Overwatch 2, metas for an entire season. Right? So metas are way more complicated, way more in flux, which means they're a lot more, it's way more fun to watch, and it's a way healthier scene, but it does mean that the execution is not min-maxed near as much. The second thing, so with that in mind, I still think the execution of high-level play is a little bit worse, and it's really one simple reason. It's money. When most of these teams are not full-time, it means that the competition level is just a bit weaker because teams are not scrimming 4-6 hours a week, full-time, full team coaches, full team houses and everything. So the execution, the level of play is just not going to be as good. Now you might be like, well, some of these teams are full-time, some of them are, but that means that if they're not, that means that there's significantly fewer teams that are operating at the highest level, which means the overall competitiveness of the region is dropped. There's nothing stupid about the players today, but no offense, when I see freaking Dill Ducks, scrimmaging versus Sugar Free and RuPaul and Lethal and Infected, it's just not the same. The Dill Ducks used to be the London Spitfires in 2021, where when I joined, we were garbage, but we still had teams that would have competed with the top or the middling level, right? Like the bad teams were not as bad as the teams that we have today because they were still full-time Overwatch League players, right? And that's mostly just due to money. It's not that the players are incapable of doing that. It's just money. Yeah, like, for example, Vancouver Titans, were horrible, but not the initial iteration. That they were okay, but like, well, no, who am I? Paris Eternals, who I'm thinking of. They were terrible, but they were best contenders region. So, did I win anything in that? Yeah, we did really well our second season. First season, I feel like I had an insane impact. That team was completely cooked, but it's just the stats don't matter, I guess, Has the match been interesting so far? Yeah. But yeah, I think like the level of performance quality is like pretty decent, all things considering. Like all the variables, not full time, way more metas in flux. I think the level of play is still like remarkably high, all things considering. I was a strategic coach and a 1v1-on-1 coach. I did a lot of like the head coaching responsibilities, not roster decisions or anything, because I would have cut half the team on my 2021 season. But we'll talk about that some other time. It's a long story. Lots of sauce. Joined a team that had already mentally boomed halfway through the season. Legitimately, just complete mental booming. It was a great season. Unironically, it was awesome. It was very, very invigorating. Okay. Sojourn May, Kiriko Lucio's, no big surprises here. I think maybe the May's a bit of a surprise. I think the May is more of along the lines of Proper's like been really unhappy with how Tracer has felt holding space on first point, which I agree. I mean, like it's looked really bad. Like it's not been terrible, but it's okay. I say it's not been really bad. And I say it's not terrible. Whatever. It's been hard. It's just been really hard. There's just not enough pressure on these neutrals.
Well known, obviously. Even on this point, to probably play a bit more Tracer, see if
they're trying to connect with Sojourn. That's a big vortex. They're going to catch that. I'm just curious to see when Hotel will be leveraged. There's the wall. May is swinging wide to the right. Sojourn swinging wide to the left, our left, and they just get the surround that they were looking for. And that's the neutral pressure that Falcons was missing earlier. They get the pincer push because the May wall, because May can actually walk forward and contribute. I mean, Proper's honestly done as much damage with May here as he did with Tracer, like in like half the time. That's what they were missing. Great wall.
Yeah, that could have been dangerous. Max getting staggered there when you have no time. Absolutely disastrous, but he'll stay alive. Crazy-kun, another attempt.
I don't think May is that good in the... Oh, mamma mia. I don't think May is amazing versus Ram. She's kind of mid. Her perks don't really help her all that much versus Ram at all. If you mean the alt fire perk, sure, but not really. I think if you're saying like the freeze perk, sure, that's true. The freeze perk, absolutely. That's fair.
And that gives Fraser Raccoon.
But yeah, like I said, the neutral pressure from the space is just like it's night and day. It's not like Merritt decided to turn his monitor on. It's the fact that there's actual contribution from somebody else right here. Like the Mei has done so much. There's so much. Look at Proper's ult charge here, right? I mean, he's literally gapping the entire lobby right now, just from hitting alt fires and hitting walls here and there and controlling space. So replay codes are wiped, my friend. Otherwise, we'd be watching this.
Correct myself on one.
Kiriko Lucio's peak support meta, definitely a hot take, but I don't fully disagree with you. I would rather see Kiriko Lucio than like 95% of other compositions, because I think those supports are much more interesting to watch. I just wish we saw more Ana. I wouldn't mind to see more Brigitte here and there. Today. There was a patch for like 3 bug fixes or something stupid. Crying. Yeah, what a clutch from Proper. I love the Genji and the attack. Heesing's going to try to mirror the Mei, which I think can still work. Let's see what happens here. How are they going to contest space here? Somebody's swapping. Proper goes Tracer. I like that because he's like, well, if I can't beat the Mei in a small room, then maybe I can just take the deep flank because nobody's going to stop me anymore. Right? So, it's interesting. I legitimately think that this is Proper going, oh, Mei, I can just hard flank this. Because she can't keep up with my flank. Because, yeah, there he goes. So, let's see. I love Heesing's positioning here. I love Heesing's positioning. I love that. He just denies the Tracer there. And now Tracer has to drop. But then Heesing's still poking from top. So then Proper's like, well, frick that lane. I'm going to try the other one. But then Heesing can actually deepen and start poking from here. Let's see what he does. I'm really curious here. So they clear Lip out, but where does Heesang go? I think he's still icicling from top. He's hitting a couple of shots. Yeah, and they catch Proper. Proper crosses lanes and gets punished for it because he doesn't want to take the Mei duel, and he was not expecting Heesang to be up there. Heesang marked the angle by using his verticality there. Wow, okay. This is the little stuff that you wouldn't notice in the match, but this stuff is so freaking important. And Proper's like, oh, frick, do I have to? Okay, well, now what? I'm going to go Venture now. So there's the swing. Sojourn, Lucio top, Venture in the angle here. Nobody's marking this angle right now. Can Mei do work up top? What can Heesang do? Proper commits. They cheat. They just run it down. Can they catch the engage? The Suzu's not there. Shoo! No! Mei drops, doesn't get the punish. They do get the punish on Proper, but no. Oh no, that is absolutely criminal. Proper literally just rolls right through the middle of the enemy team. Max is full HP, and they just don't help Lip. No! It's so... What if toss from Proper, the easiest punish in the world, and they don't get it? They put 3 resources, and he still gets a kill. Now, I also don't like that Heesang dropped there. I would have waited as long as you possibly can, because Max is still taking punishment, right? You could have waited half a second longer before dropping, which meant that, you know, a 1 more icicle there, maybe it makes a difference. I have no idea. But, like, what a fumble there. Yeah. Unlucky, man. Unlucky. Should Lip not have kited that way? Yeah, for sure. But also at the same time, like, I'm looking back at this, was, like, Shu should have been there sooner also. Like, I don't know where, like, where, it just feels so delayed no matter what way you look at it. You know what I'm saying? So, are metas always built around supports? No. This meta is definitely built more around the tank line than anything else. As in the Ram versus Zarya matchup, and then just kind of finding things that complement the Ramatra. And the previous map was definitely more of a DPS-oriented map, I think. Like, you know, playing around tracers and so on. The Rat map before that was probably more tank-oriented, with a little bit of, yeah, with like the ball stuff more. But it's also hard. It's never like, oh, this one is definitively. You could be like, this is 30% playing around ball, 30% tracer, 30% because we think Symmetra is really good in this point. You know what I'm saying? So, MVP and LVP of the series? I don't know. I'm not doing that stuff. I know you're not meaning it, but I hate doing that crap. So, I don't know. I would literally need like 10 hours of study to tell you that answer. So, on most situations. Not always, but most. Okay, I'm going to take a quick stretch my legs break, and then we're going to get into map 4. We're doing okay. All right. Oh. Yeah, so I feel like a lot of it just came down to layering at the really important moments, and Crazy Raccoon just kind of fumbled a couple of fights there, but just a couple of really insane clutch moments. Honestly, this whole swapping of like blue and red is tweaking with me. Did they swap or am I crazy? Maybe they didn't swap. They did swap. They did swap. This always tweaks with me. I hate when they do that. I literally confuses my brain about which team is which I know is dumb, but yeah. So okay, let's keep going here. This map, let's kind of look at the bans first before we start going crazy with it. First things first is that we've got the more flexible tank for Crazy Raccoon and the more main tank-ish stuff. I think Junbin's the one that can play the different characters, Ball, Winston, whatever. So we'll kind of see this. So they see the roster. Does Crazy Raccoon, and they're going to ban Tracer. They want to play to Heesing's flexibility, Lips flexibility, and go from there. Sure. Falcons goes, oh, Junbin's in. We're going to ban Winston. We're going to utilize someone's flexibility over Junbin. And yeah. Now, the nice thing about Rialto is it is a little bit more flexible in terms of hero compositions. It's one of the more interesting, I think, escort maps because there's a lot of interesting verticality, interesting sightlines, and yet a decent number of flank routes. It's not an excellent design map. I think the second point has some mocker points, third point, and so on. But there's a lot more variety of compositions that you can play here. So Falcons is going to start on D.Va. Really good on the verticality early on this map, and also really good versus the more poke comps because you can kind of move around a lot more and avoid taking damage from the range damage. It's pretty good in this first point. And they're just going to see kind of like homogenous, a little bit of a grab bag of different DPS here. May's really good in the choke and can also control high grounds. Cassie's really good in that short angle and is decent overall. You could also have seen like a Freya here. I wouldn't have been shocked to see Freya, but maybe they're like the Freya is not as good when there's not a Winston to worry about. Like Freya would have been fine here as well. I think Sojourn probably not going to be the play because there's just not as much pressure. To be frank, with a Tracer ban and a Winston ban on Rialto, I don't think a Hanzo opener would have been bad either, or even an Ashe. I actually think this is one of those situations where it would have been perfectly reasonable. I think the reason why they probably didn't run it is maybe they're a little bit spooked of Ball, because in theory, Ball is still very playable here. And they did use their Ball ban. So that's probably why we're seeing some of the more like, ooh, we're playing pokey, but not quite, because I think they're a little bit scared of Ball. Kiriko Brigitte definitely screams that as well, where, again, more pokey, more static, but, again, anti-ball, anti-off angle. We'll see, like, Brigitte playing with her May or with her Cassidy, Kiriko poking from range, someone marking cart, and so on. Now, Crazy Raccoon kind of use this a little bit because there's that fear Falcons have if they don't really know what they're going to run against. So I wouldn't mind to see Crazy Raccoon lean more into something that is a bit greedier. We'll see. We've seen Lucio's stuff. Lucio can do a really good job controlling that top high ground if your name isn't Fixa. But I guess it just kind of comes down to what do Raccoon want to do. Brigitte cast May with a Ram Lucio. It's pretty vulnerable. Like any speed on your Ram Vortex, these targets can die, and they have a really hard time killing Ramatra. Alternatively, like I said, you could just kind of do something mirror-ish, but just run like Hanzo instead, or you could do all sorts of stuff like that. I don't think we'll see Briggs then, but I would be really fun to see Briggs in here because he absolutely could do it here. So yeah, we'll see what leaning into range or leaning into being able to close the gap here. Probably won't see ball given what we're seeing from Falcons. I think Judman's flexibility is too important to utilize here. I mean, literally Widow wouldn't be trash here. Wouldn't be great, but we'll see. Sojourn is interesting. Venture is interesting. I think this is just much more of a movement focus, so a lot more rotation, so I guess it makes sense. Audio is a little bit bugged here. And yeah, so we're just going to basically take really aggressive off angles and try to close the gap in some of these guys. So Chio is going to have a hard time. It's fine. It's the less interesting, less varietous approach, but it's logical. So marking cart, ram on cart, and then at some point we have to take a angle assault. And this is what we're going to see. So they're going to clear top with Lucio Sojourn. 3, 2, 1. Rails used, disruptor shots used. At the same time, I believe we have Venture on cart. Ram uses his presence up cart because of his shield vortex. That's going to clear Diva. They're going to try to use Maywall to defend it, but they're just going to get their Sojourn on top. And I'm going to say this only once about Virtus Pro before, because I know that might be a sore spot for some people. Do you see the amount of effort it takes to clear this choke? You have split pushes, you have supports rotating the top, and then dropping the cart. This is how you break this choke. You don't sit on cart like Neanderthals and hope that something's going to happen. Hope that Kevster kills 6. This is what you have to do. That's the last I'll say of it, but yeah. Ram on cart, Venture on cart, cast poking from May angle. Brigitta's holding the space here, and Brigitta can absolutely play here if she's really good at what she does. I would say, yeah, do you see the angles that we're holding here? Briggs solo angle here, cast Kiriko, Diva on cart, May poking from the angle here. This is just perfect angle control from Falcons. I even love the solo angle from Chio here. Really, really well played for both teams so far. It's just going to be a jockeying for space, Really scary. Brigitta, yeah, I mean, right there, right? They immediately scout that Lip is unsupported, and then they push the angle 2v1. Just so well done. And then at the same time, they're going to rotate through left side simultaneously. Really well played from both teams, but obviously Falcons with the recognition there. Gala played fine. I have very little criticism of Gala as much that match. So freaking good. And the thing is, they're not even relying off of proper hitting the shot there. He get a body shot and he still dies there, I think, or at least they're cleared. So they're going to try a different approach. They're going to try to split their Venture far and then try to do the 3-2-1 pincer from behind with Venture applying pressure from here would be my prediction. It's a good idea. We'll see how they do.
He's looking for high ground play, would like to get on top of
they mark it early. Oh, they're going to commit here. I don't know about that. But at the same time, that allows them to brute force out here. I don't like these May walls, really, to be honest with you. This is the second time I've seen this from Proper. I don't like what he's doing here. He's cutting off his own team sightlines on pressure here. Like, that's just such a strange May wall there. I don't get that at all. What the frick are we doing here? I think the wall... No, I know why. The wall is used in response to the vortex pressure onto the Brigitte. He's walling off the focus from Brigitte to allow Chio to hold this space. That's what he's doing. Okay. Yeah, okay. It's fine. I get it. Yeah. Man, they are really valuing this high ground. He's buying time for the Venture chase, I think. I thought so too, but I actually don't think that's the case. I think he's trying to use it to protect Chio, which is okay. The problem here is that I don't know where... Yeah, Proper chases and then ends up getting his Icicle Force, which is a real bummer here. They do get the kill for it, so they lose their angle, but they get the kill for it. And as long as they can patiently control this space here, which they will, they need to retake angles, and they do. Yeah, it's just dangerous to give Sojourn that much space for even a brief amount of time. It is a bit dangerous here. So they need to get the ram off the high ground. They do. Junban should die for that, and yeah. This is high-level Rialto first. Boy, is it a fresh of breath here. Ay.
Also, if Jimin survives, Crazy Raccoon
Never mind.
Consolidate.
Yeah,
Finally, the Kitsune rush comes in, but Falcons
streaming for too long.
has been holding that on for some time now. This recent Chio and Merit
Don't talk about it.
the full stack.
Off angle, again, it's the same crap here. Proper just needs to guard his ice block. And then Chio, Fielder, someone, they literally can just catch with their ultimates 24/7. I would say, okay, here's a question, chat. Do you disengage with your ults? Or Falcon? Yeah. Do you disengage the ults from Crazy Raccoon as Falcons, or do you hold your space? I'm sorry, guys. I'm tired. Remember the rule. When do you kite? When do you not kite? The question is the space from Falcons important? Are these high grounds important? Are these off angles important? Answer, yes. Absolutely do not kite this. Absolutely. And as long as your brig is up top, you should be fine. Bomb, Kitsune, Mail, Cast, High Noon, Rally. I don't care what Crazy Raccoon throws at you. Do not lose this high ground. In fact, this high ground is so freaking good. There are worlds where you can even win ult fights when you don't even have many ults. It's incredibly important to hold this space.
Falcons.
So Crazy Raccoon's getting frustrated, so they're trying to maybe like swing wide on point. And by the way, this is kind of like, okay, so this is why if you want to hindsight second guess Crazy Raccoon at this exact moment, maybe it'll pay out later, right? But this is the difficulty of playing something like Ram Lucio here. Because you're like, well, just speed top and contest space with Lucio, right? But you're seeing it's hard, it's naked, it's long sightlines, right? And Ram Lucio just aren't very good at those spaces. So even when you play them optimally, you're still running into the map problem where these characters just aren't very good in this map. Now, third point, really good. If you can close the gap, really good. But when an equally skilled team is doing this, it feels pretty awful, right? Pretty awful here.
The 5 lights about to be checkmarked on that HUD.
Shield's already forced. Venture cooldown's already forced. Ram Nemesis form already forced. HP's preserved. What do you do here for Crazy Raccoon? Okay, the one thing that Crazy Raccoon had the advantage on is even compared to Rally, Kitsune, if you just go top and Kitsune rush top and beat on top of that and then Ram ult on top of that, your ults are better in compressed space. Like this is marked for this, but this is more immediately valuable than this. And you can do this. And I do think if they just brute force top with like a venture off angle, maybe on point, they could brute force top. And if you do that, it might be worth it to even blow a bunch of ults just to get them out of these positions. Hey, Garish. So I just hope that they don't throw the ults on point, because that doesn't really solve your space problem.
For someone to get themselves healed done up here as well.
Taking a long time here. 1 minute remaining.
I don't love it. I don't love it. I don't love it. You see the problem? If Falcons plays this correctly, now Proper is a bit isolated, but you see we haven't dealt with our problem here.
Down comes the blizzard, but it should be easily avoided here by the Ramattra.
Yeah, they're brute forcing it. And see the problem with this. Okay, so the problem with this here is I don't really love Proper's position. I think Proper's a little too impatient. But the problem here is that, to be honest with you guys, I really think they should just let Merit die. So Merit shouldn't have pushed this. That's a mistake from Merit. I think Merit drops and Merit just needs to retake top and be patient. Yeah, he drops like an idiot. Come on, Merit. But really, it's like, if you don't die now, Raccoons have... Oh, Chio. Bro, what is it with Brig players, man? Let the guy die. They're running it in with Ram, with Beat. They still haven't cleared top. Why are we throwing ourselves into a Beat, bro? Fixa vibes all over again. It's like Fixa all over again, man. Stop doing this, man. This is so stupid. You're a better player than this. What a toss, man. Just hold the angle. Do what Proper did with his ult. Deny a push and hold the poke angle. Just hold high ground right here. Let him die. Who cares? Let him die. Let him die. What are they going to do? You have high noon. Or rally, you have bomb. Flank around behind, be patient. You're not going to Ajax that. It's too late. Oh, it's so stupid from Chio. Such a great job from Fielder and Proper to hold their space here. You see this? This still feels hectic. Fielder shouldn't have died there. But, like, that's the mistake. A complete unforced error there. Merit shouldn't have dropped. That's an unforced error. And then just really Chio really exacerbates it. That's so depressing. That's such a well-played little bit from Falcons, just with such an unbelievably unforced error there. Very disappointing there. Very disappointing. They're going to go Juno, Lucio, min-max to get out of spawn here. But even if they get the touch, like, I don't know. Chio just immediately dies. Yeah, he's fricked. Sojourn ult's better than Hainu. I mean, you pop Diva Bomb, so you might as well, but I don't know, man. That's it. I don't want to give. I can't. I just don't want to see this. It's just cringe to see. Frick. Such a toss. Chio's had a terrible series, I think. The beats have looked bad. A lot of unforced errors on that regard. The rally there is just horrendous. It's sad. It's like the ults from Chio today have been really, really, really bad. Just really bad. Okay, we're going to go Ram. Ram mirror. Verticality is not quite as important, I think, in this particular corner. And, yeah, back to kind of brain rot here with the Ram mirror. I was going to say, boy, Proper stays Widow. You bled down the maximum amount of time you could possibly bleed. Little off angle on coast. Try to clear top. They should be able to clear top because they don't have to worry about payload, which means they can always enter these fights with a slight ult advantage. Nice boot there from Choron. Just basically puts them on a timer, resets the timer. Ram should be able to hold top in theory because he can absorb an ungodly amount of pressure. They're going to try to force him down, but unless he gets booped, he really doesn't have to drop. And that's exactly what we're expecting right there. Falcons does have a Kitsune coming online soon, but Crazy Raccoon has both Kitsune and Beat. So if Crazy Raccoon is able to close the gap here, which they might be able to, I like this angle there from Proper, but he's got to be careful with his ice block. There is a world here where we could see, okay, so there's a Kitsune rush. They're going to Kitsune after Proper. He gets his ice block forced. And this is really the weakness of the Mei ice, the flank strategy with Mei. Not even the flank strategy, the way that you're supposed to play Mei, is that during, remember we talked about with Kiriko, it's dangerous to hold greedy off angles because you're going to get your defensive cooldown forced by the first layer and then not have your defensive cooldown forced by the second. This is kind of it right here. This is an angle that you probably should be holding when you have beat advantage or when you have beat mirror or when they don't have beat. The problem with this angle here from Proper is it's like super, super high value. But then if your team doesn't mirror Kitsune right away, it's just too slow from Fielder, man. I mean, to be fair, he just built it, but you're just not going to win this fight in that deep of an angle. That's an angle where you need to play more patiently using your space and not deepening your flank as much. So, like, I like this angle. This is where Proper should have stopped. Proper should have stopped. Oh, so Proper drops, which is weird. Proper should have just walked here, because it's really hard for them to force an advantage here. I don't like Proper hard flanking here when he can soft angle here and just hold space patiently. You're not going to have the layers to push this here. So you need to Ram here, Soj here, Proper here, and then you're fine. Then you can disengage. It's really hard for them to beat. Because remember we said when Crazy Raccoon had all the push ults, but they were all controlling the high grounds, Proper being on the floor is what killed him. And frankly, either you need to Sojourn ult faster from Fielder, which to be fair, he didn't really have it, or you just let Proper die and Sojourn ult in a different position entirely. Because this is just like, or just Sojourn or Kitsune ult top. Because Proper's too deep. Proper's too deep. So he gets isolated and killed off. And then they just don't have the layers to respond because they just recently swapped comps. Is he cosplaying a Broccoli? Every Lucio player has been doing terribly this stage. I don't know. Like, I'm not really looking at the POVs, so I can't really tell like a lot of the micro, but the macro from the Lucio players have been pretty rough. I mean, at this level of play, they're also much better at punishing errors and forcing errors, but yeah.
That's got to come to a head, and he's going to have to prove it in the server.
Yeah, we've seen Proper continuously going after.
Wow, these angles are crazy from Crazy Raccoon. I say that unironically. There's just Venture deep, Ram deep, Curie from main, Sojourn from main. And they just have the ult advantage still. Like, Falcons makes not a full comp swap, but a pretty significant comp swap, and they still have not built their first ultimate. Like, Merit still has not built his. Proper not built his. Obviously, someone didn't build his. Fielder was already on Kiriko. Chio is still building his. So we just have layers for days. What did our Sojourn ult just... Oh no, we fat fingers. Oh no, we fat fingers. Oh no, that's bad. That's really bad. Oh no. So they're probably just going to disengage this, is Crazy Raccoons. Try to bait the beat engage, try to bait the Sojourn ult and just disengage it. Like, that Venture cycle right there is 100% to try and bait a push. And then just Suzu him out. So Crazy Raccoon is like pretty happy with this not going anywhere though, because they could just build up their support ults and then mirror Falcons, which is fine. Wait, they're going to try to bait hard here. What the frick? What are they doing? I don't think Heesun can get out. Can he? No, he's cooked. Kind of weird there from Crazy Raccoon. It felt like they were trying to force an ult, but the plan wasn't good. Like, there was no way to disengage that ult, and they only forced one. So I don't like the aggression there. That was sloppy. Not a very good macro fight plan there from Raccoon. Just play that one more patiently, or if you're gonna commit deep, do something with it. Like, did they try to Ajax there? Where's the connect? Were they on Chio? It feels like they're trying to Ajax, but they just whiff it, you know. So kind of a bummer. Being 6'3", be like, yeah. He's so tall, the breeze knocked him over and just slammed into his keyboard. Happens. A little bit of an awkward kite there from Falcon, some early pressure. They need to be careful. It forces some ram cooldowns early. This is going to be a mess of an ult fight. Mess of an ult fight. I definitely favor Falcons here, despite the beat disadvantage, because there's a plenty of space for them to be able to disengage this. And you have so many layers on top of that. So as long as they're not late with their Kitsune rush, they should be fine. Now. Now. Fielder. A little late. Double slide means fine. Venture ult used as well. Venture ult for Venture ult. Layering is fine. And yeah, it's just too many layers. It's almost impossible for Crazy Raccoon to execute there if Falcons doesn't fumble the bag, and they didn't fumble the bag. I mean, you have 5 ults, guys. Or 4 ults, sorry. 4 freaking ults. I'm surprised they even committed... I'm surprised Junman committed his form there, to be honest with you. I don't think he got a whole lot out of it. But, I guess maybe they're thinking that, yeah, to be honest with you, that's actually hindsight, because it's 15 seconds. You're not going to get a clean touch anyway. Never mind, that's fine. Yeah, so finally, Falcons stops the hemorrhaging with one big juicy ult fight. They had a really good hold on first, which really allowed that to work out. And obviously, third point is just an impossible choke to break. But, sorry, Crazy Raccoon, sorry. But they have to be kicking themselves because they had the, no, Falcons. Wait, where am I at? What land are we in? Okay, yeah, I was correct first time. Falcons did a good job there with the ult cycling there on the end. But man, you had that first point hold, man. You had that first point hold until Merit dropped, but more importantly, when Chu just threw himself in the middle of the enemy team. Freaking Fixa vibes, dude. Like, that is unforgivable. Such an easy potential for first full hold there. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Hanbin did do that. Cheers, Schmitty. Have a good scrimmage, my friend. Okay. Crazy Raccoon with another one of those hybrid comps, right? Junman's just going to kind of anchor on point, lip on top with the Sojourn. I'll kind of mention how I wasn't sure about the Sojourn, but I think the reality here is that that they don't have to worry about ball, and that there is probably a threat of some sort of dive stuff. So maybe the Ashe Hanzo that I was mentioning earlier was a little bit too ambitious. But yeah, I mean, you have the verticality control adventure, the short angles, the long angles with the Sojourn. Lip is obviously really comfy on Sojourn. And then the support comp is just a little bit different because the space of the map just allows for a bit more flexibility. You can do things like this, right? You can get a little bit greedy here. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw essentially a mirror here, with the exception of obviously like the Diva and the support line. But like a mirror of DPS might happen here. We'll see. I don't think there is objectively a right answer here. I think that it's up to like whatever they want to do. Yeah, like Mei is maybe Proper's preference here in terms of the space control. Ram mirror is fine. A little bit snoozer, but yeah. So how are they going to break the choke? That's always the question. Thank you, Swefton.
Despite this not being a completion for Crazy Raccoon, Falcons have
Point pressure with Ram Lucio. May's on the poke angle. Sojourn's getting top. Then Lucio speeds the May around. That allows May to get the flank, which forces Slip out of the off angle, which then allows for a vortex, which allows more pressure on main. Then May takes the deep flank all the way by himself. Sojourn pressure on main with Lucio. And they speed out the swing right with the flank from the May. And then they almost get the wing. May is going to die for this, but it's going to be super expensive. May doesn't even die for it. Wow. I'm telling you, man, you could do so much freaking neutral crap with this guy. Proper plus the support rotations from Chio there. Just a masterclass of how to use May. And it's great because it's very similar in a way to like how Symmetra is being kind of underexplored. And then now people are actually kind of figuring out how good she is at doing that kind of crap. That's it right there. It's just freaking flank May, man. Flank freaking May. And again, just because I said I wouldn't do it, but I'm going to lie. Just Virtus Pro fans, I want you to sit and think about that. Just think about that. Think about it. Just sit on it. Just think about it.
Like this. Bro just bends the bullets like he's in Wanted or something. They're not even bullets, they're icicles. Oh, dude. Stop, don't test him.
It's pretty good, man. When there's no ult fights, Bay is pretty good. Sojourn disrupt a shot. Venture maybe dies. Oh, it's a good shot. Yeah, I don't know if Shu just fell off the map, but at that point, I'm not looking at it because the fight was lost. It's over. You're down 2. It's really important that you get the snowball, no pun intended, with May here because remember we talked about the ult thing being a disadvantage. But if you could just get the cart to here and just chuck your Blizzard and win one fight, bro, you could even play May all the way through third. And May's ult economy is not even bad on third point. It's actually such a good map for her, right? So I like the space control so far from Falcons. We need May to kind of go up here. I think that's what he's waiting for. No, he's waiting for the wall. So he gets the wall. Yeah, he gets, I think he uses, yeah, he gets the wall. Venture cooldowns are used. Ram cooldowns are used. Point pressure. I really like how Crazy Raccoon is taking the top, though, with Venture. And we'll probably just see... Are they playing slow for Kitsune Rush? Because it's really hard to close the gap here with May here right now. So, yeah, proper is okay. We might need a beat here or a Kitsune Rush ASAP. Where's the Kitsune Rusher beat? They're going to use both. Okay. We should be able to get both if they can get the layering done. Oh my gosh. Crazy Raccoon disengages 3 freaking ults. I think the mistake here is I think I would have preferred a sooner, more communication to play slow for Kitsune Rush. This is just unfortunate from Falcons. Like, this is a situation where probably it's better to beat just to stay alive because they're right on top of us. We're, like, bleeding at the ears. Or greed the Kitsune Rush, hope for the best, and then layer the beat on top later. You've just used... I think the Blizzard's a little not great. I would have preferred the Blizzard later. Let's put it this way. Major fraud alert, I would say Proper's Blizzard just not good. I think you need to... There's no rush when you're using double support ult to use Blizzard right away. You're okay. Minor fraud alert, the support line here with a better communication about how we want to layer this and maybe being more patient about taking space so we don't have to feel like we use double support ult. You get what I'm saying? Because this just gets fully kited out and it hurts. Like, it really hurts. They don't even get very much space out of it. Like, the sightlines just aren't there. So if Merit doesn't hit his shot now, it's over. 3, 2, 1. We do have Ram ult first, though. That is fairly useful. Yeah. Okay, basically, TLDR here, here's what happens. Falcons literally wins through freaking privilege, dude. They just win through privilege, bro. This is like the equivalent of like having like a Nepo baby. Like a freaking, what do they say? What's the term I'm thinking of? What's the term I'm thinking of? I'm so bad at this nowadays. Mutual fund, hedge fund, yeah, maybe like where there's like they've got like there's nothing good about anything that Falcons did there from like a macro perspective or space control perspective there, but they just threw 5 ults, and Crazy Raccoon had like 2, you know, or 3, and one of them was Ventural. You know, they didn't have Ram ult, they didn't have beat, they didn't even have like, it was just, they just threw everything at everybody. And so I was like, okay, well, we went off of that industry plant gaming. Yeah. So now, to be fair to Falcons, they did earn that right by having such disgusting free fight wins off of just random headshots and just destroying Crazy Raccoon. So I'm being kind of like tongue-in-cheek here. Like, they earned the right to be sloppy. But yeah, a little messy there towards the end, I'm not going to lie. Trust fund. That's it. Trust fund, baby. Thank you. Thank you. Bless you guys. Sojourn angle here. Falcon's got to be so careful here. Now, this is where I don't love the deep flanks again from Mei. I wouldn't mind Mei being just off to our left. You guys can see that? Just off of... What do you think? Okay, never mind. There's a joke in there. Like Merritt with bug eyes and a mustache. But yeah, proper doesn't need to be as deep of an angle here. What is something? Oh, cigarette. Cigarettes are hilarious. My grandfather used to do this all the time. Just do this, just a random cigarette. You know what I'm saying? Because he's a cool dude. But yeah, this is the exact same thing we was talking about on the defense, where proper just can't be hard flanking like this. I mean, he can maybe, but it is really, really, really risky. You need to be playing tighter angles, poke down main, ice wall yourself if you need to, ice block yourself, and so on. And you're cooking. But this is too deep of a flank. So Crazy Raccoon is kind of looking... Now, to be fair, Falcons has done a great job swarming these angles, so it is really awkward. But anytime things get kind of messy here, you're just going to see Chorong press B, and I think they'll probably win this. Okay, was not expecting that. Was not expecting that. Oh.
Where did the Rialto go? It's still or die now for Crazy Raccoon. They've got to lock in. But Chorong. Oh, was that an Ajax? He's at 0%.
Oh, no.
Someone might have got him midway through.
No. Yep, confirmed. AJ in the grand finals. Chorong.
Okay, they win the fight, though. They win the fight, just like we drew it up, kind of, sort of.
They will still hold this payload.
Crazy Raccoon did a much better job there of actually respectfully clearing space, better than they did in King Zero, but yeah, we would have liked a clean fight there.
To do that, you need a hold for 4 minutes and win this map. Otherwise, it's just mistakes.
I
top of mistakes until it becomes
feel like that is not pain. What does that sentence even mean? Okay, Sojourn swing wide. Again, we're still in a situation where we don't really have the ult economy, so we can just take shorter, tighter angles. We don't really have double slide yet, so we need to be careful. There's the pincer, there's the pressure from proper. Junbin is so freaking isolated. Oh, but he hits Chio, man. Like how? Like how? Explain to me. What is Chio doing? Chio! Chio! What is he doing? He's here. He runs all the way in the middle across the open directly to go boop his Ram. Dude, he's playing Ram. He's gonna do this. The enemy Ram is punching my Ram, and Chio runs in the open and dies. Why are you there, Chio? You're fine. He's fine. What are you doing? Wait, is it running away from Venture? Hang on. What am I looking at, bro? What am I looking at? Full HP. I just, why run in the open? Why not go in the, like, these deaths, man. Like, I don't know. It's just unforced error, man. Like,
Jumpin's gone out, and it's for good reason. They needed Chio, but they can't afford to be traded out here in their own right. Has access to the Annihilation if they need to reset the
poop. That hurts, man. It's just a free fight win for Crazy Raccoon. Probably shouldn't matter here. I mean, Falcons have such a ridiculous time bank, but...
Doesn't want to overextend, though. If you're caught here as Jumbin, it will not have been worth that one kill to die for it. Isan getting traded out. This is opportune now.
Big trade.
Falcons will have the respawn point. Isan really far away. Just
Okay, there's a gap. We're good.
They'll be able to utilize the wall to find a kill.
I think Crazy Raccoon should respond with ults. I don't think Crazy Raccoon should kite with ults. Well, actually, I don't know. I actually think it's tough. I think they should not kite because I think that they can get a second fight here potentially. But I also think that this position is pretty good here if you can set up here, even with your guy in spawn. I would be happy to mirror them on cart just so that I can keep this high ground and prevent them from.
Respect them a little bit here.
So I wouldn't mind a Kitsune rush here, like now. Kitsune, now. Now. We're gonna venture ult. Wait, what?
This time with this engagement, not gonna be easy to find.
So Proper gets surprise railed ice blocks. Fielder's getting pincered. You see, this is the problem with the Ram being here. It just compresses so much space. Now, in hindsight, Fielder probably should be here. And Chio should definitely not be here. We should be devoting resources to clear out this lane or go up the stairs and clear out this lane. This is just lazy retaking from Team Falcons. Like, really lazy retaking from Team Falcons. They could send Mei Lucio here, Ram carry Soj top, and put at least their backline here. So this is really sloppy retake staging, and the backline is the first to fall. The fact that, I mean, it's a great try by Proper, but it's just, and then beats used on top of that. Oh my gosh. And then all Shu has to do is Kitsune rush, and if Crazy Raccoon don't screw it up in the next 3 seconds, they're fine.
Just moving around here, he's saying ready to let loose with even more blasts from the past. Proper lets loose.
Should be fine.
No
Is Mac, long as Jumba doesn't troll here?
by themselves in the back. Surely they can be taken down in 4 versus 1. No, wins out against Shogun. So he's saying has to come in. Proper around here, he's saying ready to let loose with even more blasts from the past. Proper.
So Junman punches. That's a mistake. Never punch. He kites to the angle. Proper. Dude, what is Proper doing? Proper is hard flanking in the middle of their backline, in front of 3 people, in front of 4 people, ice blocks. So he's saying has to come in for the second. Overclock now from Merit. Believing in the latent talent they hold within them, tapping into the bloodlines. That's a good bait there from Heesang. He's still got the angle. This should still be winnable for Raccoon.
Someone's in so deep, uses the Ravenous Vortex. The Annihilation as well is going to easily be taken away as the Tendrils can't quite connect. And now Crazy Raccoon are in a much more defensible position. Goodbye, Merit. Lip returns. Value from the OC this time.
I have nothing to add. This is just complete chaos. This is like the toilet. This is like a really clean toilet bowl. Like, it's like a gold-rimmed toilet bowl. Complete nonsense happening on my screen right now. Complete malfeasance to the maximum degree. What on earth is going on? We've completely lost the script here. There's no cohesion to anything that's happening here. Stuff that is absolutely should not be happening is happening. My support line looks legitimately like they don't even know what they're doing, what's going on. The layering is gone completely out the window. Just random deaths happening off screen. DPS player making everybody look like pikers half the time. There's the boop. And they go, they beat push. Do they connect with the beat push? They do. And what the frick is going on my screen, bro? They use the Kitsune. They don't get the connect quite. Merit dies, which is fine. But the active Kitsune, do they get enough space off of the beat? Proper has the space he needs, and that should be it. What a complete clown fiesta. Complete clown fiesta. People falling, dropping like flies. Oh my days. What a terrible map. Yeah, I mean, legitimately, like some really cool individual plays there. But pretty rotten macro. Outside of some first point stuff, which I felt like was played fairly well initially. Yeah, just total train wreck. And yeah. Basically, Falcons just slams their head against the brick wall over and over again until it works. So, yep, there you go. Proper hit some crazy plays, proper hard flanking, proper hard angling, proper popping off, showing the space control of Mei in the same way that Heesang was doing stuff with Symmetra. Yeah, crazy. We'll be making a YouTube video about this. I suspect I will be making a YouTube video about one of the maps here, and you guys can probably guess the map. At least that's my prediction anyway. So, main thing you should focus on, Zenyatta. Cover usage and damage uptime. Okay. Crazy Raccoon loses it. They're going to ban Widow. I feel like this is a nonsense ban. I think this is just a protect ban of their DPS, which for... What would Crazy Raccoon play here? What would Heesang Lip play that they're super scared of? It's not Tracer, because I think you're more scared of Proper on Tracer than you are Heesang. Sojourn, maybe? Maybe it's the Sojourn Protect ban? Maybe you're right, yeah. Maybe Soj? Or Sombra? Maybe it's a Sansol. This Widow is a Protect ban, 100%, which makes sense. But what is the Lucio ban? That is bizarre. Wait, are we just playing Ram again? Oh, thank goodness. I was like, no way. Okay. So maybe that's it. Maybe we would have seen like the hit squad here, you know, like the Lucio going crazy on the flank. But I just feel like even post Wuyang nerf, Wuyang has to be like competitive with that role. So I don't know. No idea. No idea. Okay. Wide angles. I think the Sojourn Protect guess was definitely correct here. I think that 100% makes sense. Lips is going to pound on Sojourn. Theoretically, he has a lot of space for it. Kiriko, I mean, there's just so much space to just do double poking things all over the map. This should be really difficult for Falcons on paper. Cassidy's, I think, a little bit worse on this map. It's too open, even versus the ball. It's just a lot more open. Kiri Brig is good versus ball, but Brigitte is kind of tough on this map, at least in relation to these super fast pokey supports. She's going to have a hard time connecting, and Hanben's going to be chasing butterflies. So I think the Falcons comp is like fine, but compare this to Ilios Ruins, there's just so much more breadth to approach from so many different angles. And stuff like Sojourn, who has crazy mobility and good range, has like the perfect marriage here. They're not even going to play Sombra here. They're just going to pick Sojourn, which makes sense because Sombra versus this would be pretty rough. I don't know what Falcons would play here. Like, I really don't. Like, maybe you could say you could mirror the Sojourn. That would be great if you're confident with it, but maybe that's just not enough punish and ball. I don't know. This is like Crazy Raccoon 100%. This is they should have this one.
Preferred hero here,
they should have this one.
Coming through from Chio again is very interesting. But the Lucio is banned away. They don't want Strong to have it. Strong's now going to be over towards the Wuyang.
Off angle top with Kiriko, Wuyang going on the right side with the Genji, Ball doing whatever the frick he wants. Tracer is, so much is on Proper shoulders here right now. And obviously individual moments from both Chio and Merit. So they're going to 4 and then solo Proper lane, which is tough because Paul is still hitting. You just can't do this. You just can't do this. I know it's painful. This is why I just don't like the Brigitte. I think you have to split as Brig, and I think you certainly have to split as Hanbin. You cannot catch the dive, especially versus Wuyang. There's too much damage. There's a slam. There's this. There's this. You can't matrix and block it all, man. You just have to walk forward, get your diva here, get your cast, Brig, whatever, aggressively pocketing here. Maybe even put your Kiriko with your Tracer for a little bit. I mean, that seems dangerous, but like you cannot, it's just not enough, man. There's just too much damage, man. I mean, this has vibes of like VP Virtus Pro. Of like Kevster trying to solo contest angles so his team all clumps like scared rabbits. And it's even harder here because Kiriko Wuyang is so much damage from off angles. So Diva's trying to walk forward and take space, but unfortunately she's not able to really do anything because she took too long to do it. So the problem is not that Diva's not with her team. The problem is that Diva took space too late so that things like cart pressure or pressure in a backline aren't viable right now. This should have been done 10 seconds ago. You know what I'm saying? Or 5 seconds ago. And so this is just the easiest dive stage in history of the world. Just comp diff, execution diff, the whole 9 yards. I honestly don't even know what you do here.
And it's going to be Chorong chased down by Hanbin, but this is still push.
Chorong, early fight win will start delivering some meters. They obviously are not going to be threatening camp just here. No ultimates built off of a very
just hold the angle. Lip's got the top.
back and forth, but
Genji's in the left room. We might see Wooyoung tickle around the left. Yep, there he is. Cassie's getting marked perma. Diva's in here. This is better. A little bit more aggressive space control. Brigida's going in there to help. That's good. Kiriko should be in the lane back. Tracer probably lurking around here. This is better. They're being a little bit more deliberate here. But it's just so freaking hard, man. Oh, what? Oh, what?
For a bit of a flanking angle here. By the way, payload.
The way that I look at this is that Heesang just probably had a lot more resources than Proper did. Because the nature of these supports is that they just have so much more range support, right? Like, it's so much harder for Chio to contest space in open lanes, you know? So Proper is probably harassing them for, like literally, I bet if we watch the replay code, Proper probably was peppering and fighting and dueling for, like, 20 seconds, and Heesang just kept getting healed. And there's just not enough pressure elsewhere.
Disgusting stuff. Fielder isolated for now.
This feels a lot like what I was saying, oh my gosh, on Rialto, where it's like, equally skilled versus equally skilled, you're gonna lose. You're gonna lose if you're Falcons here. You have to do. See, this is kind of why I want them to be more creative with their flanks and stuff, because I actually don't think that you can beat Crazy Raccoon's comp playing honest. I think their heroes are just better on this map. I think you have to try to do something weird, creative, and try to punish mistakes. Hey Eddie, if it's a quick question, maybe. I'm trying to cruise through these, so I apologize if I don't give you a full in-depth answer. Hope you're doing well, mate. So yeah, they get free cap. Junbin on the stage. Sojourn on the angle. Genji kind of marking a little bit to the other side. Minefield deployed. A little goofy there from Junbin, but it's still zoning value. They're just going to get another 10, 15 meters off of that. Why not? Continues to use the layer on top. This is a good try from Falcons. Good try from Falcons to flank this with Kitsune Rush. But Wooyoung shot. I think a Wooyoung shot. Oh no, Kiriko shot. Kiriko shot plus Sojourn, and that's it. Why do I not coach pro streamers? Because I don't think most pro streamers really want to improve. Their focus is their content. We coached Overwatch a while ago, but I mean, even then there was a clear people just wanted to do it more for fun. So yeah, this freaking sucks, man. This freaking sucks. Proper's gonna try Genji. He's just these hard flanks. He's getting no support. And to be honest with you guys here, I actually think the play here, I bet if you're smart, if Crazy Raccoon is, you could just play to kite this. It's gonna be, you either have to blow ults like now, like Sojourn ult, Wooyoung, Blade, just blow it all down and explode, because you got to get over this hump. This hump sucks. It just sucks. Or just back up. What are they going to do? Oh, they're going to go. They're going to commit. Ready to go. I believe there was a Kitsune to try and dodge that, but Suzu coming through. It's really well played. Should still be okay. Should still be okay if we can keep lip up. Lippity lip. Yeah, we're fine. That's GG's. Freaking GG's. What a steamroll. What a freaking steamroll, man. Should be. Well, actually, no, they're down one, so maybe? Not likely, but maybe. Because they lost one. They did get a trade. Heesung's going to go Sombra to come back fast. But wow. No, you can clean engage with ball. You can just roll through and just away from the cast, just bait, shoot. There's so much verticality with retract as well.
6 minutes of playthrough. Unbelievably clutch team, but with this level of depth, Crazy Raccoon, unless they make some unbelievable mistakes, this map should be theirs.
The angles are so unbelievably deep. It's so much damage. Proper's trying to get the punish with Venture. They try so hard. It was a really good try from Proper there. He almost 2v1s, but just not enough, man. What a steamroll. Do you think it could get awkward a tip or two? On some characters, sure. I don't think on his main characters, no. I think he knows what he's doing.
Unbelievably one-sided stats going in favor of Crazy Raccoon. They're probably are a couple players in CR that might not have even died yet. Haven't kept up with everyone's lives so far. The Falcons.
You just Kitsune and point. You just Kitsune and point now. 3, 2, 1. Kitsune, mines. I like the mines first because that takes a little bit of heat off of main, so you can Kitsune rush safely. And then Choron can literally just ult himself. Like it literally doesn't even matter. It's over.
This is not safe for any streaming platform. Lip takes down proper. Hanmin just forced.
I'm surprised we're not seeing more aggression here. I think Hanmin's doing an amazing job trying to touch and dance. I could just ult the ball here and go right for Merit. Oh, come on, guys. What is Choron doing? Just use the ult, man. Use the ult.
Even with such audacity, Crazy Raccoon are in a commanding.
Basically, the TLDR is that Crazy Raccoon has failed to like execute because this map control is so unbelievably strong for Falcons. But this is just basically Crazy Raccoon playing with their food.
This map choice, a new Queen Street for Crazy Raccoon, working out brilliantly. A flashbang catch on a gym, which will just
Silver bullet.
Falcons might be the kings of Esperanza with a new Queen Street.
This is good. The brig cast hit squad in there is good. I don't like the Kiriko in there as well, though. That seems like a bit of an oversight, even with the Sombra. Sojourn. Just too much space for Sojourn, man. Venture ult doesn't matter. Oh, it does. Shu actually gets picked off by that. Seems like a bit of an oversight. They should be able to get lip there. Yeah. It's just deathmatch, but the problem is that they keep... It just keeps just resetting. This is legitimately just kind of like pointless to watch here.
More ultimates. Crazy Raccoon.
Rally's here. There's the bait there. Loses some space to D.Va, some HP. Perk boop is there. EMP is good. Oh, the peel is insane there from Chio. He dodges EMP, I think. Choron is still not using his ultimate, man. Like you can literally just ult your Sombra there or your ball and just have a free engage. This is like classic plat support moment from Choron. Just use the ult, man. It's not gonna pop off, but it's just gonna allow for so much of an easier engage.
Just waiting around this hacked pack, thinking that Heesang might well return to it at some point, and there it is. Realizing the pack
oh my gosh, what a play from Proper. They didn't even know he was there. There's the Kitsune Russian point. That should buy them another 15 meters or so. Easy disengage from Crazy Raccoon, but not the end of the world.
Crazy Raccoon to approach, and Heesang is going to be going back on the Genji now.
Mark the right angle there with Cass. I would like to see more resources being put there. Maybe the Brig or the Kiri. They're going to go ahead and swap to Genji Soj, just now that we don't really have an opportunity to do anything crazy with the Sombra. That was just more of a swap to get back in touch. Choron is pretty mispositioned. He ults himself and dies. He was way too close. Way too close. All of that waiting for that. Like, this isn't like Crazy Raccoon aren't gonna throw this, right, chat? They're not gonna throw this, right? They're not gonna throw this. They're gonna get their act together and have a decent stage dive, right? Right? Right, guys? We're not gonna throw this, right?
In fact, it's still being moved away. What is Falcons doing? They need to be on top of this one.
We're not throwing, right? Come on, guys. Restabilize, reset, full reset. Please don't stagger this. Genji might be freaking dead. I love this high noon. Guarantees the kill onto the Genji. Buys a little bit more space.
The Junbin, the Hanbin in this case, blasted back into Spawn. There's only 30 meters in it now.
Now they have space here, and this is dangerous here because, like, yeah, there's a Kitsune rush here, but we've come in close to double support ult for Falcons here, and it's time to kind of lock in for a second here. I clocked out for a second because Crazy Raccoon was just playing with their food. A lot of really poor ult executions and poorly set up dives. We won't go into the detail, but, like, basically the last 4 minutes, Crazy Raccoon's just got really sloppy. They've done everything poorly. And Falcons has done a little bit of a better job. A lot of credit goes to both Proper and Merit with how they're holding space.
Falcons genuinely have found an
but
to win.
what are we doing here?
At this rate, 124 to 107 is enough for Falcons to confirm the comeback.
Kitsune is used. I think Falcons... I don't know. I think you have to stay. I don't think you can disengage as easily here. I think you have to, like, pop Venture ult to just kind of spook some folks.
Just a little bit more effort.
Yeah, just like this, maybe? That's tough. That's tough. I can't really blame the attempt there. But they do hold space. And now they double support ult on the angle. Junman should die for
Now
this.
there's no escape coming through for Fielder.
They're gonna blade.
Draws out the blade, trying to get onto it.
Oh, Fielder, no. Maybe the cooldowns were already used, but Fielder walks into the blade. He walks into the blade. So the defender's advantage is just enough for Crazy Raccoon to squeak it out, and double, triple ult committed there. Hey, Javi, long time no chat, man. How are you?
Looks like they're gonna end up starting the payload push journey all the way back.
I mean, I'm pulling for Crazy Raccoon here, obviously. I want more maps, but that hurts. Now, will Chorong press Q? I don't want to hear how it's hard to use ult. Shut the frick up. Press Q. Use it. Use it on your Genji. Use it on your Genji layer with mines. Use it on your ball. I don't care. Sojourn ult. Sure. Great. Diva's out. Can we get the DMAT? Can we take space? We can. Unbelievable shot.
Thought they were looking at a Brigitte. Must have been a quick swift step in and then body blocks for the shield.
We can layer this with mines now if we want to, or the Chorong ult. As long as we mark that that angle there from proper, we should be fine. There's the wing ult. Thank you. Boy, that was hard. Frick me, man. Good job. Thank you. Keep the layering going. Lip with a double slide. I don't think it's a bad. I mean, they have to. They have nothing left. Yeah. Wow. Well, Crazy Raccoon wakes up. That last fight there was a little bit cleaner in terms of them actually using their stuff. Okay. But yeah, I mean, Falcons, I mean, it's a miracle they did as well as they did. It's more of a fumble on Crazy Raccoon than Falcons playing well, but credit goes to Falcons for actually making a game of it. Oh, boy. Why is Merritt never picking the overclock perk? I don't know. I do think that the slow perk is really good too, but yeah, I don't know. Eddie, I'm not gonna lie with you, my friend. I'm not putting 2 and 2 together. I'm not fully understanding the words that are being typed at the moment. All right. So we're gonna YouTube maps really fast here. Welcome, YouTube. We are now, 6 maps in to a banger of a grand finals in OWCS Korea, playing for seeding in Stockholm, from 2 of the best teams to arguably the best teams in the world, with some of the best players of all time, every single role. It's been a banger of a series. If you guys want to see the rest of my analysis of this match, you're going to have to click the link in the description, because I have the full live analysis. You can check the description, and Twitch chat. Obviously, the Twitch chat, YouTube chat's great as well, so you can miss out on that. But yeah, we do the full analysis, going in depth on the ram stuff, the dive stuff, the ball stuff. There's all sorts of fun stuff. But this was the original map that was explained to me and said, people were like, you need to analyze this map. You need to analyze this map. So spoiler alert here, I believe we're having a Rheinmere. We're going to talk about why the Rheinmere, and then we're going to analyze it. Now, to be clear, I am always very tough on the players that I'm reviewing here. These are the best players in the world individually at the roles, I think. Are they going to be the best players at all times? No. We've had a bit of a rough series from some of the support players, especially some of the support players from Crazy Raccoon at times. We've had a bit of a rough series from other people as well. But at this level, mistakes get punished, mistakes get forced, and so on. And so I'm going to be tough, but obviously this is with the disclaimer that these guys are incredibly good at the game. And when you're playing under these high pressure environments, it's even common to see basic mistakes. So that being said, if I'm roasting and it's more in just good fun. It's not because these guys actually suck. Now, let's talk about why we're about to see a Rheinmere here. So I'm going to kind of like let these things out. So the way the hero ban system works in OWCS as opposed to ranked is that there's only 1 ban per team. And what that means is that per map, per team, you each get 1 ban. And the order goes, the first ban of the first game is to whoever's the higher seed, but then whoever lost the previous game gets the first ban on the next map. And what that means is that Falcons just lost the previous round. They just lost the previous round on New Queen Street. It was a great match, a map. I highly recommend checking it out. And they're going to go into Esperanza, which is a very kind of more of a compressed map where you can play dive and ball and so on, but you don't have to. And so Falcons are going to ban Ramatra, which means that Ramatra cannot be played by either team for the entire map, just Ramatra. Once that role is banned, in other words, tank has been banned here, it is impossible for Crazy Raccoon to ban another tank. So what Falcons can also be doing is that Falcons can ban Ramatra and also prevent any other tank from being banned, if that makes sense. So when you ban a tank, you protect all the things from being banned that map. If you ban a DPS, you protect DPS, you ban a support, you ban a support. The other thing worth highlighting as well is that you can only ban one hero per entire series, because you're like, well, why only 2 bans? Aren't these pros? Well, it's because when you ban a character, that character cannot be banned the rest of the game. The rest of the series. So if we had, 2 bans per team, we'd run out of heroes by like map 3 or 4 or 5. Like it'd be really, really bad. So Crazy Raccoon's going to ban Venture. We've seen a lot of Venture being played this series. Venture's pretty darn good at the pro level right now with the compositions that are being played situationally, and these players are really good at it. And I think here that Proper's been doing a really good job on Venture, even on the maps that they've been losing. So they're going to be like, hey, no Venture. It looks like we want to play some Symmetra and no Ramatra. Because we want to play, Diva, because we think Ram can force point pretty darn well into Diva. We're not going to get into the pro meta versus the ranked meta. There's a lot of differences. I don't think Ramatra is a very strong character in pro, but remember, one of the things that we talked about is that a lot of professional metas are evolutions of ranked meta. So in ranked, Zarya is very strong. So a lot of the stuff that we've been seeing has been kind of dealing with and keeping in mind that we have to avoid playing Zarya. So Falcons are going to roll out on, looks like Cass, Symmetra, Diva, Kiriko, Lucio. A lot of off-angle pressure. We've got speed boost. Hanbin's a phenomenal Diva. Symmetra's being played a lot by both teams here, and that's because Symmetra is really good at poking out from range. Symmetra is really good up close. Symmetra has incredibly strong perks with her range on her primary fire and her heal on teleporter. We've also seen some crazy performances with just utilizing walls, utilizing the 275 HP. Symmetra's even good in ranked right now. Now, the way that she's played is a little bit different. You don't group up necessarily all the time, marking off angles, taking flanks, solo teleporters, poking people out from range. There's a lot of things that Symmetras do that besides just AFK and beam tank, and that's really, really important here. Now, beyond that, the differences are, Lip is better at Sojourn. I think Merit's probably better at Cass. We have a little bit more short range pressure, a little bit more long range pressure, can reposition. And then the real elephant in the room is Junbin. What on earth are we doing with Ryan? Well, first things first is we're likely not to see any sort of dive tank from Hanbin. Hanbin has a passable Winston, but Diva's not really super fast enough to avoid and punish Ryan all that much and harass your backline. Ryan's really not great on tanks that he can't touch and things that are going all the way around. And then to make matters worse, Ryan is ironically also bad versus tanks that he can touch as well. So Winston's give him problems, Balls give him problems, but Hanbin's not likely to play either of those characters. And then characters like Ram, well, Hanbin's pretty good at Ram, but Ram's banned. And then characters like Orisa, well, Orisa's not very strong right now, and especially at the professional meta. So all the things that Ryan doesn't want to play into are not really a factor, either due to the meta, due to the bans, or due to the hero pool of the person that he's playing versus. In addition to that, Ryan kind of likes more broad, open maps. If he is going to play on something more open, it's going to be flat and open. He can reposition, he can use his hammer, he can use his shield, and he can use his Earth Shatter. I don't know how good Junbin's Ryan is. I imagine that it's probably decent. He's definitely more of the main tank, hero pool-ish kind of guy, so he's probably pretty decent at it. And so the real question here is going to be, how good is Hanbin versus Junbin at forcing cart, fighting for payload, DPS fighting on off angles with support? We've seen some amazing Symmetra play from Heesang. I'm sure Proper will do the same. And then those sniper DPS, those range DPS poking themselves out, and just fighting for off angles and fighting for space and seeing how people. Because that's really all Overwatch is, just using your ultimates and fighting for off angles. So let's enjoy.
However, just like someone though, has there been practice on the...
So this is kind of the value of Ryan right here. He's like, come on. This space is mine, this angle, this corner is mine, I dare you to cross this line. And what this means is that these guys, the backline from Team Blue here, from Team Falcons, just doesn't have as strong of positions or sightlines because there's so much space here for Crazy Raccoon to be able to take angles. Now you might be like, well, there's not as much space as you think because Diva's flanking around from the behind. So the question here is what's more useful? Is it easier to push a Diva with Matrix or is it easier to push a Ryan with Shield? And that is the question. That is the question. How are these teams going to jockey for space?
No real precedent.
Looking like they're grouping up.
Can do on this map with us here. There is a Symmetra. That's going to be helpful.
And they're looking to close the distance here. But you notice that they don't just run all together. They kind of bait, and then at the same time, they send their DPS in a different position to clear a different high ground. They very rarely group up and push together as a unit. They'll push together a little clump, and then the other clump splits off to cut off the disengage. So Falcons are like, oh crap, I don't know if this Diva thing is going to work. We don't. This map doesn't have enough verticality. I wonder why the D.Va was picked here. I'm suspicious that it was because they thought maybe Junbin might roll out on ball. And they were like, okay, we got a cast, a Symmetra, you know, a Boop, a Suzu, can force point with their D.Va. This D.Va feels as if I don't think they were expecting Ryan. Because the space that Ryan's going to control is just totally different. So they're just going to force point here for a little bit. Still looking on that left flank, no surprises. Because D.Va's thinking about it, right? You see it? She's thinking about it. There's that flank. There's that flip that we were talking about. D.Va for main. But the problem with pushing the flank here, if you're Team Falcons, is that they just teleport away. And Proper's like, you know, so not the end of the world here. Can Proper take the teleport? He can. They flip the map. But they flip the map with teleporters. Beautiful. Nothing has changed. However, Crazy Raccoon does have a bit more of a high ground for their Sojourn. A little bit of a better sight line. And now, if Jundin can just sit on cart and hold shield, then we have Sojourn on an off angle, Ryan on cart, who's basically impossible to poke out with how much shield he has. It's even better than Matrix in this circumstance. And we're cooking. There's the Disruptor shot. There's the teleport to try to clear that high ground, but the Disruptor shot does so much damage. And the card is still moving. Now, they do have the high ground again, though, so that's all right. And so they're just jockeying for high grounds, jockeying for angles. You know, there's not big, giant blobs clunking into each other. It's pretty nuanced. People fighting for space. We might even see another teleport here in the back line here. Crazy Raccoon has a bit of cart progress, so they're willing to park for a second. Notice he's saying taking the angle here. Lucio, Sojourn angle. Ryan, a little bit of payload pressure here. Let's see how this fight plays out here. Keep a look in those ultimates, though. Ultimates are slowly creeping up here. Crucially, Fielder's Kitsune Rush. And that's going to be huge. We'll see if anything happens before then. Patience, patience. Playing for teleport. There's a teleport. Now, again, we're seeing an all-in teleport. And I don't like this as much. And this, to me, so if you guys have watched a lot of EMEA, so like the European-ish region, they're really good with these symmetric comps. And they've really, I think, done a good job of revolutionizing Symmetra by taking the kind of ranked Symmetra playstyle of like solo TPs and controlling off angles from people like Yubi, people like Backbone, and bringing that into the scene where people are kind of recognizing how strong this character is. The problem that I have here is that I don't think Korea always does the best job of applying it because they just don't have the experience. So I look at this here, and the problem we have here is that if Merit drops, they can kind of disengage this big teleport push and they'll be fine. This is where I want to see a teleport off angle, even with your team. So what you're going to do is you're going to teleport your Ryan, you're probably going to teleport your Lucio, maybe your Symmetra, you know. And I think what I would definitely do is I'd leave at least my Sojourn, maybe my Kiriko as well, behind. And what this means is that there's really nowhere for Falcons to go where they can avoid damage. You got Ryan holding shield, Lucio damage, Sim Beam, Kiriko Sojourn from the behind, and I think Falcons just dies here. So you don't really want to teleport as a team unless you're trying to get through a choke. You kind of want to use it to set up a different angle for free. And you can kind of see the problem here. They realize, okay, this isn't working. I guess we just go back. But our situation, to quote Sean Connery, has not improved. And to me, that just kind of showcases the lack of understanding of how to utilize this as a team. These are great teams that are doing something a little bit maverick that they don't have a lot of experience with. And it shows. Kind of a stalemate. Fielder, Shu, both of their Kitsune rushes slowly creeping up. Sojourn angle. There's the sim wall used. Can they teleport out to disengage? They do! That's an advantage to teleport. Oh boy. And now they can just hold on high ground because the problem with this sim wall is this sim wall splits the battlefield. That is no longer relevant because the battlefield's now over here. So yes, they're going to give up payload, but hey, we'll use that. They're going to hold Tigron. And what's likely to happen here is we might see Crazy Raccoon drop the point, look for a teleport, and then Kitsune Rush. Which will probably be mirrored by Fielder Kitsune rushing, which then maybe we'll see a Sojourn ult, which then maybe means we'll see a beat from Chio, which means we might see a beat from Chorong. And this is what we call layering. And it's better than comboing ultimates because it prevents the enemy team from using one ultimate to shut down two of yours. It's kind of one at a time. So let's see here. I would really like Crazy Raccoon to use like a teleport or something first before using Kitsune Rush, because otherwise Falcons could use the exact same teleport to disengage. Where if you drop here and like let's say teleport your Kiriko Sojourn to the flank here, it is a little bit scarier to disengage, and maybe you just get it at advantage to where you don't even need to use Kitsune Rush early. So what's going to happen here? They're talking. There's a teleport. I don't think everybody took it, or did they all take it? They did all take it again. Again, do you see how free this angle is from Falcons? Imagine if Kiri's Sojourn had stayed. Now, some of you guys might be like, well, wouldn't Ryan just explode? No, because he has this magical thing called a shield, and he could just hold it, and he just holds it, and Kiri goes Sojourn on top. It's murder. It's death. You could even have Lucio Sojourn here if you wanted to, and you could speed boost your Sojourn ultimate if you'd like, while your Kiriko Kitsune rushes your Reinhardt. It just, again, you can kind of see these full 5-man flips means that, yes, they push, but they just don't really connect with anything. You see what I'm saying? It's more about space control than picks, because space control leads to picks is the key thing, because it's really easy for Falcons to hide from Sojourn here. So Kitsune Rush should probably be used. We got both Kitsune Rushes used, and Chio gets caught in transition. Now, this is the crucial thing. This is Chio transitioning late. You see it? That's the one advantage of the Symmetra teleport, is you can catch people with their pants down. Chio gets caught on the rotation, which is more of a micro error from Chio. Chio probably should just have rotated out backwards instead of rotating, like just gone this way rather than rotating in the open this way. Inexperience. Sojourn for Sojourn. We may not even need to use another ultimate here. Just play it patiently. What is Lip doing? That's way too close. Oh, no. Oh, no. So Ryan's low and needs to find a corner. He doesn't find a corner and just freaking dies. What on earth am I looking at here? Push, but we don't have any more resources. It took all of our resources to kill Chio. That's a Kitsune Rush Symmetra on a corner. And basically, TLDR is Falcons just has a corner because Crazy Raccoon overpushes. They just need to be more patient there. And that, again, emphasizes what I was talking about with leaving the Sojourn up top and how much easier it is to maintain your range here. So this is, we've watched a lot of high-level Overwatch today. They're going to commit beat? Will Chio use beat? No, they won't. They're going to use Sojourn, ult, and beat. That's a huge investment from Crazy Raccoon here. So this is oh my gosh. This is probably the lowest level Overwatch that we've seen, but by far the most entertaining that we've seen so far. Because these guys are clearly inexperienced at this stuff. Now, this begs the question, then why are they playing this at their inexperienced time? Because the value of surprise and unorthodoxy is oftentimes more important than perfect execution with certain situations. That being said, Falcons ain't going to be crying about this because they've still traded effectively. The layering side of things, Crazy Raccoon threw 2 ultimates at a wall. I fight that they probably should have already won. And now we have beat. And we also have high noon. And we're also building up to our next sim wall. So let's see. Let's see. They need to spiral the coach to Ryan Brawl? Well, it's easier said than done. The problem is that knowing what to do and doing it are two different things. So even if with my coaching or another EMA coach that understands the comp, it would take a lot of practice. And this is not a comp that you're going to be playing very often. It's a gimmick. You do the best that you can, and you hope for the best. This is a really rough spot for Crazy Raccoon. They have to need to find a way to get out of this choke. There's a teleporter to flip the map. That's where teleporting, I say, as a team is really good, because now you're completely out of the choke, and now we can take your off angles. Can they steal cart? Can they steal robot away? They're going to steal robot away. Falcons is behind. Falcons looking for a beat engage. They're going to high noon. That's going to be a sim wall used in response. It's not bad. They're going to teleport. But you got to be careful if you're Crazy Raccoon. You got to be scared of beat. Wait, he dies before beat happens? Wait, Chio just dies? Chio has to get this beat off, man. Where's Chio? The Lucio has to get this beat off. Look at this, is a big, messy old fight. What is going on? Cassidy sometimes dies when things get messy. He is a little slow. Maybe he was a little bit mispositioned. But Chio dies with beat. That is criminal. That was the ult that they needed to use to be able to brawl effectively here. And so Proper is doing his best to live on the off angle, but if this fight is lost, you're going to want that back from Chio. And Ryan, again, just anchoring on point, taking so much attention on living. All right. Ryan gets ready to disengage. Maybe they'll take a teleport out here. I'm not really sure. Ryan is really low. Gentleman is just bleeding to death. Gentleman's got to be careful. Yes, they're going to back off because, again, they know the beat advantage. It's like, guys, we're going to get run over with beat here. We got to be ready to disengage. So are we going to Sem teleport out of this? It looks like that's what they're trying to bait. Like, hey, come on, use your Kitsune Rush, use your beat, get ready, come on. Because if they don't use this Kitsune Rush or beat here, they're just going to build their ultimates, right? They don't have anything, so they're not really... Was it just going to Shatter? So Shatter could be good here because Shatter could be what we call the first layer to force both Beat and Kitsune Rush. I don't know if they get... Whoa! They got 2? Oh no! Fielder gets shattered. Or does Fielder get shattered? Okay, so the problem here is that we have a 3-man shatter. Suzu crucially does not cleanse the knockdown, but it can give you invulnerability when you are knocked down. But there's too many people shattered. And the Diva's shattered as well. So he just stands in cart and presses the Q. And that's it. And he doesn't die, so Chorong's also going to get more ult charge in the lost fight. Criminal that they lost that fight to just to Shatter on main. You have to know that he has Shatter here. So if you're Falcons here, so let's coach Falcons. We're putting a lot of emphasis on the Rhine here, so let's take a step back here. If you're Falcons here and you're like, man, these guys, like, they're trying out. Here's what you need to do. You need to send your Lucio with your Cassie on the flank. And then you solo teleporter to backline, cast flank, and then you beat on top of them. And at that point, there's really no way for them to disengage. Even with a great teleporter, you just can't disengage the beat push at that point. There's nowhere really where you can go. Now, these are pretty deep flanks, but that flank is enabled by the fact that you have a support ult advantage. Stuff that you're not really going to think about in rank, you're not expected to, but it's absolutely feasible with this high level of communication. It's pretty unforgivable that we just basically are AFKing on main and just waiting for something to happen. Maybe the intention there is to just play slow and build Kitsune Rush, but if that's the case, you got to be really disciplined with how you're positioning yourself. Huge clutch from Genvin there. Just shatter whatever you can, man.
That would be great in towards this Rhine.
Fielder's going to go bad, which is fine. I mean, you could just shoot stuff and do damage, I guess, and you're not under a lot of pressure. But you can still be teleported on. It's a weird swap. It's not a bad swap. It's a little strange, but it's unusual for pro meta. Let's put it that way. So they get the cap, so it means good spawns for Crazy Raccoon. And Crazy Raccoon can kind of just chill here. We've got the Sojourn on high. You've got beat advantage, but we're building our beat pretty darn fast here. And as long as we don't get teleported on... Oh, what is going on? So they're going to Kitsune Rush and just melt. What on earth? What is going on? They just ran it down. They just ran it down. What is Merit doing? Shu just presses Q and they just run him down. He explodes. That's really dangerous into a beat rush. We need to get a teleporter ready for a Rhine, and they just can't. Merit's dead. Junin pins in. And the Symmetra wall is late. The Suzu, whatever, the pocket is late, and just a free fight when Crazy Raccoon is just kind of brains off, walking forward, and Falcons are falling apart. No Suzu there, because Fielder's not on Kiriko, what am I saying? There's a teleporter. There's the Sim wall, and this is exactly what you want from Symmetra wall, right? So, like, if we fight here, the Symmetra wall does something. If you fight here, Symmetra wall does something. If they back up, the Symmetra wall does something. So you can draw a baguette, and basically you have a full, no matter what, or a blue turd. It really doesn't matter very much where the fight happens as long as it kind of happens on a line. If we'd split it this way, we overpush, we lose it. If we back up too much, we lose it. But yeah, the Sim wall here, it's just going to be nice and slow.
Under pressure here.
They're going to use Sojourn ult on top. Chorong's going to die somehow. I think Chorong's a little too close here. But yeah, this is a difficult choke to break here for Crazy Raccoon, so they're going to blow a couple of extra ults just to make sure, but I don't mind that at all. Because that's going to get them around that first corner. Chorong will be back real awfully soon. And now this space is really, really tricky. Is Proper just on the back line? Proper is... He's trying to spawn camp Chorong by himself. That's hilarious. Kiriko Sojourn, hard flank. He's got to be careful. He doesn't have a slide anymore. Huge boop from Chorong. And now they've got an extra 30 meters or so. Proper's going to bait them, disengage the teleport. And Falcons doesn't really have anything here. And so now they're the ones at a beat disadvantage here. So Crazy Raccoon should probably just teleport their Sojourn back up the top and just play nice and slow in the corner. And as long as we give all of our resources to Orion, he should never die. And you can just build your Sim wall, build your Kitsune Rush, do whatever you want here. You're in no rush here whatsoever if you're Crazy Raccoon. You have a massive lead. You have a corner advantage. They're just going to go. Oh my gosh. Now notice what we said. If you're going to beat push, how do you do it? You got to set up an angle. So what happens? Junbin pins in for main, brain dead, right? I'm tongue-in-cheek. It's actually, it's okay if you're going to get beat. But that's not the real important thing here. He's saying teleports here, so then he's pulling attention away from his Rein and preventing the enemy team from disengaging. So he's got beat HP as well, Heesung does. So he does not need to teleport back. He can just beam and burn and beam. So there's nowhere for Falcons to go. That was a much better beat push execution than what we've seen earlier. One angle, an aggressive push on main. Nowhere for Falcons to go. And to be honest with you, that just kind of goes to show where Proper is again mispositioned on these shatter pushes and these beat pushes, where Proper is kind of the ticket to get out. Proper needs to be played way more ratty, like disengage, bait, don't just get run over.
Found this practice on the Rhine. Nobody scrims Rhine in Korea. No one even really plays Rhine on ladder. This is unbelievable.
Careful, Junbin. That's a lot of shield loss. You don't want to ramp up that Symmetra. Same on the corner. This... Oh, no! Woo! Oh, the insane support pocket, but it's not enough. I paused it on accident on purpose. Or at the perfect time, on accident. I was about to say here, you've got BAP window, Diva Bomb, Sojourn ult here. Maybe the play here is to TP out, to bait the push and get out. But he just goes, you know what? Screw it. Incredible pocket there from Fielder. Lamp immediately into ult to pocket. But it's just a correct, Shadow is the definition of chaos. Like you just, Eevee could be a high level player and sometimes it just goes wrong. And so they're just going to live, play slow. Oh, Suzu. I would like the Katunia Rush way sooner from Shu. He doesn't have his Suzu, so he just needs a Katunia Rush not to die here. So this is a little slow from him. So he uses it. Can they keep Junbin up? They can. They get the teleport. Again, the angle there from Heesang. The sim wall as well. Crucial. They get the Suzu off just in time. The pin. There's too many angles from Crazy Raccoon. What a dumpster fire. They are absolutely getting gapped right now from not just mechanical plays, these clutches from Junbin, but Heesang with the angles, with the symmetric teleport, these solo teleports. And Hanman goes, you know what? Fine. I'll do it myself. Now, crucially here, this is a perfect time to make a hero swap. Because you are guaranteed, unless you fumble this badly, going to win this fight. Simwall, Sojourn ult, beat soon, you're fine. They've used everything. It's not that it was bad from Crazy Raccoon, but just okay. So now, yeah, you don't have any ult charge with Ryan, but you're going to get some ult charge because we're going to win this fight. So it's fine. Now this is time to make swaps. Haman's like, this Diva crap sucks. I've not been able to use a single high ground this entire point. Yeah, fair, true. So we're going to swap. And Hanbin on Ryan? I mean, it's not like, I have no idea. We'll find out, I guess. Sojourn ult's used. I like this. Just shoot Ryan Shield. Force them to back off. Look for a pick, maybe. All they need to do is teleport out here. I don't know if Heesang was ready for that, though. And so I don't know if Crazy Raccoon can get out. Can they? Lip disengages really slowly. And Simwall is layered on top of that. Maybe a little bit unnecessarily, but I don't hate it, I guess. Crazy Raccoon certainly won't hate it. They'll be like, hey, it's okay. We lost to 2 ults here. It's fine. They had beat next fight, but we can build our ults as well. And so 34% ult charge here. Proper's actually going to go Reaper here. I have no idea why. I think he's just not playing all that well on Symmetra, and he just used ult, so you might as well swap now. Maybe a comfort pick because he's just not looked that good on Symmetra. So yeah, probably just more Meow. What the frick is Meow mean? Is that, what am I getting? The Proper is probably better on Reaper than he is in Sim, but I think Sim is good. I think Sim is really good here. So if Reaper does not counter Ryan, it's more along the lines of like, hey, like maybe I can connect with somebody else. He wants his teleports to be solo. I respect it. High ground control from Falcons. Crazy Raccoon will probably stop the robot early here, and they're just going to be nice and patient. Remember what we said about beat engage. How freaking hard is it to connect with beat engage? Ryan swinging aggressively. Hanman losing a lot of HP here because he's swinging aggressively without really his DP yet. Like, Merit's not swinging wide enough here to justify this. You get what I'm saying? Now, the good news here is they do have the beat. The bad news is that the Sojourn ults kind of force them on the back foot. So the beat comes in when they've kind of already started to back up. The good news is that Lip gets punished. Damage is done there. Again, you notice that like it's really come down to Proper and Heesang providing the cuts, the flanks that allow these aggressive pushes to work. So for Lip here, I think the bigger problem is that we needed more attention on the angle and less on the Rhine shield. Because that like we could have maybe a forced Wraith there, maybe bought ourselves some time. But yeah, beat is just really strong. Why do we keep saying meow? What is the meow thing? Why do we keep meowing? Wait, what the frick is going on my screen?
Overclock was popped on out. It was answered by the sound barrier. Jumbin pins their counterpart here and grabs Fielder as well. A superior Rhine, a main tank difference perhaps. That's what it said on the ancient.
What?
Was answered by the
down early. SCOC shut down.
Overclock was popped on out. It was
In the mirror, lip down early. SCOC shut down.
What? So I guess they just blew it all to get the kill there?
Mirror, lip down
And Hanbin's still suffering from the HP loss that he had earlier. He doesn't quite get the counterpin, which would have saved his life because it would have kept him in lamp. I don't know if he had pin there and just missed it. So obviously because we don't have replay codes, sadly, because they got wiped today, we don't know the micro of the Rhine execution here, to be honest. So I don't know. But Junbin's just going to town, I guess. Nice Fire Strike, nice pin. Keeping his shield up, gets his shield bash. I think he's running the right perks for the situation, which is just more about keeping yourself alive and moving. And the Deval fight with Symmetra, man, it's pretty good. Symmetra's good in Deval fights, not just because of charge, but because she has a lot of self-sustain. And she's running the right perks, obviously, as well. And, yeah. Okay, well, that was unexpected.
Team Falcons. They can't get any distance. Constantly push back.
Sojourn ult. Not online.
Not taking enough
So that's a but yeah, a lot of stuff here for Crazy Raccoon. What do you do here, guys? I think here's okay. Let me give Kitsune Rush, and to response to BAP window from Falcons, and to Heesung using Simwall right down the middle, so it's really hard for them to get value to BAP window. And then if things get messy, beat, and then Junmin shatters whatever. I actually don't think this fight should be winnable from Falcons. Like, should not be winnable from Falcons.
Down a final shatter. This will be
Just use. So they're gonna wait for Kitsune Rush.
if he diffs Han,
They're gonna Simwall early, which is fine. I mean, it's a fine opening ult.
then right
And
now,
then just
Han then doesn't have
beat
the
that
shield up
on
and get-
top. It's a little bit of an early beat, though, because everyone's still a little far away. I would prefer the Simwall and the Kitsune Rush immediately,
Doesn't have the shield up and get shattered would be
because the beat HP is already expired here. And you see that's not really connected with anything.
Jumbin.
I mean, there's nothing that Hanbin could do. Hanbin's literally fighting for his life from 4 different angles. This is just impossible. Like, I don't know how Falcons can win this. It's over. I'm telling you, man, Falcons just knows the situation. So from Falcons' perspective, the only way that you can clutch this is to surround and to avoid the Simwall and play these flanks and play these high grounds and hope for a trade. And that's exactly what they get. And that's why I was a little bit critical of the beat, because we needed to not just run it down. You needed to Kitsune Rush on point, Simwall on point, and let your DPS fight on the angles and then beat when things get a little hairy. Because things are starting to get a little hairy here, and there's no beat. Proper with the clutch on the flank. Merit plus Proper on the hit squad here. They do get the trade. It might not be enough. It shouldn't be enough. And it isn't. It isn't enough? Yeah, Hanbin doesn't get it.
There were musings and legends, but I never saw this one written down before. Junbin emerges as a Reinhardt champion.
Nice.
Is there anything
Good stuff.
Crazy Raccoon cannot play?
It's just a good hero for the situation. Like, it is like the stars have to align for this to work out, but you ban Ram, the meta of what Hanbin can do here, there's just nothing that they could really do. Now, to be very clear, I actually think the major fraud here was more about how, like, Falcons just did not take consistently good space. I think Heesung and Lip were just way better opening up off angles. Proper really struggled on the Symmetra. So Heesung did way better on the Symmetra. And I know everyone's kind of like losing their crap. Guys, I'm going to be honest. Junmin, it was okay. It was all right. It was all right. I'm gonna listen, guys. I'm gonna listen. I'm not gonna treat y'all like babies. You want a narrative? You don't get a narrative. Here's your narrative. He's saying diff proper. That's your narrative. That's your narrative here. He's saying diff proper, and the brain trust orchestrating these compositions wins. Junmin was just happy to be there. No, the Reaper swap was fine. The Reaper was okay. We got to look at the ult situation, you know? Like, there was nothing going there. The Reaper swap is the only reason they even got value out of the beat push. So, like, listen, guys, I'm not freaking lying to you guys. Simdiff, man. He's saying on the solo angles with the space control and the sim walls and the teleports, just Simdiff. And a bunch of just unforced deaths from Proper as well on the Symmetra as well. So, you know, honor and glory and all that. I think Junbin played fine, for sure. But, yeah. I think Falcons just looked lost in how to engage with this. You know, they really, with these beat advantages, they just did not know how to approach those fights at all. And that's what I was saying about, like, Junbin doesn't need to put on a masterclass of Reinhardt because Falcons looks completely lost. They don't know what to do. They don't know how to play them. They're lost. They overthought it. They got in their heads. Bedsy, think of this up. Yeah, exactly. They just did not know how to beat engage, man. They just... So, yeah, what that was a fun map for sure. That was fun. I would have done just as well as Junbin. I mean, maybe. I mean, Junbin just held shield and shattered. Like, maybe you guys, yeah. So though the stars aligned for the Rhine to work, and Junbin just didn't throw it. That was it. So yeah, good stuff. I mean, the Symmetra teleport stuff was here and there was okay. I mean, it wasn't. I had a lot of my criticisms on that earlier, but hey, man, listen. If you didn't want your fun little narrative created, you wouldn't have come here. You know what I'm saying? So, did Junbin the best Rhine 2025 Rhine pro play? Surely we've seen Rhine somewhere else, right? Didn't SSG play it somewhere else? Didn't Hawk play it at one point? Straight up, yeah. Could you touch on how this Rhine's comp playstyle was different from the old Spitfire BAP Lucio Sim? The only major difference is the fact that there's more dynamic rotations with the Symmetra teleporter, which we didn't have at the time. That's the only difference. Our composition was more about Rhine actively rotating as necessary, but holding a lane and then letting DPS play the game with full resources. Because Rhine is really good at one thing, two things, I guess, repositioning as necessary and not taking damage. That's basically it. So Hadi shields or Hadi pins on flank. That's basically it in a nutshell. And as you saw here with the teleporter, there's not as much pinning on flank. It's just more hold shield. So yeah. I think that was my major criticism with the Crazy Raccoon at times. It's like they with the Symmetra teleporter, you can use your Rhine to take an angle and then leave the other guys behind. But yeah, cool stuff. All right, let's last map here. Saucy cheeks. We're gonna finish this up here. Map 7. Crazy Raccoon clutches it out. That was Crazy Raccoon that won the last one, right? Am I crazy? Get it? My brain is rotting. Yes, they won the last one. So Falcons get first ban here, and they're gonna ban Orisa, which is just a tank protect ban. I'm gonna be straight up with you guys. Nobody's actually banning Orisa. It's protecting Ramatra. That's why they banned here, and it's a really good ban because I think when you're playing Max, you're fully expecting either Ram or Zarya. Max is not going to play dive tanks to punish the Ram on Hollywood. It's not happening. So clearly, Crazy Raccoon, they have to know that this is either going to be a Ram here or going to have to whip out the Zarya, and so they must know that this is going to work. Ram cannot get banned, though? Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's going to be Ram here, 100%. And they're clearly not scared of dive. No, they're not protecting Zarya. They're not protecting Zarya because someone's advantage is going to be Ramatra over Zarya. Crazy Raccoon's going to protect Mei, or ban Mei because Proper's been a menace on Mei. First point, you could play Mei. Third point, you could play Mei. Proper's just been obnoxious. Falcons banned Ram. Yeah, I know. Completely different context. I'm talking about this map right now. They are banning Orisa. Okay, no, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, they're banning Orisa. Actually, why are they banning her? Okay, I know. Because if you're playing Max, maybe they're just more confident in their Ramatra. They want Ram. They want Ram. They want Ram. Maybe there's a world here where Max can play Orisa on first or third. I don't think Orisa's that good, but you could definitely play it in bursts, and Orisa's matchup is decent. So you're like, I want someone on a Ram. I don't want Max going Orisa on third point. That would be my guess. So we were like, we want Ram, we want Ram, we want Ram. Crazy Raccoon is like, well, I don't want to see the proper masterclass again. So we'll see.
Earlier, it was Falcons actually banned through the...
Orisa's not that good,
maybe he was...
but if there's a situation that's perfect for Orisa, aka third point Hollywood versus Ramatra, you might see Orisa, and Max can play it. It is more of a dive map, yeah, for sure, which is definitely raises questions from Crazy Raccoon and Falcons. I guess not less Falcons, but more Crazy Raccoon as to like, I guess they must have confidence in what they're doing here. So Zarya for Reaper, Zarya also because Zarya is good, and Lip is dead. Diva, Diva's fine. Maybe not enough though. Someone shrieking, as he will. Very intense shot caller.
What a long day it's been. Imagine if Crazy Raccoon had to push further.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon must really have faith in this Zarya composition. Which, as we established, the Ramatra's versus Zarya matchup is really, really good. But I think Zarya might just be good enough to just outplay this if you have a good Reaper map as well. I don't know. Angle there from Lip. Zarya gets to play this one patiently. There's the Reaper bubble, creates a lot of space. Block has been forced. Zarya is ramped. Wraith has been forced. Venture on the back line. And Heesang gets punished. And that's the concern there. If the Ramatra can live that initial cycle and then re-push, there is vulnerability. Proper gets isolated in the backline, though. There's a world here where Max dies. They might want to push this. They choose not to. Heesang's going to go ahead and swap to Genji. Similar principle with the Genji as with the Reaper, but just a little bit more flexibility for the point, more consistency, and a little bit less fragile. Probably also pretty good versus that Ram stuff, you know. Lip's still pushing that angle a little bit. They get the top with the Lucio. Lip needs pocket. Kitsune rushes using Zarya. Zarya is going to explode, and Vortex and Punish is too much. As long as nobody just immediately dies here. Oh, Lip, what a shot. But yeah, you're seeing why people like Ram into Zarya right now. It's not an unplayable matchup. It's just very difficult. There's been a lot of debate about whether Zarya is just overtuned enough to be good versus Ram regardless. The perk definitely helps, so we'll see.
Could have been taxied, and he's a fast soldier. So that window is now officially closed. Max dying that quickly cannot happen again.
Oh my gosh, Lip, what are you doing? Suzu comes in just in time. Deep flank. They're going to connect. There's the beat. There's the beat. The layering is there, but this sets up space for Max to use a Graviton Surge and gives Genji space. They connect. The Grav is out. I don't even know what connects on, but the Devolve fight, Ramatra and Venture are going to town. And this is really where Nemesis form is crazy. I don't know if Max just didn't hit the Grav, or if it wasn't a good enough Grav, or if the Grav was redundant, but Falcons is just able to catch the engage again. So Crazy Raccoon actually does a really nice job setting up the push, but clearly beat for beat, Graph for Ramel was not good enough for an advantage there to close the gap, and they just get turbo stomped.
Through the walls, Team Falcons are still chilling with 5, and now Merit stands alone.
So Max swaps. Max is like, frick this, man. This is pointless. Let's just try and do something else. So at least we have DPS ults. Maybe that's better than Venture ult. Who knows? Let's try it and see what happens. I do like Genji much better than Venture here. Case in point, I mean, just look at that staging. Just they didn't use a cooldown, you know? Just walked and then had his cooldowns afterwards. So Sojourn ult's used. Incredible disengage from Crazy Raccoon, and then they get the layering afterwards. That's just so disgusting, dude. Honestly, that's just so freaking well played. I want you Genji mains to wake the frick up and watch this fight. Just shut up and watch. Genji uses his wall climb to drop onto the angle at the same time as his tank pressures. Same time. Drops onto the target without using a single cooldown. Dashes through to disengage. Then because he still has his deflect, because he didn't waste it on main like a bozo, he buys time to get to the corner. Great peel there from Shorong. Credit where goes where credit due. Ults pop, and he just walks away. In fact, he does more than that. He actually wall climbs up over the roof off screen using his passive to completely disengage the ultimate. You can't even see it. It's off screen. He's just up there wall climbing over the edge. And so this entire push is lost. But not only did he disengage the ultimate, he's also directly on top of the enemy team, perfectly staged for his own, and drops directly onto Merit's head like a coconut. Bing bong. Perfect. Just perfect. That's why Genji's good in this point, right there.
Just the whiffed ultimate there from Merit means that the
It's not even a bad ult from Merit conceptually. The idea, it's just insane execution from Heesang to disengage that. Insanely good.
A quick TP from Merit Symmetra to put Falcons onto the high ground. Razor Raccoon by a second lease on life. Merit overcooking on the...
This is a hard one to retake, though. This is a very hard one to retake. You can park yourself underneath the high ground and try to hide from the high ground if you're Ram and Kiri and such, but it's really difficult to take high ground without like a dive tank. And obviously Falcons or Razor Raccoon just doesn't have any ult, so like Barrett's angle here is pretty impressive. Kitsune rushed. What is someone going to do? He's going to hold block, and then Venture ult's just going to be layered on top. And then, in theory, Ramatra. 3 ults used, nobody dies. Because Rams are just staring at each other holding block. Now, the bad news here is that Falcons cheated, in a way, where they tried to drop off of the high ground to finish the kill onto Ramatra. Classic beginner's error. Ramatra never dies. And so now we have a situation where Crazy Raccoon can actually flip the map and retake top away from them. This should not be possible if we had at least left 1 or 2 people here. So there's a big point of urgency here for Falcons where they're like, oh crap, we cannot let this happen. And Chorong has beat. And so if they get top, Falcons are dead.
Minus what looks like just
Should be. Here it comes.
This
This is the duel. This is the 2v1 here. Genji goes top, clears the venture immediately. Kiriko drops. Staging is there. We should see a beat for beat here potentially. They may not even need to use the beat because their positioning is so good. Okay, they are going to beat. They're going to beat. They're going to connect. A lot of mechanics, a lot of deathmatch going on here. But the crucial thing is that Crazy Raccoon was operating at a disadvantage here. And now, it's worst case scenario, operating at a neutral. They're going to layer Ramold on top. Proper catches Lucio. Total chaos here, but they're able to hold high ground. Can Max get out alive? Yeah! He can. Lip has the high ground, is able to leverage it. Max is blocking like a good boy. Block, 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 block. And they're able to clean up the mess. TLDR, eventually Crazy Raccoon is able to weasel it out just from the fact that they had the space. They had the high ground. They're able to get their Sojourn in a slightly better position. Disaster.
Falcons for all of that effort. Someone pulling in the early annihilation, and they're just walking into a wall.
Would Malga not work versus Ram? Yes, it's just more of a... But then as soon as you go Malga, they're going to go Diva or Zarya. He's not strong enough to counter Ram in that isolation. And I think that matchup is also a little bit better than it used to be with the new minor perk. On paper, yes, but you have to forget that Ram is the insurance versus anything that you pick versus him. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't mean that Malga's unplayable versus Ram. It's just that Malga is not quite strong enough to beat, to play versus his counters. You know? Why does Lip set on cart instead of taking high ground? Talking about here, where he's pushing point, and it's actually because he can take the height later, it's not really much of a problem. He's got his Genji stage, he has his Lucio stage, he's the only one on cart here, and then he slides up right before the fight starts, and he'll still have his slide in time. You see it? Just a little bit of extra cart push. He's there when he needs it to be. And Chio doesn't even see him. Chio doesn't even see him. That's a bit of a beef there from Chio. Gets caught with his pants down and gets smoked. Blade uses well. Again, from the good staging. They're going to layer Kitsune Rush on top. And that's fine because if they blow everything here, but they get the kills, it's cool. This is a classic escort or hybrid mistake is to not over-ult at end of second point. Over-ult, bro. Cap the freaking point. This point is impossible to retake. Just blow it all. Who cares? The Kitsune is timed because the venture comes out of burrow. Sure. We capped, though. We don't care.
What was looking like a full hold on A is fallen apart enough that Crazy Raccoon have got enough time to play through now for maybe full complete.
Good trade on Sheo there. And this is kind of why we have Orisa banned right here. Because if Crazy Raccoon were to hit a wall here, Max could very well go Orisa in this particular point because of how narrow it is. I think the reason why you don't see... I honestly don't know why you wouldn't see Orisa on King's Row and see it here. I suspect due to the fact that the verticality is more difficult, so Ram deals with verticality by just doing this, you know? But Orisa doesn't really have any tool to deal with verticality. So the verticality here is a lot more narrow and not as important, and I think that's probably why we see Orisa potentially being played here. I might be overthinking it here, but that's my impression. I don't do this as much, Tusk, because it takes a lot of effort and a lot of time. They're going to use Sojourn ult. They're going to use Sojourn ult as a mirror. I think they just took a bad trade there. That's the disengage, because it's really 1-for-1. But yeah, I mean, we've been at it for over 4 hours. That's why we don't do these as much. And I really do try to give full intensity here. Angle from Lip there is really good. That should force an early form from someone. It forces an early shield. Then it should force an early form. That shield from someone is so good, though. So honestly, kind of a neutral trade here. I think Raccoon just needs to play slow here and try to build support ults because Falcons has a clear support ult advantage. I just don't think Crazy Raccoon can really do anything until the support ults happen. This choke is so hard to break. You're really relying off of a pick to happen or something random. Ah! That's it right there. That was the one. That was the one. There's your beat. Fielder panic Kitsunes to try to catch somebody with their pants down. Someone panic rushes, but the beat is there on time on Chorong, and this beat just needs to keep people alive because this is the one time where Ram might unironically die. Proper tries to bail people out, doesn't work. Someone somehow kills Chorong. That's a huge error, and that buys time for Chio to come back. Oh my gosh, no, 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 no. Chorong, what happens? Oh, he goes in the peel for Venture and gets Vortexed, I think? Unbelievable response there from Falcons to clutch this one out. That was the moment there. Now, the good news is that it was a way over layering to compensate for that horrendous shot there onto Chorong. Or onto Chio, excuse me. So Crazy Raccoon does have the layers. They read the ult macro there. However, can they get a comfortable touch? There's a lot of early pressure here. They're going to need speed boost Ram, and they need him now. Go, Suzu, Kitsune. Can we get the touch? They do. Full disengage. That's honestly fine from Falcons. They force the early ult. Proper says, guys, are we ready? Are we ready? Are we ready? They're like, oh, no, we're going to kill him. Just blade him. Use the blade. They don't even need it. Max just lives on point. Man, this is, okay. Much better macro at times here. Like, there's been more mechanical stuff, but this feels a little bit more settled. Blade once they close the distance. That should be enough. Yeah. And now, unironically, the Ram might die.
Someone has to get back into the spawn again. Additional healing. No one can get in here to contest.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon plays that one really well. It's a monstrous shot from Lip onto Chio there that really snowballs this whole ult trade thing. I think Falcons responded relatively well. They did the best that they could, you know, forcing the recontest, kiting out the Kitsune rush, proper trying to bait. It was a really good try, but Raccoon just layers it better off of that mistake. Great push from Crazy Raccoon, and you're really looking back to this this first point cap. And really, honestly, I think maybe the most important fight was the complete train wreck of second point where all that crazy crap happened and just eventually I think Merit dies. Like it didn't really feel like Crazy Raccoon had a major advantage in that fight. And it even felt like Falcons in theory was able to soft contest high ground, but they just somehow won that fight. And then you have a situation where Falcons are retaking at an ultimate disadvantage. It's basically impossible. So there's like a couple of like really messy fights where Crazy Raccoon just clutches it out. You know, we talked a lot about some of the fights like like Esperanza, some basic fundamental like layering errors, positional errors, Rialto, some huge positional errors. You know, King's Row, some macro with clearing space. There's some major layering problems all the way back to Suravasa. This one doesn't feel like any major obvious errors that I can see from the broadcast anyway. Maybe I'm just tired 7 maps in. It just felt like Crazy Raccoon clutched the fights mechanically. They just made a couple of really nice plays, a couple of really nice shots that kind of snowballed things and ruined old economy here. Thank you, Realist. I appreciate that. My hair is kind of moppy at the moment. It just slowly sags out as as things go on. It also starts to sag as my hair gets a lot longer. My hair is really long right now. Okay, we get a mirror. I think Genji Sojourn is probably the best DPS you're going to play in this current matchup right now. I think Genji's amazing here. I think Sojourn needs the mobility here. Merit slides out to the angle. How are Falcons going to retake this? Early shield, early vortex, tries to catch the Genji, does catch the Genji, and that forces deflect. That's really nice. A little bit of early damage. Early height taken from Falcons, though, which is pretty cool. Sliding out wide. And then what on earth happens here? I think Proper goes in for a play and just doesn't... Why does Proper dash there? What does Proper dash? I think maybe Proper sees Suzu and just decides to go for it. Yeah, I think he sees Suzu and then Heesing just murks him. I don't think it's a bad play. He staged well and he actually connected with the backline. But, I mean, honestly, if you look at this, if you're the attacking team and you're seeing this in the kill feed, you're happy. Messes is good. If you have defender's advantage, Mess is bad. Mess is bad. And this is what's happening, right? Things are getting ugly. People are losing the script. Ramatra will die here.
Especially if it's a late death on the Max as well, but currently Max is
and that's really good for Falcons. What a start, right? Couple of ticks. We need disruptor shot here. That's not a great slide. Is it long enough? No, he connects with Merit. So Max dying there is almost worth it. 1 for 1 and a deep chase, and they're gonna be able to follow up off of that. Just feels like some of those late trades there really hindered Falcons' ability to set up. They do get the Kitsune rush. Can they disengage this? They could maybe retake space here and re-engage. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, this is fine. Ram advantage means you can brute force on the cart. Can they isolate Lip? They need to catch Lip. If I was someone there, I'd chase that. Yeah, okay. They don't need to chase it. They chase it with Proper instead. That does the job. Yeah, you just need to finish those kills. If you cannot, like, oh, they'll be alive. No, they're still on your flank. I mean, I think he didn't overcook. He just had nowhere to go. What is happening? This is unforced errors right here. This is unforced errors. Like, this is the stuff that's going to keep you up at night. Why is Max connecting with you here? Why? Why is Chio dying there? Maybe it doesn't matter, but yeah, okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, that could have been ugly. Ram Dire, the heat death of the universe. That's a great question. Falcons trying to brute force top. They do have beat, but this is a pretty neutral ult advantage. And I think with a Kiriko on point here, or Sojourn on point, it could be really hard to force top. So I think I do think they need to back off here. It's 5 versus 4 with the person on card. Are we going to see a Sojourn ult here? What are we going to see? They can kind of hold point here. It's probably more going to be like Crazy Raccoon are going to use ults the second that they see this. And I think the ult to use here is probably Sojourn ult. Yes, they're going to use Sojourn ult. They're going to use Sojourn ult. We're going to see Beats traded and then Blades traded. And then it's going to be a total chaos. The problem here is that in theory, if Crazy Raccoon plays this better, is they've had the ability to set their feet, and so they're not as spooked by things like Vortex. Yeah, he just dies. Blades used. Suffering. I think they just greed. I think Heesing just greets this. I think they just need to blade this right now. Maybe Heesing didn't have deflect there. He doesn't get beat either. That's really unfortunate. If Heesing gets beat here, I think he blades this. But basically, Falcons goes down one, but Falcons commits their layers, and Crazy Raccoon hesitates. And then Heesing pops his blade too late and dies. That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. The good news is that the cart is stopped earlier than when Falcons lost. So Crazy Raccoon will have a slightly more comfortable retake. But yeah, you're really unhappy with that if you're Crazy Raccoon. That was not good. Blade sooner. Our Genji didn't get beat. So what starts off amazing goes down the toilet real quick, because you remember what we said about early ulting. That blade puts Crazy Raccoon in a horrible spot. And the irony is they actually didn't even disengage the blade properly. So they gave up the space and died to the blade. That's the worst case scenario. You need to either run away from the blade and lose all the space, or hold the space and maybe fight for the blade, you know?
Everything in the lip basket.
Early shield to help the rotation. That's the slide underneath. They can't really push that, but Fielder does have Kitsune Rush, so we might see that right here. I wouldn't mind that being used sooner rather than later here. That rotation puts Crazy Raccoon in kind of a rough situation there. And so if you Kitsune Rush in that room, I think people die. I hate that elevator, freaking sucks. So Fielder's being very patient here, but that's not great because you have an advantage and you kind of let it go. And then in that, Proper kind of gets lost in the sauce, gets isolated and killed by Heesing, who's just done a phenomenal job on the Genji here. And then that high ground staging from Crazy Raccoon kind of given for free. And then they just use that to connect on the backline. Deval fight again. I don't know how this keeps happening. A Vortex is huge. Lip gets isolated. Chorong also isolated. And then Shu gets killed as well? What? How is this happening? A little sloppy, right? Up 2, just relax, hold your space, build your cooldowns back, don't fumble the bag. And Crazy Raccoon almost fumbling the bag here? Okay, no, we're good, we're good, we're good. Heat Death of the Universe just happened on my screen. Okay. Knows how much better trade over. Seriously, shut the frick up. All right, Kiriko for Kiriko here. Again, we're kind of in the exact same situation here where I definitely favor the defending team on the high ground first right now because we have a pretty even ult trade in theory right now. So Falcons needs to do something a little bit creative here to retake this. We'll probably say Kitsune on top, but we need to find some way to disrupt that comfortable position from Lip because that guy is a freaking menace. They might go underneath here because the cart is close enough to bait. Max tries to punish that rotation. Fielder responds with the Kitsune Rush, which I actually really like there. That might open up. Wow, there it is, right? Good Kitsune Rush. Fielder does not hesitate this time. He pops it. Space is used. Now Proper just needs to live. Don't dash. Don't do it. 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 Ooh, spooky. Okay, gets Fallout from Ram. The angle's there. Shu pops the Kitsune Rush way too late. Someone uses the layers. I don't care about the over-ulting. Remember, it's late escort. Just cap the point. Really nice from Falcons. A little bit of hubris there from Max to drop on the rotation, at least a hard commit on that rotation. Ram doesn't really have the potential of punishing kills. He just has the ability to live. So you can punish that rotation with Vortex and a little bit of punish with your Nemesis form, but committing in that room and then Fielder immediately responding with the Kitsune Rush is kind of tough. Beat for beat, Sojourn for Sojourn, Blade for Blade, the whole 9 yards. Ram ult, the only equalizer here in Crazy Raccoon's favor. What is going to happen here? Are we going to see playing slow for Sojourn ult? Are we going to see a beat attempt? There's the Vortex connecting. They're going to try to run it down. Chio pops the beat. Layer beat on top of that. Blade used? Yes, no, no. Falcons fully kited out. 2 for 2, space loss. Crazy Raccoon are not unhappy with that. Beat for beat, I mean. Ah! Proper, a little bit of the overextension there. Mistimed with his team's pressure. They're going to commit, and that's a nasty neutral fight win because now they want to guess where Falcons are going to set up. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Never mind. Disregard. Throw out the trash. We're going right now. Falcons goes. Oh, no. Merit. What? Ah, this is so sloppy. These deaths and these one fights. I don't think it matters as much for Merit as it did with the initial trade there, but wow, what a mess. Okay, DPS for DPS. Kitsune is going to be tough. I think Falcons needs to play for Kitsune, combo into Blade Soch. I think you literally blow everything and just try to run away from Max. Let's see the staging for this push. Kitsune on point. Once they get it, they obviously don't have it yet. They're going to disengage that. They should be able to disengage that. Chio gets caught. No, Chio, no. How do we keep getting caught on these pushes? Like, I want to give credit where credit is due. It is a decent setup. Like, they set up Heesang on the left, and they come Ram from main, and then they speed amp him in. So he really is able to connect. But maybe it's the Vortex, but gee willikers, Chio... A lot of these supports getting caught in these initial pushes that really everybody should be thinking about, right? So Chio just gets smoked. That's a really, really ugly fight there. You really hate to see it. Like, just winning off of Blade is criminal. This guy is so freaking good at Genji. Like, he's just ridiculous. Call the cops. Holy crap. What do you do here? Kitsune for Kitsune. You're probably just going to need the Kitsune to get out of the choke. And then you just have to hope for Ram ult, but you're working into Sojourn ult in wide open space. It's really scary. This is really scary. They're going to back off. They're going to play that corner. I think if you're Crazy Raccoon, I think you're just basically responding to what you're given. And really it's on Falcons. The impetus is on Falcons here to use something. Max will just park himself in the corner and make this last fight scenario. Lip is going to pop the Sojourn ult early. I really don't like that if Proper doesn't fumble the bag, which he shouldn't. And he doesn't. And they disengage it. And then, no, what happens? Proper gets a little greedy, sees his opportunity, the 2v1. He doesn't do it in time. The Kitsune comes out. We had an ult advantage there, but it's gone. We're missing one. And that's it. incredible. Oh, Proper does so much. But the occasional couple of overextension and beefs, misreading the situation, the DPS gives, and the DPS takes it away. And unfortunately, just a lot of unforced errors. It feels like a lot of early deaths, some missed layering. And I think if you're Team Falcons, you're like, this is a tough one. I think, the Rhine Mirror, whatever, the Rhine, that one was cooked as well. New Queen Street was cooked. I think the map that you're crying about more so than anything else, you definitely could have performed better here as well. But, you want that Suravasa back. You want that Suravasa back. That one, you just looked the better team so many times. And just the fundamental basic layering that we expect so much from this support line. And they just didn't perform. But all things considered, a really good series, a lot of variety. The only downside for me is that falling back on Ramirs is easily the worst thing that I could possibly see. But that's just kind of where the meta has shaked out at this level due to Zarya's dominance and dive not being as oppressive. And hopefully that changes before Stockholm. So, crazy performance from Crazy Raccoon. Really well done. What a series from Heesang, I think, for the most part. Just good Symmetra. The Genji was clean. Putting on performances when his team needed him. He was, I think, the main difference maker on that map, I think, on Genji. I think he was the main difference maker on Esperanza. I don't think he was a difference maker on there. It just insane performance all the way through. So, Proper is a flex character. He could play really basically anything. So, replay codes were wiped. Yeah, a lot of the maps could have gone either way. But there's like a couple maps for each team that felt like pretty Falcons were kind of playing with their food on Rialto, and then you've got playing with your food on New Queen Street from Crazy Raccoon, and then the Rhine Mirror nonsense, right? And I think Heesang also played well with Symmetra on the freaking was it? Yeah, what was it Symmetra? No, it was Farah. Merritt was the one that was playing Symmetra. I forgot. Falcons played really well on this map, I think. But good series. Great series. Who got player of the match? I'm going to assume, I know how this works. It was Judman, wasn't it? Lip? I thought it was going to be a narrative thing with the Ryan thing, but I guess Max played enough. He played fine. Lip is just so consistent, Lip is just so consistent. It's really hard to point him out as having a bad match, to be honest with you. But, it was fine. But it's also, like I said, I don't want to do the whole LVP, MVP thing, because it's freaking impossible to know without studying the replays obsessively for at least double the amount of time that we looked at today. And then, crucially, we're doing it from a broadcast. So, we're freaking reading the kill feed more so than anything else, so... Yeah, Heesang did struggle on Ilias. That is true. I don't think it was all his responsibility, but he definitely did struggle. He was completely radio silent on Well. Lighthouse is definitely a difficult matchup. And to be honest, I'm thinking about Ruins as well. Ruins, he was fine, I guess, but honestly, he was kind of quiet in Ruins too, so it was okay. Is it the best OWCS match of all time, or did I get clickbaited? Well, the question is, did I get clickbaited? Because that's what I was told. I would say it's one of the better matches that we've seen in a long time. I think it's way too subjective to know. Like I said, I just freaking hate Ram. I think there were probably too many clown maps for it to be considered the greatest match of all time, in my opinion. Rialto clown map, 100%. New Queen Street, complete clown map, 100%. I think Ilios was a little messy too. King's Row was pretty tight. I don't like the comps. I think Suravasa was really good. I think Esperanza was funny. Or sorry, Suravasa. I think Esperanza was funny, but that was definitely a clown map too. So we had 3 out of the 7 maps were kind of clown maps. So I don't know if that I would call them the greatest match of all time. New Queen Street, Esperanza, Rialto, clown maps. So. So I would say no, not the greatest match of all time. Okay, questions. Questions. Any questions about any of the comps or strategies or maps or matchups? I'm gonna turn off this light so I'm not blinding myself. 4.5 freaking hours. Poop cheeks. Oh. Am I a naive boy? What? What do you think? Are all support players bad at the game? No. Yes. I mean, support players in this level, like these guys are forcing Ajaxes, they're forcing cooldowns, they're beating your teeth in, you know. So those errors are going to be a lot more forced. How do they pick the maps for OWCS? The win rate coming to account? Yeah. They just scrimbucks is how they pick maps. There are adjustments depending on how the series is going, especially if you have like multiple tank players and you're trying to decide what strength to lean into at that point in time. But yeah, I tricked you. Listen, we both got tricked. It was a great match, but I mean, I was told it was the greatest match of all time. You know, so I don't know. I'm suffering along with you guys, but I just happen to get ad revenue for it, so I don't care. The Nitsuki beat. I mean, what do you want me to say? I wasn't watching the match, but I did see the beat. And what do you want me to say? That hasn't been said. I mean, I think the adjectives have been used up. I think the relatively fruitful English language has been picked completely dry. Link me the Natsuki beat, and I'll explain to you why it was bad, as if it takes that much effort. Am I going to go sleep after the stream? You look tired? Yeah, I mean, it's been a long day. I got family coming in tomorrow. So on Thursday stream, I will be streaming from my bedroom, which I haven't done in like 2.5 years. How many of you guys remember the bedroom streams? How many of you guys remember the bedroom streams? That was a long time ago. I don't know if there's a single person in chat that remembers the bedroom streams. So Thursday, we will be in the bedroom.
50 energy. Just chilling like a villain right now. As Space Station win the fight, they're gonna get the cap in OT.
Yeah, there's a very easy explanation for this one. Do you guys want to explain this beat to me? Can you guys explain this one for me? It's very simple. It's actually unbelievably simple. It's a horrific beat, but it's actually very simple. We'll watch these reactions, though. Let's watch the reactions first. You guys know what the mistake is, right? It's unbelievably easy to spot once you see it. The mistake here is Natsuki thought he's stressed. This match is way closer than it has any right to be. I don't know how this is even this close. Natsuki thought that if they capped, they won. I legitimately think that with the dramatic music playing, that we whiffed with where the payload ended. You're like, how does a pro player make that mistake? I've seen it before. I've seen it in scrims. I've legitimately seen this before in scrims before from other teams and teams I've coached before. It's rare. It's a complete goof, but that's why Natsuki beat. Natsuki, this isn't a question of, oh, I thought that we could have won this fight. No, nobody thinks that they can win this fight. They can't even barely touch. But Natsuki thought, I have nothing to lose. I mean, it has to be the play because I see no other situation that even makes even remote sense. So if that's not the explanation why, then that is really good, really bad. Can you guys link it for me, please? Can you guys link the tweet? Because if the idea was other than that, then it is even worse. Because that means that there was a calculated decision making that went into using beat in a 4v1. It goes from being a strategic, horrific decision. Okay, let's see here. Thank you. Going in the moment to yeah, first off, obvious is like this kind of stuff happens all the time, no matter how good of a player you are. So you just have to shake it off.
Well, I might never get over this personally, but if I don't look at it, I'll never for sure. So here's to that for the people that were wondering.
I legitimately, like, I've been here. It happens. I feel so bad.
What was actually
It
going on in
happens.
the game? Or like, why the fuck I decided to beat 3-1? Basically, because we got 2 trades. Oh my bad. 1 second. Because we got 2 trades on Chronic and Lep, we were like, oh, it's 2v3, we can win this, because we felt like
It's
before
not
the round started, we
3v3.
knew like if it gets to C, it's gonna be very hard to hold just how the spawns work. So we really wanted to hold that B. So in voice, we're screaming like, oh, it's winnable, it's winnable. And then
It's not winnable. You have a legitimately in spawn and a tracer with no blinks.
in the moment, I asked the hey, who's behind, like, hey, can you TP? Yes, you know. So my objective in the moment
I'll
again,
turn up a
high
little
stress situations, like, okay, I need to end touch, which I didn't. I still like in the moment again, high stress situations, like, okay, I need to end touch, which I didn't. I still had like a couple meters to give. You know, the idea at least was like, hey, you know, touch point, get beat off, ZTPs. We try and like clutch out, stall time, maybe kill CJ or something, and then wait for our response, and then hopefully win this dogfight when they have like insanely wrong respawns. Doesn't quite work in the end because obviously like this doesn't get sent to at the moment, right? It's too busy to yeah, no time to think about this in the game. I mean, maybe a better player would, but as a team, we're definitely gonna try and clutch here. But you know, retaking like this 2v3 or 3v3 is not gonna be winnable if it's fucking CJ, Hawk, and Sugar Free alive instead of like maybe like both supports and cast or something. It would have been way more winnable. And on top of that, they also have just straight up half grab still. So like, in hindsight, it's very easy to see that it's not a very good play. It's even worse on camera probably. But yeah, for the ones that were wondering, could I have, you know, beat it here and then touch point and then did it last second and got more time for someone to get back and Z the TP? Definitely, I could have done that. But yeah, I didn't. So that's now forever on my mind, unfortunately. I hope you at least get a good laugh out of it. Because and if you went on fucking social media and told me to kill myself, then you know, it really isn't that deep. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the logic there. It's like he says, it's just, it happens. It really happens. I will say, I think that is,
In the fight, they're gonna get the cap in OT.
yeah, it's not good. Because your Kiriko, relying on your Kiriko to teleport in for this even, is basically a she's cooked. Like, even with beat HP, she's going to die. So really in no way was this going to work. I felt like the more reasonable explanation was just we misjudged with where the fight was going to actually happen. So I'm glad that we clarified that, but yeah, it happens. But obviously a player is not defined by one mistake, really. Like, the fact that these guys even took a map off and then this is a relatively competitive map is insane. So. All right, I think we stop there. I think we stop there. I don't want to beat a dead horse. I'm sure the reactions are funny, but you guys can watch them afterwards on stream. I don't want to lean further into that. So we'll move on. You ask a legit question next time. I mean, it's a legit question. I don't think it's rude. Hey, I don't think it's rude to ask that. It's not malicious whatsoever. So yeah, it happens. It happens. Yeah. Too much support roasting today. Yeah, a little too much support roasting for today. We will move on. Gareth says hi. Like, see, frick you guys. I've been sweating and grinding and Pepper shows up. Freaking main character stuff. Garbage. You freaking guys. You think we'll see more Ryan Sim comps play at Worlds? Not likely. Not likely. Maybe with a Ram ban on a good map, but not likely. So, okay. Chat, goodbye. Go away. I'll see you guys on Thursday. Thursday, we're going to talk about map win rates. And you might be surprised at some of the results. One of my viewers actually sent me a spreadsheet breaking down map win rates for each character. It's actually so much easier to look through that than it is with other characters. And we're going to break things down. We're going to talk about it and how I feel like it's the most underappreciated aspect of banning, picking, and all that kind of nonsense. All right. I'll see you guys later. YouTube chat, goodbye. Twitch chat, goodbye. I'll see you guys in 2 days. And a new streaming location. Oh, and also I'll have my Halloween costume on as well. A warning, it's not good. See you guys.